Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Had Half Bloodline of Prince Harry x Hermione. So do 4 blue hearts. Comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video, and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description. McLaggen, you're taking McLaggen, Ginny demanded. Hermione, why would you do that to yourself? Hermione stood in front of the full-length mirror, making another desperate attempt to pin back one of her problem curls. Her arms had begun to ache, her shoes were already pinching at her heels, and she knew it was too late to undo asking McLaggen to Slughorn's Christmas party. It was the best way I could think to upset Ron, Hermione said. Her frustration peaked when caught Ginny's mouth hanging open in the mirror's reflection. Oh, don't look at me like that. He's been infuriating and I couldn't see another way too. Just then, Lavender burst through the door of the 6th year's dormitory, followed by Parvati. Hermione rolled her eyes involuntarily at herself in the mirror, which also contained a smirking Ginny. Taking one cursory look over Hermione and Ginny's evening wear, Lavender flung herself on her bed and laid a hand across her forehead. Oh, I'm so jealous of the pair of you, getting to go to that party. Quote, yes, Ginny, wait till you see Dean. He looks so handsome, Parvati added in an oddly accusatory tone. Okay. Ooh, as does Cormac, Hermione, said Lavender, perking up at the opportunity to gossip. I can't believe you didn't tell us about the two of you. We wondered whether you and Harry were secretly dating, added Parvati. Yes, seeing as you fancy really good Quidditch players. Oh, didn't you hear, though? Harry is taking Loony Lovegood. Don't call her that, Ginny demanded. Oops, sorry, said Lavender, not sounding sorry at all. But he can't actually like her, could he? Quote, and why not? Ginny countered. Luna is kind and loyal and one of the bravest people I know. Lavender and Parvati were momentarily stifled by Ginny's sudden assertiveness. Hermione caught them sharing a meaningful glance, clearly referencing some previous conversation they'd shared. Hermione's nerves started to mount, her hands felt clumsy and her stomach churned. She wished her mother hadn't sent her this dress. It was itchy and far more revealing than Hermione was typically comfortable with. Would Cormac notice? She attempted a lengthening charm to add more fabric over her chest, but stopped when Ginny caught her eye again, silently saying, "What are you doing?" It's fine. I was actually hoping that Harry would ask me. Seeing as how he asked me too. The Yule Ball at the last minute 4th year, said Parvati, as if to brag. That'd have been smart of him. But honestly, I'm surprised he isn't taking Romilda Vane, Lavender exclaimed. Ginny made no attempt to hide a derisive laugh. You're joking, right? Lavender ignored her. Instead, she fanned out her hair and continued to gaze dreamily up at the top curtains of her 4-poster bed. It's a shame 1-1 and I couldn't go together. It would have been glorious to get all dressed up, go dancing, and afterwards we'd. Are you ready, Hermione? Or would you like to take another 15 years too? Yes, Hermione replied. She resigned herself to her unruly hair, if only to escape Lavender's stream of consciousness regarding Ron. Sharing a dorm with her was surely an exercise in torture by attrition. She took one last aching glance at her dismal reflection and hurried to grab her bag. Have fun for, Lavender cried after them, but was drowned out as Ginny slammed the door behind them. I swear, you'd think she was trying to get me to hex her, Ginny said. Why didn't you? Hermione asked, earning a snigger from Ginny. Ginny rushed Hermione down the stairs into a buzzing Gryffindor common room. The few students attending Slughorn's party were the subjects of thinly veiled glares of envy. The uninvited students slouched in feigned relaxation, feeling the sting of not buying. Exalted to the status of Slughorn's favorite students. Normally Hermione didn't mind the Slug Club parties, but tonight she would have given anything to trade places with them. Will you stay with us? Hermione asked, pulling at the strap of her handbag. What, hang around you and McLaggen? Ginny asked. Hermione nodded. Why should I? It wasn't my choice to spend the evening with him. And will you stop fidgeting? You're making me anxious. What have I done, Ginny? Hermione looked at Ginny despairingly, her fingers twisting nervously together. You've gone to extreme measures to show my brother how much of an ass he's being. Ginny said. And I respect that. But next time, find a way that does not punish yourself. Hey, said a voice behind them. They whirled around to come face to face with Harry. Hermione caught Ginny's expression upon laying eyes on him. Her eyes scanned over in his fine dress robes, subtly Christmas-themed tie, and up to his eyes. Ginny cleared her throat and said, "Hi Harry. You look nice." Thanks, Ginny. You too," he said, pulling at his collar. "Are you ready to go?" "Sorry, Harry. We're waiting for Dean and McLaggen." "You're really taking him then?" Harry asked Hermione. "Yes, and before you start on me about Ron." It didn't sound like Harry mentioned Ron, Ginny interrupted with a gleam in her eye. "Did you, Harry?" "No, I don't believe I did." "That's odd. What could my brother have to do with Hermione's date to the party?" "No idea." They both turned their smirking faces toward her. Hermione chose instead to study the circular iron chandelier hanging above them, decorated with holly-filled sprigs of garland. "Well, I said I'd meet Luna downstairs in 5 minutes. See you both there," Harry said, giving Ginny a rush. Dee smile and disappearing through the portrait hole. "That was cute," Hermione said in her deepest sarcasm. She crossed her arms and scanned the room again, checking for Cormac's looming form. Her antsy fidgeting had now reached her feet and she began tapping her shoe against the floor. "Shut up," Ginny said, readjusting the waistband of her shimmering midnight blue dress, one Hermione had never seen before. "This is nice. Is it one of Fleur's?" Hermione indicated the dress, trying to distract herself. "What? Fuck no. Tonks lent me this," Ginny said. She swept her bright red hair over one shoulder and scanned the room for Dean. Hermione did the same, hesitantly scanning the room for Cormac. Instead, she froze upon making eye contact with a sullen-faced Ron. He was sitting clear across the RO. Near the fireplace in one of those 3 squashy chairs they used to occupy as a group. Since his betrayal, Hermione normally kept herself constantly aware of his location to ensure she could avoid him. But tonight, seeing his miserable expression empowered her. She threw back her shoulders and held her head high. Ginny squeezed her arm before saying, "Look, here they are." "Hey, you look nice." Ginny smiled up at Dean when he approached them, she readjusted his tie unnecessarily. Soon the two were sharing a snog, forcing Hermione to acknowledge her own date. Still feeling Ron's eyes on her, she greeted Cormac with an obvious touch on the arm, a flutter of eyelashes and her warmest smile. Hermione had never been more eager to leave the castle for the holidays. The last weeks of term had been decidedly dreadful. Ron's insufferable mood swings had hit new extremes. He was dealing out blows of which she was inexplicably on the receiving end. Just to top it all was having to run narrow escapes of Cormac during the party. She couldn't even enjoy the networking opportunities. Since Ron had kissed Lavender, if you could call that kissing, Hermione couldn't stand the sight of him. Generally, Harry was a comfort, but shared his time judiciously in an effort to remain neutral. She couldn't help noticing that her friendship with Harry felt imbalanced without Ron. They didn't laugh nearly as much, or at all. When they spoke, it was challenging for her to break the tension of discussing the Half-Blood Prince or his theories on Malfoy. More commonly, he simply didn't speak. She assumed he preferred Ron's company. But she couldn't blame him. She did too. Between class times and some evenings, Ginny joined her to share sweets or ask advice with owls. Not much was different there, than Ginny having an air of manufactured politeness about her. Perhaps she had heard about the birds. Even her studies did not hold their usual satisfaction. Having to strategically avoid seeing, hearing, or being within 20 feet of Ron on a daily basis was an effort in tactics that took up much of her energy. For all these reasons, Hermione found herself longing for the simplicity of home. Perhaps she could go on a drive with her mother, like they used to. Or ask her dad what books he had been reading. The ministry had decided all students were to travel via Flow Network this year. Each student was assigned departure times. Since Hermione's was in several hours, she sat at a table in the common room, reading the magical misadventures of Madcap Michael. "Good morning," Ginny said, yawning widely and sinking into a chair across from her. "Since when do you read children's books?" "Since I confiscated it from some first years for drawing explicit cartoons," said Hermione, indicating the title page of the book. Ginny stifled a laugh behind her hand. "They grow up so fast," she said. "How was your evening? I didn't see you and Dean at the party." That's because we were there all of 10 minutes, Ginny said. Her head propped up on her fist. We got in a row. Oh, I thought you two were getting along. We had been, she said earnestly. Until last night. He got upset that I didn't introduce him to Gwenog Jones. Quote, I'm surprised anyone could get a word in with her, Hermione muttered, putting a heating charm on the cup of Earl Grey she'd been enjoying before Ginny came down. I know what you think of her. And she has every right to be, full of herself. She's captained the Harpies through their best victories. She redefined the team and… Spare me. I've heard enough about Quidditch from Cormac. What did you expect? Quidditch is all he talks about. His favorite subject. Second only to himself. Ginny said, but in response to the look Hermione gave her, Ginny Mana G'd to work her face to look mildly sympathetic. Was it that bad? He kept feeling down my back to help me through doors and I caught him staring down my dress multiple times. He didn't even try to hide it. The evening as Cormac's date had been horrendous. If not only for his unending self-possessed monologue, then certainly for his wandering hands and lingering eyes that made her skin crawl. Through it all, she had held to her only assurance, that dark, invidious expression on Ron's face when she left for the party with Cormac. I'm sorry, Hermione. He's a pig, said Ginny, flipping through Madcap Michael. She looked up and winked. Though, in his defense, your boobs looked spectacular. Do you think Ron noticed? I'm sure he gets enough of that from Lavender, Hermione replied. Ginny snorted and looked around the nearly empty common room. Hermione, there's something I've been needing to tell you, Ginny whispered, closing the book. I haven't said anything because, at first, I didn't regret it. But now that I've seen how Ron reacted, and how you aren't speaking to him, and now I'm worried you might think it's all my fault. What is it? It's about something I said to Ron, she said in a long breath out. I told him you snogged Crumb. You what? Why on earth would you? It's all Ron's fault, really, she said defensively. He and Harry walked in on Dean and me, privately celebrating him making the Quidditch team. And, oh, don't look at me like that, it's not a crime to shamelessly snog someone in a secret passageway, she spat. And you figured that would be the opportune time to tell Ron that Victor and I kissed. Hermione spluttered. It was twice and I put an end to it. 3 times. Remember, before the third task. Hermione felt hot with humiliating frustration. It crept uncomfortably up her neck, making her head pound. She directed a scathing look at Ginny who shifted in her seat guilty. All right, in hindsight it was a poor reaction on my part. But Ron accused me of being a tart. So I told him how we've all snogged other people. And it's not my fault he decided to accept the challenge. Poor Lavender was just his first available victim, she finished, shaking her head in sympathy. Now it made sense. How like Ron, taking a completely drastic action in opposition of his feelings. All to prove a point he didn't need to make. Not to her, anyway. Hermione felt her insides freeze over. When would he finally grow up? When would he react like a sane, stable human being? For each of his good qualities, an equally negative one stood opposite, effectively canceling it out. She was exhausted with navigating the pits of his self-consciousness. Are you angry with me? Hermione took her time answering. She wanted to blame Ginny for what happened. Ginny, the girl who had always been so private about her own affairs, suddenly decided to shout Hermione's secret to the one person she shouldn't. But it wasn't exactly her fault. Hermione always knew Ron might react like this. He was irrational when it came to her relationship with Victor. That's why she never told him. Yes and no, she said. I do wish you had told me sooner. I had no idea what I was supposed to have done. But I don't necessarily blame you. Victor and I weren't exactly a secret. Ginny chewed on her lip, not completely satisfied. I am sorry, Hermione. Really, I am. Hermione waved it off. It's not like you can control an underdeveloped hormonal child. He is capable of making himself into a complete and utter ass all by himself. Right. Ginny tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, nervously biting her lip. Would it help if I put body hair growth potion in Lavender's tea? Still upset, Hermione dismissed her joke. So what was Dean so upset about last night anyway? She asked instead, quickly changing the topic of conversation. I dunno exactly. Something about me ignoring him around Gwenog and him being a poor Quidditch player, she said, turning to scan the common room. By the way, have Ron and Harry been down yet? We're supposed to leave in an hour. No, said Hermione pointedly. I have not seen Ronald. Well, do you want to go down to breakfast? Once outside of the common room, the two girls pulled their coats closer, linked arms, and hurried along the bitter cold of the castle's passageways. I cannot believe Ronald, Hermione burst, shaking her head. Ginny squeezed her arm comfortingly. If he would have just asked me about. Oh yeah, and he would say, hey, Hermione. Ginny just told me you had mind-blowing makeout sessions with an international Quidditch star. I know I'm just a temperamental Gryffindor keeper, but will you snog me too? He's not just a Gryffindor keeper, Hermione said softly. Yeah, he's also a massive git. People are more than just how talented they are at Quidditch, Ginny, Hermione said, earning an eye roll from Ginny clearly saying, here we go again. They were now back to discussing Ginny and Dean's argument. Maybe it was just that Dean wanted to be involved in your life. You are very independent, you know. Sometimes boyfriends can be intimidated by that. I'm not going to coddle him to ease his ego. That's not what I'm suggesting. Upon reaching the Great Hall, they sat down across from each other at the nearly empty Gryffindor table, most students still having a lie-in before their flow appointments. Hermione spent the half-hour that followed asking Ginny more details about what happened when Ron and Harry walked in on her and Dean. She didn't know whether or not it came as a comfort to know that she'd been correct. Ron had taken up with Lavender out of some desperate act of self-consciousness. What frustrated her most was why he felt like he could not just come talk to her about it. Instead, he had to parade around insulting her and throwing himself into the arms of another. Oh, rats, said Ginny, spotting Dean enter the Great Hall, apparently searching for her. You can't just avoid him, Ginny, said Hermione. You're one to talk. When he arrived, Dean greeted the two of them and made every indication that he wished to speak to Ginny alone. Seeing Ginny refused to take the obvious hint, Dean cleared his throat and started, about last night. Don't apologize, Dean. It was such a silly argument. Probably best for us to cool off over the break, let it go. I actually wasn't going to apologize, he said. I meant what I said. Oh, yeah. Hermione felt the building tension as he stood waiting for her response. However, Ginny looked determinedly away, nodding slowly and clearly at a loss for what to say next. Hermione fiddled with her teacup, making soft clunks against the wood to fill the resulting silence. Dean cleared his throat and bravely continued. So do you want to go talk about it or? At that moment, a piercing, 1-1, filled the hall, causing the students around them to wince. They turned to see Ron and Harry entering the Great Hall. Lavender launching herself at the former. Harry dodged her swiftly, leaving Ron, who looked as if he'd like to do the same. Morning, Harry said, rubbing his eyes, sitting down beside Ginny. And pulling toast and eggs onto his plate. Ginny, we leave in 30 minutes, yeah. The mood had suddenly turned from awkward to tense, as Dean glared at a very stubborn, very untalkative Ginny. Yeah, Ginny said. At that instant, Dean threw up his hands and shook his head in frustration. Merry Christmas, Ginny, he said before storming off. Harry searched Hermione for more information. But she shook her head to signal, don't ask. Harry, did you have fun at Slughorn's party? Ginny asked brightly. His mouth was full, but he gave a noncommittal shrug. Not particularly, he said. Luna helped though. I'm glad you took her. I'm sure she had a good time. I didn't see you there. I would have thought you'd be chatting up Gwynog Jones all night, he said, a knowing smile spread across his face. We spoke. Actually. She gave me her card, Ginny said, using careful hands to pull out Gwynog's shining green and gold card to show it off to Harry. That's brilliant. She spoke to me too. Somehow knew I was Gryffindor's Quidditch captain. Hermione snorted. Harry, the whole wizarding world knows you're captain. Yes, I believe it was one of the items on Teen Witch W. Eakley's top 10 most fanciable facts about Harry Potter, Ginny teased. Oh yeah, there are 10, he said, grinning. I believe there was, Tri-Wizard Champion, rode a centaur, and my personal favorite, stuck a wand in Troll's nose. Really? I would have thought, youngest seeker in a century. Interestingly, Modest, was also missing from the list. His face took on a warm glow as they traded quick smiles. Hermione's eyes narrowed, bouncing between them. Look at the time. We'd better hurry, Harry, we need to grab our things and head to McGonagall's office, Ginny announced. A loud slurping, Noise drew their attention towards the other end of the table. Icy revulsion sliced through Hermione at the sound, causing her to turn away, crossing her arms and legs to shield herself from the affronting sound. "Ron!" Ginny shouted. When he made no move to extract himself, she yelled, "Oi, bilious!" and threw a croissant at the pair of them. "It's time to go." Ron finally removed his face from lavender and made an obscene hand gesture. With Ginny distracted, Harry leaned in close to Hermione across the table. "Hermione, I have some really important news when we get back from break." "About Malfoy." "Fine," she said, looking in the opposite direction. "Let's go, Harry," Ginny mumbled through a bite of croissant. She swung her leg over the bench and used Harry's shoulder to hoist herself up. He finished off the contents of his mug and quickly followed. "Merry Christmas, Hermione," they both said before jogging out of the Great Hall. Pans clanked against serving bowls in her parents' kitchen. Hen as Hermione's mother and father finished making dinner and set the dining table. She had been home all of 2 hours, having been one of the last to flow home for the holidays. It was strangely unsettling to see the details of her childhood home being gradually changed in her absences at school. Her parents had now upgraded to an electric tea kettle, disposing of that dinged-up old silver one. Tea had served her countless midnight decaf teas. Mail no longer went on the dining table, but in an organizer on the entry table. The curtains had all been changed. New outdoor seating in the garden. Everything was being replaced and upgraded. Like the details of her early memories, slowly slipping out of reach. "I'll have to get you into the office to get a cleaning," her father said, bringing her a tea tension away from the new floral patterned valances. She internally rolled her eyes. 2 hours home and a new record for the oral hygiene lecture. She wondered if it was his way of exerting some sort of authoritative power over her. The way he always demanded she come into his office on holiday. "Dad, it's as I've said, they have enchantments on the toothpaste that prevent cavities and most gum diseases. I'd still like to bring you in, just to check up," he said. He'd never been completely at peace with the idea of magical toothpaste replacing much of his practice. "There's no replacement for flossing. Dad, there's magical floss," she insisted. "Hermione, dear, how are your friends at school?" asked her mother, changing the subject. Her mother, being on the traditional side of things, had dropped painfully obvious hints throughout the years about her two best friends being boys. Because of this, Hermione learned that it settled her mother's worries to mention Ginny first. Soon enough, in her letters and during lonely table conversations, it began to sound like Ginny was Hermione's only friend. Instead, Hermione made attempts to steer the conversation in the way of classes, professors, and prefect duties. Things her parents might understand. They'd always taught her that education was the foundation of forming a comfortable life through adulthood. "I still think you should try to keep up studies of maths and science. I'm not sure I appreciate that they don't teach you more traditional subjects," said her father. "Well, what is relevant for witches and wizards is worked into the curriculum. Like potions and Arthemancy," Hermione repeated for what seemed like the 20th time. This earned another aching lag in conversation, so that she tried to chew quietly enough that her parents would not hear her. Their forks and knives scraped against her mother's fine china. More to fill the void than express any real concern, Hermione said, "It is getting a bit dangerous to be Muggleborn these days." This was putting it lightly, she knew. But after her 3rd year, she had stopped telling her parents specifics regarding the changing atmosphere in the wizarding world. It was easier that way. Her dad clucked his tongue and shook his head, and in this day and age. "Should we be worried, dear?" her mother asked, scooping mashed potatoes onto her plate. Her mind flashed to the image of Harry reappearing at the 3rd task, clutching Cedric Diggory's body. It was quickly replaced by the scene of Muggles' bodies being manipulated as they floated helplessly through the air at the World Cup. Then to the long dark hallway that led to the entrance of the Department of Mysteries. She licked her lips and shook her head. "No, no. Dumbledore has it under control. No one can hurt us while he's headmaster." "Good then," said her mother, sounding relieved. "How is Ginny's family? Molly and Arthur. The ones we met, ignorant of Harry's prophecy, Death Eaters, and the return of you-know-who." Her parents believed it all to be an issue of simple bullying. A simple difference of opinion. Hermione pushed her mashed potatoes around, wondering how or if she'd ever be able to Explained the situation she'd got herself into. Having her best friend manhunted by a Dark Lord. Being somehow involved in potentially deadly situations each year. The fear of her blood status. All of this made her feel distant from her parents. Even so, she could not find it within herself to regret being given a Hogwarts letter. Nor becoming friends with Harry and the Weasleys, well, with the exception of Ronald. "Hi, Mum." Ginny's voice was muffled by the suffocating embrace of her mother. "It's so good to see you three, Mrs. Weasley said, pulling Harry and Ron into equally fierce signs of affection. "Pity Hermione couldn't join us. Are you hungry?" "Harry and I just ate," Ginny said. One on the other hand, Harry sniggered, earning a hard nudge in the side from Ron. "All right, go and get settled. I'll fix you something to eat," said Mum. Ginny pounded up the familiar winding staircase to her bedroom on the second floor. It was increasingly odd, coming home. How it was once her whole world, but now seemed so simple. So small. The groans of the house as it shifted was like hearing her favorite song. Smiling to herself, she cherished for a moment how nothing seemed to change here. Despite everything changing everywhere else. It was hers. A perfect preservation of safety. She was looking forward to the next week at the Burrow. No crowded hallways. No homework. No late Quidditch practice. No emotionally complex boyfriend. And 3, 2, 1. Ginny said softly. "Pop." "Hey, little sis." Fred and George apparated into her room unannounced. "Welcome home." "Thanks. What's all this?" Ginny asked, indicating the pristine travel bags scattered on the floor of her room. Pastel tones and delicate clasps seeming to mock and sneer at the other tattered items of her room. The bed's covers she had since she was 3, the tiny writing desk held together solely by her father's magic, her closet of knitted clothes. "Didn't Mum tell you? You'll be bunking with our dear sister-to-be." "You've got to be fucking kidding me," Ginny said, kicking a pink French-made purse. "Language, dear sweet innocent sister. We think that Mum hopes you'll keep watch on her. Keep her Fr. Sneaking off to Bill's room in Zenui," said George. "But we know you'll do anything to get her out of your sight." Ginny laughed and started roughly pushing more of Fleur's belongings to the sea. In order to make a path to her own bed. One particularly heavy bag emitted a purple shimmering smoke of deeply scented perfume. It sent the three of them into dizzying coughing fits until George used a vanishing spell. "She'll suffocate me before the new year," Ginny wheezed, starting to unpack her things. "Anyway, what's this we heard about you attending a party?" "Mum seemed rather cagey about it," said Fred. "Yeah, Professor Slughorn's. He's the new potions master, but he taught Mum and Dad. He's mad. Throws these elaborate parties for his favorite students and calls it the Slug Club. I suppose Ron fits right in. You know," said Fred, miming vomiting up slugs. "I almost forgot about that." Ginny giggled. "No, Ron's not in it. And neither is Lav Lav." "And who, pray tell, is Lav Lav?" "One of the girls in his year. Lavender Brown. She's been an unwelcome addition to Ron's face for the past few weeks." "And you're only telling us this now?" exclaimed George, looking delightedly at his twin. "I always thought he and Hermione." Fred wiggled his eyebrows up and down suggestively. Ginny offered no response, starting to unpack her bag. "All right, keep your secrets. I see where your loyalties lie," said Fred. "She and Harry." George goaded. At this, Ginny cringed and shook her head violently. "Right, saving him for yourself. Got it." Ginny threw her hairbrush at Fred, who flicked his wand to turn it into a top. Spinning out of control throughout her room. "I'm with Dean," Ginny emphasized. "Yeah, and how's that going?" "It's good," she said. Her mind flicked back to the argument they'd had at Slughorn's party. And an uncomfortably ill sensation settled in the base of her stomach, flashing back to their last conversation this morning. Dean, usually so pleasant and agreeable. Now he'd gone and ruined it all. It was annoying, really, that he actually started voicing an opinion. Like a real person with feelings and not just a good snog. Ginny cringed, hearing herself. Old she really be bitter with him for that. Oh ho ho, sounds like a steamy romance to me, Fred. Yes, spare us the raucous details, Ginny. You'll only make us blush, said Fred. I suppose he's missing certain qualities. Like a scar, glasses, and a moody temperament, said George. She made an obscene hand gesture in their direction, but continued to unpack and arrange her room. Harry's actually doing better this year. Doesn't seem as, Ginny shrugged, unable to find the words. The top continued to spin madly throughout her room, Fred and George taking turns pushing it higher. Touchy. Angsty. Disturbed. Is he still with that Chong girl? The Ravenclaw seeker. Oh, no. Not since it came out her friend snitched on the DA, said Ginny. Good. They made a depressing pair. So, how's the shop? Ginny asked, looking for a change in subject. She'd finished putting her things away and grabbed paper and spell-o tape from her small desk, deciding to make paper chains. She spent the next hour chatting with Fred and George about the progress on Weasley's Wizard Wheezes and their new line of trick inks, which would give coherent messages to the intended receiver. That evening, Ginny passed around her homemade Christmas biscuits. As large as saucers, and decorations leaving nothing to be desired. The base layer suffered underneath heaping mounds of sprinkles and frosting. Mrs. W. easily had charmed the sprinkles to flash various seasonal colors and snowflakes that appeared glisten. Back in the kitchen, Bill and Fleur canoodled at one end of the table. Ginny rolled her eyes and turned to prop herself up to sit on the large dining table. Looking determinedly in the opposite direction of her besotted brother. Horrifying herself, she noticed she'd begun to hum the chorus of a particularly sappy number by Celestia Warbeck. Ron and Harry passed through the kitchen, whispering in low tones. Conspiring as always. Christmas biscuit. Ginny offered. What's in it? Asked Ron suspiciously. Extract of you-know-poo. Ginny rolling her eyes exasperatedly. It's just a Christmas biscuit, Ron. Who would bother to poison you? Ron grunted, no, thanks, and left the kitchen to join the others in the living room. Harry. Sure. Oh, he trailed off as he examined the treats more closely. So heavily laden with frosting, it was difficult to find a clean spot in which to pick one up. These are festive. Dare you to eat one with a straight face, she said, shoving one into his hand. The staring game. We both eat our biscuits. The first one to laugh or look away loses. Don't do it, Harry, Bill warned. She always wins. I would not be too sure. I do not think I've ever seen Ari laugh, said Fleur. Okay, said Harry. Light amusement brightened his face. Not one to back away from a competition. He looked for more direction. You can't break eye contact. You can smile but not laugh. Oh, and whoever finishes first wins. His eyebrows shot up, lips pulling into a crooked smile. Get your mind out of the gutter, Potter. Ready, steady, go. Ginny took a massive bite and began chewing furiously. Brown eyes fixated on green, dancing with humor at the ridiculousness of it all. The corners of his mouth twitched, trying to remain straight-faced. A wild thought entered Ginny's mind. How nice, not having to look away. Come on, Potter. Have a laugh, she dropped her voice, do it for phlegm. His face cracked as she took her second bite, fitting the entire biscuit into her mouth. At the sight of her, he made an odd snorting sound, presumably to stifle his laughter. But inhaled the half-chewed biscuit. He began gasping for air. Mon Dieu! Fleur exclaimed. Ginny rushed to begin whacking him on the back, dislodging the offending item. You all right? She asked, hand still on his back. He nodded, face splitting into a wide grin, eyes watering. His biscuit laid upside down, unsanctimonious on the floor. You dropped it. I win. Can't say you weren't warned, said Bill. Turning back to his fiancée, who at once was utterly confused and revolted. Clearing his throat, and having mostly recovered from a coughing fit, Harry rolled his eyes. Smiling pleasantly down at her, he said softly. You cheated. Moi. Ginny placed a hand lightly across her chest, eyes wide in mock surprise. No, you just simply weren't aware of all the rules. Mrs. Weasley and Lupin entered the kitchen, following a floating stream of dirty dishes from the living room. Mugs that once held peppermint hot chocolate, and plates with remains of Yule log. Her mum tutted at the mess. They'd made of frosting and biscuit crumbs but cleared it at once with a wave of her wand. As they say, Harry, all is fair, she winked at him. Oh, your glasses. Without thinking, Ginny reached up to pull them off. Retrieved a tea towel and wiped Harry's glasses clean of a glob of frosting. He put them back on and ran a hand through his hair, scratching the back of his neck. Thanks, he said, clearing his throat again. His eyes flicked to Lupin, looking oddly sheepish. Without another word, he backed out of the room to join Ron in a game of wizard's chess. Later, after all the dishes were cleaned and put away, the house was lit by just the warm magical glow of the Christmas lights and crackling fire. Bill sat on the edge of the couch, while Ginny sat cross-legged underneath the Christmas tree. "You said you have a boyfriend at school. Don, is it?" asked Bill. "You know his name," Ginny said, rolling her eyes. "And how does he feel about you and Harry?" Bill smirked. "I don't know what you mean." "Well, it can't be easy, having your girlfriend challenging the chosen one to staring contests," he said slyly. "He's not the chosen one." "You're sure about that, Ginny?" "It's a load of rubbish. I was there. The prophecy broke before we could hear it." "Do you know how prophecies work?" he asked sincerely. "The ministry holds copies of the prophecies. But a seer must first deliver it to someone who knows the subjects of the prophecy." Bill leaned in closer. "A lot of witches and wizards went into hiding the last time you know how was powerful. But very few were protected by Dumbledore himself. Like Harry's parents." Turning over this new information in her mind, Ginny considered whether or not Dumbledore knew details of the prophecy. And if so, perhaps he had shared it with Harry. Bill continued. "Nobody knows for sure, of course. But it makes sense the prophecy singled out Harry. And that there was a prophecy given to Dumbledore, and somehow you know who found out. He wanted to know the details of the prophecy, and lured Harry in to retrieve it. And well," he gestured vaguely. "So you know who must not know what the prophecy says, then?" Bill simply shrugged. "Either way, you should be careful. Ginny," he said. "It's dangerous to be involved with Harry right now. In any capacity." "You sound like Percy," Ginny hissed. "Gotta look out for my favorite sister." He winked and reached over to ruffle her hair. She felt a twinge of annoyance and hastily made to smooth it down. At that moment, Fleur glided back into the kitchen and pulled Bill up from his seat. She had enchanted to the radio to begin playing a French ballad instead of Celestina Warbeck, earning a stern look from Mrs. Weasley. Ginny went to bed early that night, having decided to avoid another bedtime routine being involved in Fleur's 10-step skincare routine. "If you would do Zame, perhaps you would not. Avenue all those spots," said Fleur, indicating Ginny's freckles. When she awoken in the early hours of the morning, Fleur had yet to return to her bedroom. Assuming she had found other sleeping arrangements, Ginny snorted gently and turned in bed. Suddenly, randomly, and completely unbidden, she wondered what it would have been like to take the frosting off Harry's mouth with her own. How she would have done it slowly, ensuring every last sweet spot had been thoroughly cleaned. She expertly pushed the thought out of her mind and drifted off to sleep. Harry hadn't spent this much time around Ginny Weasley since he realized that he fancied her. In the last weeks of term, he'd begun to take notice of her each time she entered a room. Long vibrant hair dancing behind her. It was increasingly hard to concentrate on his studies whenever she was even remotely close to him. He'd hear her laugh and automatically look up to see who she was with and what they had said. Or he'd hear the timbre of her voice and close his eyes to better make out what she was saying. But other than practice, he didn't have much personal interaction with her, which he supposed was a blessing to help him process what was happening. Cope with the almighty battle in his head of, she's On's sister, mixed with intrusive and imaginative scenarios of the two of them alone together. Despite this internal back and forth, he couldn't help feeling pulled to enter conversations. Or even simply be around her. Hoping she'd take some notice of him too. He had a faint hope that his feelings would simply vanish, along with the monster that roared in his chest whenever she interacted with Dean. At Hogwarts, he had Quidditch, Dumbledore lessons, Malfoy and schoolwork to keep him occupied. But here in the burrow, there was little distraction. Once he had told Ron about Malfoy and they discussed it, there was not much left to say. "Wish we could play Quidditch," said Ron, gazing longingly at the makeshift pitch getting doused with heaps of snow. "Yeah," said Harry, laying on the floor and tossing and catching the Weasleys' old beaten-up quaffle to himself. "But it'd be just you, me and Ginny. Can't play with three. We've got Fred and George." "True, that would have made Hermione's day, How is she, doing? Anyway?" Ron asked, trying and failing to make his question sound casual. "Why don't you ask her yourself?" Ginny shot into the room and quickly snagged the quaffle from Harry out of midair. She collapsed on the living room couch and began spinning it in her hands. Then we'd be 5, would still need another, said Ginny, having clearly been eavesdropping on their conversation. Bill, offered Harry. Nah, he'd be as bad as Hermione. Perhaps we could ask Fleur to play, said Ron, suddenly looking with great interest to see if she was present. Harry shared a smirk with Ginny, who rolled her eyes and threw the quaffle hard at her brother. He just barely caught it before it went through the glass window. And risk breaking a nail. Fat chance, said Ginny. Well, I dunno. She was chosen by the Goblet of Fire, said Harry fairly. Got to have a bit of toughness to her. You too. Just saying, she faced a dragon. And that lake was pretty eerie, said Harry. If she's so brave and smart, why can't she learn English from a book? And stop taking up 90% of my bedroom with her dresses. The three started casually passing the quaffle to each other across the room. Seeing as she didn't come back to the room last night, said Ginny in undertones. Looks like you two have competition. I don't want to shock you, but she may be shagging her actual fiancé. Ron's face turned the color of his hair and his reach just missed the quaffle, allowing it to smash straight into the Christmas tree. He ducked to retrieve it, several ornaments falling in the process. Harry felt himself blush slightly and averted his gaze. But he simply shrugged. He can have her. I was just saying, the tournament was no joke. I'd say the same for Crumb. Oh, don't get me started on Vicky, said Ron, returning to his seat with the acquired quaffle. He threw it much harder than he'd intended, and the quaffle soared in a dangerous trajectory towards the fire. But Ginny gracefully reached up and caught it with one hand. Her way, he's who Hermione would have taken to the stupid slug club party. Ginny raised an eyebrow. Is that really what you think? She was about to ask you, Ron. Harry said so quietly they just barely made it out. Until you went and started trying to suck Lavender's soul from her body. Harry snorted in laughter and tossed a lazy pass to Ginny. Yeah, well, you can go, shove off, Ron muttered in response to Ginny's hard stare. They continued passing the quaffle, changing directions every few turns. Several times, Harry caught himself appreciating how Ginny arched her back to better reach a pass. Or how she'd kick a leg out to balance herself. All while laying flat on her back on the couch, hair cascading in all directions. Seemingly glowing from the mixture of light from the fire and Christmas lights. On the subject, Pavarti said that she was hoping you'd take her to Slughorn's party, Harry. Ginny smirked in his direction. That's rich. She told the whole school what a horrible date he was to the Yule Ball, said Ron. But I still don't understand it, Harry. You could have taken anyone. But you took Luna Lovegood. I'm glad I went with Luna. Harry shot back. We had a nice time. Ron's face was incredulous. You can't mean you fancy. No, we had a nice time, Harry spluttered. Shish. He made all these very Luna observations and I got a laugh out of it. Well, there must have been someone you wanted to take, Ginny said, eyeing him. His stomach did a backflip and something in his mind screamed at him to avoid her eye contact. Harry couldn't think of anything to say, so he simply, rather unconvincingly, shook his head. Yeah, you haven't talked to any girls since the whole Cho thing, Ron. I talked to girls, Harry said defensively. Barely. Fred and George sauntered into the room, both taking bites out of one of Ginny's massive and almost lethal Christmas biscuits. What are we discussing? Fred asked. Harry's love life. Fascinating. We were not, Harry said fiercely. But while I'm thinking about it, will you two please stop selling Remilda vain love potions? She's been trying to slip me something for weeks, said Harry. Oh, you know her? Yes, she is a persistent one, said George. But Harry, she's a loyal customer, you understand. But we'll stop selling to her. If you tell us who the lucky lady is. No one. Come on Harry, you can tell us. Or, is it a lucky lad? There's nothing wrong with that, Harry. I know. I'm not. It's not like. That's just not. Harry took a deep breath. That's not what I'm into. What are you into, Harry? Ginny asked smoothly, making his heart race. At that exact moment, Lupin and Mr. Weasley passed through the room to take a seat on the edge of the kitchen, able to hear their conversation in the living room, giving an audience to his humiliation. Bloody hell, Harry said, dropping his head into his hands and shaking his head. All we've got to go on is that Cho Chang girl, said Fred. Did you celebrate your 1-year anniversary of your smooch? To which both Fred and George started making kissy faces and smacking noises. But no, George. Ginny told us he ditched her ages ago. So there must be someone new. Who has the chosen one chosen? After all, he's the one who fought off you-know-who with only the power of love. I'm leaving, said Harry, standing up quickly and heading for the stairs. Come back, Harry. Where are you going? The Dursleys. Harry collapsed on the camp bed in Ron's room, skin itchy and exceedingly warm due to the conversation he had just left. He ripped off his Christmas jumper and threw it on the floor in frustration. Once again he tried to convince himself that perhaps this feeling didn't mean what he thought it did. Perhaps it was just that he was protective of her, that she was a part of the family who effectively adopted him. But hearing the way she said, "What are you into, Harry?" sent electric shocks up his spine, rendering his mind numb. That had to mean something. What else could it mean, you idiot? He tried to think back to when he fancied Cho. Did it feel the same that time? He remembered the way his stomach swooped when Cho had spoken to him, or the way she looked the night of the Yule Ball, and she was kind to him when first launching the DA. Of course it did not feel the same. What did he even know about Cho? Or she about him? She never got the chance to tell him anything about herself because she dissolved into a watery mess during each conversation. It was different with Ginny. It was like watching the sunrise. Glowing soft at first but growing ever brighter, illuminating everything around him. Bringing his attention to things he'd never bothered to notice before. Her hair, her freckles, her damn hands with that coiffle. They were just details he'd begun picking up on along the way. But now that he saw them, he couldn't look away. She was warmth and laughter. It was intoxicating. Hearing himself, he groaned and turned over to stuff his face in the pillow. She has a boyfriend. She's your mate's sister. She has a boyfriend. On one hand, Dean was a good bloke. On the other, what the hell did she see in him? Could she joke with Dean like she did with him? Had he noticed how bloody good she was at Quidditch? That she'd got 10 so good that she rarely dropped a pass or missed a goal. Did he notice the smell of her hair? Of course Dean had. He was closer to her hair every day than he, Harry, had ever been. Harry shut his eyes harder. He felt the pain of his glasses driving into the bridge of his nose, but did nothing to alleviate it. He heard a soft knock at the door. Harry. Yeah, come in, his voice croaked. Ginny opened the door and peeked around the door. Oh, are you taking a nap? I just wanted to show you something before you sleep, she said, opening the door further. Harry's mind froze. She stepped into the room, cradling Arnold in her hand, and sat cross-legged in the center of the room. Both of them were silent, Harry at a loss for what to say or do. Suddenly a soft melodic tune was coming from Arnold, sounding uncannily like A Cauldron of Hot Strong Love by Celestina Warbeck. Ginny's face split into a wide grin. Luna always told me that they were known to sing on Boxing Day. She started humming along to the tune. She lowered Arnold gently to the floor and he started rolling around the room, happily emitting his music. I've been watching him all day, waiting to see if he actually would. Harry crawled off his bed and lowered himself to the floor. Cool, he smiled as Arnold rolled around him, and tickled the skin on his hand. Arnold's song continued to grow louder. Can we teach him a different song, though? You reckon? No, this is my favorite song now. She shook her head, making wisps of hair fall out of her long braid. She began softly singing the lyrics and swaying side to side. Oi, said Ron, entering his room. What the bloody hell are you doing up here? Rude. This is my room. Due to the loud interruption, Arnold stopped singing and quickly rolled back into Ginny's hand. She propped him on her shoulder, stuck her tongue out at Ron and left the room. That thing gives me the creeps, said Ron, collapsing on his own bed. Harry couldn't help feeling slightly more cheerful. Even if he did have A Cauldron of Hot Strong Love stuck in his head for the rest of the day. Harry was acting strange. Quiet and jumpy, she was used to. But that typically accompanied a brooding, isolating, and irritable Harry. Very different from last year, however, he seemed generally cheerful. He even joined her, Fred and George in slipping Weasley Wizard Wheez's products to Ron. She'd found it endearing when she caught him staring and appreciating her family's magical Christmas decorations, enchanted snowy scenes in ornaments, present wrappings that hexed snooping hands, and candy canes that changed colors as they were consumed. But then she'd say something to him, or do something and it'd set him off, clamming up and making an excuse to leave the room. It was odd. She realized that they'd barely spent much time together since the summer holidays. Why this felt strange, she didn't know. It wasn't like they ever really hung out at school before. And now, when they were surrounded by the rest of the Quidditch team, or sharing quick greetings in the halls of Hogwarts. Hating to admit it to herself, being generally sensitive to anything involving Harry. She did miss the days of 2A-side Quidditch. Of picnics spent lounging in the warm summer sun with him, Ron, and Hermione. Joking and laughing, in a shared attempt to distract Harry from what happened in the Department of Mysteries. But, she reasoned, that was due to feeling that she'd finally been inducted into their group. Those perfect days, void of Harry, Ron, Hermione whispered conversations. No plans. Just free, sunlit, untarnished days. On the last day of Christmas break, Mrs. Weasley sent Harry, Ron and Ginny into the garden, grumbling with the task of having to weed out the overgrown collection of Chinese chomping cabbages, which had been decimating the Weasleys' already modest carrot patch. Why is everything we own rubbish? Ron asked, kicking the ground and observing the frozen, snow-capped leaves of snarling cabbages. I bet Cormac doesn't have to do this on his holiday. Ron, quit complaining, snapped Ginny. In a few months you'll be able to do this with magic. Yeah. His face brightened at the thought of it. Did you see that there's going to be a Hogsmeade weekend for my birthday? I'm sure McGonagall chose that weekend especially for you, Ron, she said, rolling her eyes at Harry behind Ron's back. I'll be able to use magic while I'm there. Maybe we can go through every shop, get a little something from each, Ron said dreamily, but then seemed to be UCK once again by his financial state that surely would not support such a plan. I'll go anywhere that's not Madame Puddifoot's, muttered Harry. And why not, Harry? I hear the coffee is so good, it'll make your eyes water. Ginny grinned devilishly, earning a scathing look from Harry. Ron laughed and commenced attacking the hard ground with a spade. And what are you laughing at, Ron? You can't tell me Lav hasn't been begging to go there for a snog. Ron spluttered. Hold on, have you been there? Michael was planning to take me last year. Luckily Angelina got me out of it with that wretched Quidditch practice. But I suppose I have Harry to thank. Getting banned from the team. Attacking Malfoy. Insulting Umbridge. All that. Cheers. Ron. Came Mrs. Weasley's bellowing voice from the back door of the burrow. Do I look like your house elf? Come get your things from this laundry room right this. Yes, Mum, he yelled back, hearing the door slam behind his mother. Bloody hell, I can't wait to use magic. He muttered, scrambling to his feet and slumped back to the house. Harry and Ginny were left alone to finish the pruning. She was about to comment that even if Ron could use magic, the laws of basic hygiene and cleanliness would likely still elude him. But before she could, Harry asked, So, how's your 5th year? She was taken pleasantly aback by his question. Harry wasn't normally one to actively engage in conversation. Bloody tough. But, better than my first year. I don't know how you three did it all, the DA, fighting Umbridge, and studying for OWLs. Don't forget Angelina's Quidditch practices, said Harry. Right, I couldn't get through this year without Quidditch. Having a fly after classes is such a relief, Harry finished. Yeah, she agreed pleasantly. You put a great team together this year, there's only been a few practices that I had to carry the team. Thanks, Harry snorted. But you're easily the best on the team. He now said intently on the cabbage he was yanking out. Thanks, Dean says it as well. But sometimes I think he'll say anything to agree with me. Well, except for at old Sluggy's party, Ginny trailed off. Internally kicking herself for saying it. Feeling suddenly vulnerable, she realized that she'd revealed more than intended. As her own personal rule, she never divulged more details than absolutely necessary. Or, really, anything involving her personal life. She'd learned the hardest possible way that the more people knew, the more power they had over her. As if attaching herself on puppet strings. For better or worse, she had accepted this about herself. Despite the stinging truth that it was yet another after effect of Tom. The other girls in her year had long since learned never to ask her prying questions. Not unless they wished to receive a snappy retort followed by a mild personal insult. They never bothered to engage Ginny anymore in the nightly relationship chatter of hair, clothes and crushes. But she didn't mind. She had Hermione for those things. And Fred and George for most everything else. Harry, however, didn't say anything in response to her comment. He simply looked at Art curiously over the jostling green leaves of the cabbages, as if inviting her to speak further or not. She got the sense he would be okay with it either way. Perhaps he could be an exception. We just got in a tiff. I dunno exactly what happened. Everything was fine and then suddenly he was all upset that I hadn't gone out of my way to introduce him to Gwenog. Hermione reckons he felt ignored. But I mean, it's Gwenog Jones. We talked all of 30 seconds. I wasn't exactly thinking straight. I was so pleased to have met her. Then I turn around and Dean has his knickers in a twist. Upset that I didn't introduce the two of them. Utter rubbish. I mean, who gets upset by that? She inhaled a deep breath, still feeling foolish. Maybe Harry didn't care. Maybe she'd said too much. Worse, maybe he'd tell her she was wrong. That she had no reason, or no right to be upset and confused. I've never really had that problem, he said, pointing to his scar. Right, Ginny let out the breath she'd been holding with a small laugh. She probably asked you for an autograph. Sort of demanded it, actually. She was a bit brusque. That's a beater for you. Yeah, and what are Seekers like? Temperamental, her eyes sparkled. I think you're confusing them with Gryffindor keepers, he said. The unexpected slight at his best friend made her laugh again. Shaking her head in loving exasperation with her brother, she said. Oh Ron, I'm telling him you said that. You do, and Gryffindor loses the cup. Damn, Potter, she whistled. Brave and brains. She thought she could make out the hint of a blush across his cheeks. But it could have just been the cold air. And chasers? He asked. Oh, let me think, she said, pursing her lips and gazing up at the sky to settle on a fitting description. Vivacious. Must think a lot of yourself, he said, eyes bright. But I guess I could agree there. Had to be. Have you seen all the brothers I got to compete with? My dad was a chaser. Really? Ginny said, even though she knew very well that James Potter was a chaser. She'd done her homework her first year of Hogwarts in the throes of her childhood crush with the boy who lived. Maybe that's why Snape hates you so much. Jealous of your Quidditch talent. Flying around on your brooms, as if you own the castle and the very air we breathe. Arrogant to the last, the pair of you. Snape's not completely wrong. Harry shrugged. Her head snapped up so fast, she felt a crick in her neck. What base treason was this? Agreeing with Snape, he chewed on his bottom lip and took a moment to think before explaining. During occlumency lessons, I accidentally saw Snape's memories. Of my dad. He was sort of roughing Snape up a bit, bullying him. Harry proceeded to tell her the rest of the memory. How Lily had intervened and Snape called her mudblood. That his parents had argued over it. How he had asked Sirius and Lupin about the encounter, looking for reassurance that his dad was a good person. She hadn't heard him talk like this before. Like she imagined he spoke to Ron and Hermione. But when I asked Sirius about the argument between my parents, he said they fell in love during their 7th year. When they were both head boy and girl. Wait, both of your parents were heads. Yeah, blimey. Doesn't bode well for you, does it, Potter? Maybe you can't be a head if you're captain, he grinned. Yes, you can. And anyway, what makes you think you'll be captain next year? You just admitted that I'm the best on the team. I take it back, he grinned. You can't. I already reported it to the Daily Prophet. It'll be in the Prince tomorrow. Harry Potter admits defeat to small red head. His grin grew wider. Their eyes lingered on each other for a brief moment. He startled and fell back. Clutching his hand. Scratch that, chosen one wounded by dangerous Chinese chomping cabbage. Does the wizarding world even stand a chance? They both laughed, but Harry grew silent. Nursing his bleeding finger. Well, if I were Hermione I dunno how I'd get through Snape's classes. What do you mean? When you told Hermione, I'm sure she was upset. About Snape saying, mudblood. Oh, I didn't tell her, or Ron. Oh. An odd satisfaction washed over Ginny, realizing that Harry had just revealed something so personal. Something that he hadn't even shared with his two best friends. That's actually what I was thinking about when you found me in the library last year. You know, when I wanted to talk to Sirius. I suppose if I hadn't spoken to him about it then, I would have never really known. I mean, maybe from Lupin, but not serious. His finger had apparently stopped bleeding. He stood up and peered down at her with a serious expression. So, thank you. Anytime, said Ginny. He helped her to her feet and they surveyed their work. Finally enough of a separation was established to keep the carrot patch safe from intruding cabbages. They began gathering the discarded leaves and carefully managing the gnawing heads. Together, stuffing remains of the Chinese chomping cabbages in a burlap sack for keeping until her dad could get to Diagon Alley to sell them. He was a great man, Harry, she said, giving him a quick pat on the shoulder. He nodded in appreciation. Gave me my first alcoholic drink. Harry barked a laugh, but still cleared his throat of emotion. Together they lifted the bag full of discarded cabbages and walked to deposit the bag in the garden shed. Yeah, I still wish I could talk to him sometimes. It just feels like things have changed since then, or like I've changed, I dunno. Yeah, it's as they said about Tonks. When you love someone, your Patronus changes. Or you have a complimentary one, I guess. Right. What's yours again? A horse. Nice. The moment had come. The moment that stood looming over her entire Christmas holiday, but that she chose to ignore. The conversation with Dean. Ginny was no stranger to arguing. In fact, she was good at it. As arguing goes. She'd grown up in a house full of mouthy boys and a mother who could rival them all. After verbal confrontations is a Weasley, you learn to simply move on. No grand resolutions necessary. Everyone loved everyone. Simple as that. Nothing could be said that would put that irrefutable fact into question. Words, in any octave, meant love. An icy chill ran through her. Except for Percy's. But the Dean conversation was completely different. This was an argue-talk-resolve conversation. A relationship conversation. Something she didn't even bother with for Michael. She had no idea what to expect. What's the hold-up? Ron asked. They'd rounded the last corner leading to the fat lady's portrait. Without meaning to or realizing it, Ginny had PPED in her tracks and clutched the strap of her traveler's bag. Nothing, she said miserably. She slowly marched the length of the hall behind Ron and Harry. The memory of her and Dean's argument playing for the 700th time in her mind. Ginny, my dear girl, bellowed Slughorn as he waddled towards them. Come, you must reconnect with Gwynog. Ginny and Dean followed him to the buffet table, laden with festive Christmas-themed snacks and refreshments. Gwynog, this is the young Quidditch player you met at my last party. Do you remember? Ginny Weasley, announcing her name as if she'd scored a match-winning goal. Gwynog Jones was an impressive dark-skinned woman, standing several inches above Ginny and Slughorn. She was built like a beater. Broad shoulders, muscular neck, and defined forearms. When shaking her hand, Ginny felt the coarse calluses the beater's bat had left there. It's just wonderful to meet you again, Miss Jones, she said earnestly. You as well, said Gwynog succinctly and a curt nod. The group fell into a lingering awkwardness. No one was sure who should talk next. So I've been considering trying out for professional Quidditch, Ginny blurted into the void. Gwynog's eyebrows shot up, and Slughorn, who already had an impressive rosy red glow on his cheeks, looked delighted at the news. You don't say. Gwynog, what advice do you have for the girl? He clapped Gwynog on the shoulder, making her cocktail slosh dangerously. She hummed for a moment, appearing to size Ginny up. What position? Chaser. Ginny had apparently earned a cursory approval, for Gwynog continued. Give it your best during every match. I have been known to come to several Hogwarts matches when considering a recruit. And you'll need to attend tryouts after you finish school. Okay, how do I? And you should also be aware that I will contact each of your captains for a short interview about you. To ensure that you are someone we would want on the team. Of course, when does. Additionally, prepare yourself that there are a lot of impressive female athletes on the Harpies and other professional teams. Some of us have stayed on the team despite years of new competition. When you are ready, you may contact me here, my information is on the back, she finished with a grand gesture, pulling out a card with her business information from her violet robes. Ginny took the card, cradling it as if it were a precious gem. Because it certainly looked like one. It was a dark green, shimmering even in the low-lit party, emblazoned with canary yellow writing. Gwynog Jones, Captain of the Holyhead Harpies. Go Harpies! Without waiting for a response, she turned toward the drink table to refill her glass. Slughorn looked positively pleased with himself. Wonderful. Just marvelous. That is why I host these parties, he said, tapping his nose. Without another word he toddled away unsteadily, hunting for his next networking opportunity. Dean stood over her shoulder with a wide smile. I didn't know you wanted to go pro, he said. Ginny beamed and felt uncharacteristically giddy. She made a concerted effort to tuck the card safely in her handbag. It's just been something I've been thinking about. That's brilliant, Ginny, he encouraged. Thanks, Dean. We will see. It's the first time I even told anyone. And I can't believe it was Gwenog John's. Ginny peered back at her over her shoulder, admiring the way Gwenog carried herself as she weaved through the crowd of the party. Ginny bounced on her feet and took a swig of her too-sweet cranberry drink. Her eyes roved over the other guests of the party. It was Christmas, she thought gleefully. She'd had the best term she could remember. Full marks. Quidditch practice. And now meeting Gwenog Jones. The Gwenog Jones. She smiled into her cup as she took another sip. Life at Hogwarts had always been so hard. After Tom, it took everything she had to catch up to classmates. Struggling to mock friends when she didn't even know herself after the chamber. But now, she'd caught up. Now, she had friends. And a perfectly pleasant boyfriend. So perhaps, just maybe, her last 3 years could be different. I just wish you had introduced me, said Dean. What? Ginny asked, rudely taken out of her shining moment. To Gwenog, I just think it would have been polite to introduce me as well, he said, ruining everything. Ginny shook her head slightly, as if to ward off an annoying fly. Dean, were you there? She didn't let me get a word in. Ginny's eyes narrowed. And you're upset that I didn't introduce you. Frustration boiled up from the pit of her stomach. What a ridiculously stupid reason to be upset. Well, I like Quidditch too. It would have been cool to connect with her. And what if I wanted to go pro as well? You want to be a professional Quidditch player? She asked, incredulous. Well, no, but what if I had? He countered. You've been on the team for 1 whole term, she seethed. And on a technicality at that. So you're saying if I was better at Quidditch, then you'd introduce me to her? No, I'm saying that I barely spoke to her. And it's ridiculous that you see. Old want me to prioritize introducing you as my boyfriend. Ridiculous, is it, to ask you to prioritize me as your boyfriend? What? She asked, rounding on him. You're twisting my words, and you know it. But that's just the problem. Isn't it, Ginny? We've been dating for months now. Yet still I don't feel like you really see me as your actual boyfriend. Of course I do. Or is there another reason I'd be snogging you all over the castle? We haven't had a proper snog in weeks, he muttered. What did you just say? She said in a deathly whisper. She placed her drink down on the table and crossed her arms. Seeing his mistake, Dean made to backtrack. Ginny, that's not what I meant. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said it. But I have to admit that after all this time, I would have thought we'd feel more like a couple. Like you'd confide in me more or, blimey, I don't know, that you'd want to know more about me too. Well, if it's just a good shag you want, then why didn't you say something? We could have skipped the whole effort of being in this relationship and just. Ginny, stop. I am not with you just for that. Now you're twisting my words. They stood at an impasse. Ginny fumed, feeling the sharp accusation of, you're not open enough. And Dean glowered down at her. She could tell that he was offended by her suggesting that he was only with her for their physical relationship. But she didn't care. He'd ruined a perfectly good night at the end of a perfectly good term. And now, was no longer a perfectly pleasant boyfriend. Dean retrieved her glass and held it out to her as a peace offering. Look, Ginny, do you just want to forget it and go back to the... Yeah, you can forget it, Dean. Good night. She turned on her heel and left him standing there, clutching 2 glasses. Dean had sent no letter over holiday. His gift was sweet, a small pendant necklace with a quaffle hanging from a silver chain. With only a note attached that asked her to meet him when she returned to the castle. Now it was time to face him. Kicking herself, she realized that she should have prepared for this moment. All of the Christmas holidays, she could have thought up what to say at this moment. But no, she had ignored it all, hadn't she? She found him. He was sitting with Seamus at one of the tables in the common room. Her feet suddenly felt very heavy. As she approached, Simu's expression turned sour and he nudged Dean's arm. "Hey Dean, fancy taking a walk?" she said with forced excitement. "Hey Ginny, yeah of course," he said, and stood up to follow her. "Careful not to slip on any ice, Ginny. Wouldn't want it to ruin your chances at a long Quidditch career," Seamus said. "Thank you for your concern, Seamus. But just think, with me injured you'd finally get a shot at being on the team," she retorted, laden with mock sweetness. Seamus' face settled into a deep scowl. She took Dean's hand and led them out of the common room. They walked slowly, unsure of exactly where they were going. To add insult to awkwardness, she suddenly had a flashback to when they'd first started dating. How she used to wrap her right arm around his bicep and elbow. Then with her left hand, she'd lace her fingers through his. It was impossible to walk straight like that. But at the time it felt so nice to lean against his tall frame. Those early weeks, it was so simple. She was excited about him. About their summer of exchanging flirty letters and finally getting to know each other in person. September back at Hogwarts was by far the best period of their relationship. She loved the feeling of being his girlfriend. Being cared for. He liked to wrap her up in his large, long arms. It made her feel safe and protected. She'd never had that with Michael. She'd never felt so girly in her entire life. He held her close when they were with his friends, Seamus, Parvati, and Lavender. All of the shine started to tarnish after a few weeks. Dean's physical touches started to feel clingy. Overly proper and painfully conscientious. It soon made her feel delicate, and restricted somehow. He acted like she'd break into tiny pieces at the wrong pressure of touch. Or if something didn't go her way, he worried she'd be upset. His friends started to get annoying too. They seemed to think that they were above it all, passing judgments from a place of clandestine seniority. No wonder they weren't close with Ron, Hermione and Harry. However closed off those three were, they were never aloof. For Dean's part, Ginny also noticed that he started to get uncomfortable with her jokes. Especially the rude ones that seemed to tumble out of her mouth involuntarily. Growing up around 6 older brothers in a place called the Burrow did not exactly lend itself to posh, ladylike manners of civility. All of their original newness had rekindled when he joined the Quidditch team. It was a relief for them to have something to talk about again. Flying had preserved their relationship. However, it didn't take long for her to get annoyed whenever he'd chuck a poor pass. Or when he'd fumble the quaffle, letting it slip between his fingers. And why didn't he bother to practice until he got it right? He seemed to slough it off, as if Quidditch wasn't meant to be taken seriously. This all rattled through her mind as they continued to walk aimlessly, wordlessly through Hogwarts' frigid halls. She willed herself to reach out and grab his arm, just like she used to. She knew he'd recognize the gesture and that'd make this all a little easier. But as much as she wanted to, her hand just wouldn't obey. "How was your holiday?" he finally asked. "All right. Nothing too eventful. Other than my brother Percy trying to crash Christmas. We don't get along with him too well now. It's been a lot for Mum." "Why'd he try to crash then?" "Trying to make up with everyone." "No, it was just his ploy with the Minister of Magic to come and spy on the Chosen One," she said with air quotes. "Right, was it weird having him there over the holidays?" "Harry. No, why would that be weird? He spends every break at the Burrow." "Oh, yeah. Why, though? Doesn't he have anywhere else to go? He doesn't get on with his aunt and uncle." "Wait, surely you'd know that. Sharing a dorm for all these years." "Truthfully, I don't know much about him. Doesn't say much, other than when he sleeps." "Yeah, I wonder if his nightmares are better this year," she said. "How do you know he has nightmares?" "He told me," Ginny said. This conversation was getting dangerously close to topics she'd rather avoid. "Dean, what's this about? Why are we talking about Harry?" "I dunno, just forget it." "What, do you have a problem with Harry?" No, not at all. It just seems like you're all really close." "Okay, and that bothers you?" "I dunno. It just feels odd. Doesn't feel normal." "Well, his life isn't normal, is it?" she said, trying not to sound too defensive. "No, I suppose not. But is it wrong to Shush, my girlfriend wasn't in the thick of it." "In the thick of it? You mean fighting against you-know-who in his blood status genocide?" Dean sighed. "Forget I said anything. I seem to remember you were in the DA last year too, Dean. You're absolutely right. I'm on the good side too, Ginny. Trying her best to remain calm despite the conversation going wildly off topic, Ginny straightened up and took a deep breath. Look, there's just a lot going on in the entire wizarding world right now. Harry is sort of at the center of it. And by extension, so is my family. That's not my fault. Or his. It's just, we're the only family he's got. Dean refused to look at her, but busied himself inspecting the portraits around them. His jaw was set forward. Dean, I'm sorry, Ginny said at last. What are you sorry for? He said, as if challenging her. Hermione brought to my attention that I may have reacted unfairly or too quickly at Slughorn's party. You should be able to tell me what bothers you without me storming off. All I was saying was that it would be cool to have met her, he said. I didn't see why you'd get angry at that. I was talking with my childhood idol, it's not like I was thinking clearly, she shot back. Then, seeing the look on his face, she inhaled through her nose and valiantly attempted to remain calm. But if we meet her again, I promise, I'll introduce you. It's not just that, Ginny. It's like you don't acknowledge me when we're around other people. Like you're more interested in what others have to say. You never look at me or try to involve me. Especially not with the Quidditch team. I didn't know you felt like that. Why haven't you told me before? I'm telling you now. I didn't realize I did that, she said, trying to think back to Quidditch practices. But the first image that flashed in her mind was watching Harry explain certain plays with moving figurines, or the image of the team huddled around while laughing to her taking the mickey out of Ron. If she was completely honest, she couldn't even remember where Dean had been sitting either time. Sometimes, Ginny, if I'm being honest, it feels like you don't want me around. Or I'm not interesting to you, he said. Oh, she started but was cut off. Look, you don't have to feel the need to explain yourself. It's just what I've noticed, he said dejectedly. You're one of the most popular girls in school now. You're beautiful, and confident, brave, and fucking hilarious. I really thought we had something last term. When we're alone, we get on brilliantly. That always made me feel really secure in us. But when things happen, like with Gwynog Jones, it just makes me feel like you don't see me. It was Ginny's turn to avoid his gaze. She felt her cheeks burn with a mixture of guilt and angry frustration. Guilt that she'd made someone she cares about feel this way. And frustration that he'd been harboring all this in for what seemed like months. How could someone go so long without sharing how they felt? I don't know, I'm not sure of what to say, Ginny said, pulling her coat firmly around her. She was rocked to the side by a strong gust of cold winter wind. Do you still want to be with me? He asked pointedly. He was looking straight at her. At once he seemed vulnerable with his soft and white eyes, yet the way he stood felt like a confrontation. Finally the Slughorn argument made more sense. Hermione was right, of course, he seemed insecure. Which annoyed Ginny to no end. But looking in his dark eyes felt like warmth and comfort. It made her feel like acting hot chocolate and curling into a ball on a cough somewhere. It sounded like he simply wanted more attention. And if it was solely more attention he needed to bring them back to those first few weeks of the relationship. That's something she reckoned she could try. Yes, she said. Yes, I do. I still like you, Dean. He let out a breath he'd been holding and smiled. I like you too, Ginny. He closed the gap between them and swept her up into a hug. Hesitantly, he leaned down and gave her a small, quick kiss. Let's forget it happened. I want to go back to how things felt in the beginning. Simple, easy, fun, he said. He ran his hand through her hair, tucking a loose strand behind her ear. I'll try to be less sensitive, I promise. No, it's fine. This is my first long-term relationship. With Michael it wasn't, we weren't, well, I didn't know him as well as I know you, she finished lamely. Dean smirked, well I would like to know you more. Ginny smiled and gently pushed him in the arm. Not here. It's fucking freezing, she said. Finally, she got her arm to wrap around his and she led him back to the common room. They walked quickly, chatting about his time with family back in the Muggle world. Ginny only half listened. Just before making the last turn to the corridor with the fat lady, he stopped her. Ginny, I do want to let it all go. I really do. I care about you so much, he said, taking her hands in his. You're my first serious girlfriend. And I want to do it right. She nodded. I do too. He leaned down and kissed her again for several long moments. Gee. Innie felt flushed with relief as he pushed her gently against the cold stone wall. Maybe all the awkwardness and tension would dissipate now. They could just move on. But some part of her also couldn't help but feel sad. For all their hopes that they could return to how it had been before, she knew something had been lost. The new relationship glow had been snuffed out. It felt like something fundamental had been lost between them. Like that time that they'd fumbled a pass of the quaffle, and couldn't quite trust each other for the rest of practice. But it was nice to be back on speaking terms. The evening before classes began, Hermione decided to go over to the fifth-year girls' dormitory to see if Ginny was there. Peeking around the corner, she spotted her friend. Her bright red hair was down, nearly blending with the curtains of her four-poster bed. She sat cross-legged, back against the headboard of her bed, looking casually comfortable while bent forward reading Quidditch Times. Hey Ginny, Hermione said, scooting up on the edge of her bed. Hey, she said brightly, closing the magazine and tossing it on her bedside table. How was your Christmas? Not the worst, as they go. Better than last year, anyway. Apart from having to share a room with Fleur, she said, sticking her tongue out and crossing her eyes. Good grief. How did you manage the vanity? Oh, don't worry, shish. Didn't spend too many nights in my room. Ginny winked and both girls sniggered. Hermione dropped her voice to a whisper. Your mum didn't mind her sleeping with Bill. Mum would have gone batty if she'd had a clue. Hermione's mouth dropped open in shock. Ginny continued, I actually respected her gumption, sneaking around under Mum's nose. Plus it came with the added benefit that Bill now owes me one for keeping quiet about it. The boys were still tripping over themselves about her, of course. They both rolled their eyes exaggeratedly. I wish they'd just give it up. Especially as Ronald's gone and got himself a girlfriend now. Right. It's Vila magic, though, isn't it? I suppose. Harry seemed a bit off the entire time, said Ginny, clearly trying to steer the subject elsewhere. Yeah, he's gotten rather obsessed with Malfoy, Hermione explained. He's convinced Malfoy's a Death Eater. He's started tailing him all over the castle. You don't think it's true? The evidence is minimal. It's just like Harry to get fixated on something like this. Particularly with Malfoy. Maybe that was it. Anyway, how was your break? Pretty boring. Always quiet at my parents' house. They don't really get what's going on in the wizarding community, which makes it hard to talk to them sometimes. Don't want to worry them, though, do I? Hermione said with a shrug. Did you talk to Dean earlier? Yeah, happy to say after a long, grueling, and particularly painful heart-to-heart, things are back to normal, said Ginny, sounding exhausted as if she'd just run a marathon. Glad you worked it out, Hermione said. Did he say what was really bothering him? You were right, of course. Some nonsense about feeling like I don't pay him enough attention. Bit pathetic, really. Ginny took a steadying breath, as if to reset herself. But he's so kind and sweet. On the whole, I do still like him. He said he'd try to be less sensitive. I said I'd try to include him more. Hermione would ponder this response for the next several days. Privately, she agreed that Ginny never did seem to pay him much mind. And when she did, she made it seem like an obligation. None of them had much experience with relationships. But Hermione personally felt that a couple who had been together as long as Ginny and Dean had would be more on the same page. However, she decided this was not the time to push the issue. So Hermione simply added, he's always been a good person. Ginny nodded absent-mindedly and began rubbing her hands over her pillowcase, watching the wrinkles and folds vanish with her pressure. So about your study schedule this term, Hermione started. Hermione, Ginny groaned. Hermione packed up her bag 2 minutes before the bell rang to release them from Charms that Friday afternoon. Having finished the assigned spellwork half an hour ago, she had spent the rest of class reading the chapter for next week's lessons. As soon as the bell sounded, she rushed out the door, hoping to avoid speaking to anyone in her class. She had almost reached the fat lady's portrait when she ran into Ginny, coming out for dinner. Hey, coming back from the library? She asked. No, just got out of Charms. Several other Gryffindors rounded the corner, chatting animatedly about the weekend. Harry saw the two of them and stopped to speak with them. Hey Ginny, you two want to head down to dinner? he asked brightly. Hermione looked pointedly in the other direction and crossed her arms. What, you're ignoring me now too? He asked, looking deflated, and waited for her reply. But she merely raised her chin ever higher and continued looking at the stonework of the corridor wall. That's really mature, Hermione. If it's maturity that you're looking for, I think you'll have better luck sitting with one, she said. Harry rolled his eyes. Really? You're going to make me sit with them? I couldn't care less who you sit with, Hermione spat. Fine, then, Harry retorted, pulling a face of distaste. He made to leave, but before he did, he turned to Ginny. His expression softened and asked, how's your first week back, Ginny? Rubbish. All the professors are on about OWLs like it's the end times. Makes it difficult to focus on what really matters, like Quidditch. Hermione scoffed and tapped her foot. Wish I could say it gets better. But they just seem to get louder about it as the semester goes on. It could be worse, though. At least there's no school tyrant of the toad variety, Ginny joked. Oh come off it, you don't miss her even a little bit. He said. Only when I'm looking for target practice with my silent eye daggers. I thought that's why they kept Slytherin house. No, that's just so they don't go off and found their own school. See? Old Tom Riddle's institution for fucked up pie-shoppeths. Harry snorted with laughter, and despite herself, Hermione's mouth upturned into a smile. Who's Tom Riddle? Dean had approached without any of their notice. Oh, he's Ginny trailed off and squinted up at the ceiling as if hoping the answer would fall from the ceiling. Harry had stopped smiling and was now observing Dean and Ginny with a curious expression. Dean waited patiently for an explanation, but the pause stretched into a painful awkwardness. I'll be going then. See you later, Hermione, said Harry, emphasizing her name. He disappeared quickly into the portrait hole, once again leaving Hermione with Ginny and Dean in a standoff. Hermione decided to remain stony-faced and mute, not wanting to follow Harry and risk running into him or Ron. Who's Tom Riddle? Ginny asked Dean again with more emphasis. He's well, he's you-know-who, Ginny said simply. Oh, I thought his name was Volume. It was his name before. When he was a student here. She explained, saving him from the pain of stumbling through saying the name, Voldemort. Weird, he said, as if considering an interesting piece of trivia. Well, want to have dinner? I said I'd sit with Hermione. She's alone this evening. Sorry. I'll see you back in the common room. Dean looked disappointed but leaned down to kiss her goodbye. Hermione and Ginny stood in the chilled corridor for a few minutes, waiting for Dean to disappear through the portrait hole. You haven't told Dean about the diary? Hermione whispered, and the two began walking slowly to dinner. No, it never came up. Ginny shrugged. Did you want to put your stuff inside, or? Hermione quickly shook her head no. But Ginny, that was a really major part of your life, she insisted. Right. Well, it's not exactly easy to say, hey, Dean. You remember my first year where I nearly died? That was because I spent months writing in a diary that secretly contained the soul of the most evil dark wizard of our time. And every time I wrote in it, he was slowly possessing me and sucking out my life force for his own. It's not easy, I'm sure. But shouldn't that be the type of thing a boyfriend should know? Right, and also, you know Harry Potter. The one you think is weirdly close to me and my family. He's the one that came to save me. He skewered a giant snake with the fucking sword of Gryffindor. Stabbed the heart of the diary/spirit thingy. And then revived me back to life. All while risking his own like the git of hero he is. Wait, Dean thinks you're close with Harry? Hermione asked. This resulted in Ginny shutting her mouth, reminding Hermione inexplicably of a goldfish. Her friend had turned a shade of pink that she hadn't seen in a while. So Hermione gave her a little shove to encourage her to speak. Yeah, well Harry isn't he? He's close to my family, said Ginny safely. Yes, but Dean specifically mentioned that you and Harry were close. The two of you. What was the context? We were just talking about how Harry stays at the Burrow during the holidays, it was no big deal. Ginny had still not made eye contact with her. The pink tinge had now reached her neck. And, Hermione, can you lay off me? I don't want to talk about this, okay? Did you and Harry speak over Christmas break? Well, he was there, wasn't he? You know what I mean, Hermione insisted. Really, please, can we not talk about this? It was nothing. Dean just thought it was odd. And it's not a secret that I have acquired the power of speech around Harry. We're friends. And Dean wasn't even insinuating anything like that. She appeared flustered, once again shutting her mouth. Okay, we don't have to talk about it, said Hermione. And she really did try to keep herself quiet. But she couldn't resist asking, what did you and Harry talk about? As friends. Ginny rolled her eyes. Arnold sang on Boxing Day, so I showed him. And the day before we came back, we worked in the garden. He asked me how the year's going. We talked a bit about Slughorn's party and the party where you fought with your boyfriend. Yes, Hermione. Blimey, you should have been on the inquisitorial squad, she said with a huff. Did you talk about Dean? A bit, yeah, said Ginny. And he listened, like a good friend. Hermione took in this information with great interest. Of course, she knew Ginny had become much more herself around Harry. At times, like at breakfast before they left for break, it even felt like the two were flirting. And she had a passing curiosity as to why Harry had chosen to ask Luna to Slughorn's party. Yet, she was also distracted with Ron. She hadn't given it a second thought. She decided to keep a closer eye out. Being an early rise was not her intention those first weeks of term. She was just finding it difficult to sleep. Thoughts in the first waking hours of drifting in and out of consciousness were the hardest to control. Graviting images of Ron and Lavender in various states of embrace. Or, even more aggravating still, images of she, Hermione, and Ron in those same embraces. Before the Ginny outburst, it had seemed she and Ron were finally getting close to that possibility. Maybe if they'd gone to Slughorn's party together. But now, not even their friendship was left. It was like watching her favorite book slowly fall apart. Out of its binding. Something was being slowly lost or otherwise permanently changed, and she didn't see how it would ever be reset. How could she look at Ron the same? After these months of him wrapping his arms around Lavender, making an absolutely spectacle of himself. What did they even have to talk about? Haven't you noticed? They don't. She pushed the pinching thought out of her mind. Sometimes she'd be kept awake piecing together the information from Harry's meetings with Dumbledore. She wished that she could just go with him. If Dumbledore had wanted Harry to share the information with her and Ron, why did he not just allow these to be group meetings? Perhaps if she could go, she'd be able to pick up extra details. Maybe they'd have a better picture of what was going on, instead of relying on Harry's word. Which was very good. But still, she'd seen him space out in History of Magic enough times to believe that an extra pair of eyes wouldn't do any harm. And all this on top of her regular studies. Staying on top of readings, assignments, and asking good questions in classes. The only bright side of being alone more often than not was that she could stay on top of everything. So now, early mornings were spent stoking the fire in the common room, a good book in one hand with an Earl Grey in the other. Or, like this morning, spent having breakfast tea in the Great Hall while catching up on news before most students got out of bed. She sat with several already read newspapers strewn out on the table, when Harry dragged himself down. Hey Hermione, he yawned. She started forcibly buttering a piece of toast. She was still furious at him for what he'd done in potions the other day. Not only getting away with cheating, but being actively praised for it. Look, I know you're not speaking to me. But I just wondered, have you received any invitation to a Slug Club meeting? She shook her head, taking a vicious bite of toast. I was hoping there'd be another so I could ask him about the memory. Bombarding him after class didn't work, did it? She seethed. How irresponsible of Harry. So tactless. Of course it was not going to work. If it was that easy, Dumbledore would have gotten it from Slughorn ages ago. No, you were right, Hermione. I am open to suggestions, you know, he said, failing to hide his annoyance. I'm going to the library today. To see what I can find about Horcruxes. Brilliant. Thanks. I have to say, Harry. What you pulled with that bazaar really was completely unfair. It just goes to show. Look, I've already said I'm sorry. I can't take it back. All right. She decided that it was no use this morning. Wasting energy on convincing him something was off with that Half-Blood Prince book just wasn't worth the effort today. So the two of them sat in silence for the rest of breakfast. Later that day, she rushed down the hall leading to the library. She'd been at lunchtime but had no luck finding any mention of Horcruxes. She took a quick moment to pause, as she always did, to appreciate the feeling of first entering the library. Inhaling deeply. It had a personality, that dense silence. It was at once completely still. Yet held the stories of hundreds, thousands, of books. All new knowledge, things muggles would never know they missed out on. A whole, rich world given to her by pure chance. An hour later, books piled up beside her, Flight Through the Forbidden, Lost Dark Arts and Their Origins, Morgoth's Guide to Magic Most Foul. She'd begun to numb to the foul magic that filled these books. Spells that would turn enemies inside out. Potions that were meant to wipe out the functioning of specific areas of the brain. Normally in circumstances like these, she'd ask Madame Pants to guide her to the correct section. However, of course, this time she could not. A disturbing realization struck her, that young Voldemort, Tom Riddle, would have likely touched some of these pages. Certainly he would have exhausted all resources before making himself vulnerable to ask another human being for answers. A shiver ran through her entire body. She continued to look for an hour afterwards, but it was useless. With each book void of answers, her frustration mounted. Until one book, Magic Most Evil, mentioned Horcruxes just so it could say it would not mention them. Useless. Despite the futility of the book in question, she decided to check it out anyway, earning a look of concern from Madame Pants. Several paces away from the common room, she turned in response to someone calling her name. When she realized it was McLaggen, she hastily tried to reach the portrait hole before he caught up with her. Hermione. It was no use, his abnormally long legs had reached her first. Hello, could you not hear me calling you? Sorry. I was preoccupied with something, she explained. Okay. I wanted to ask you about what happened at the party. She feigned innocence and met his questioning gaze. You completely disappeared. Oh, sorry, I didn't feel well. My ankle. You mean your stomach? Yes, that's what it was. Look, I'm just confused. You asked me to go to Slughorn's party. Yes, I did. Okay. And usually that means you like the person you're asking. It can. Well, he emphasized. What? Do you fancy me? He said a bit too loudly. He took one step closer to her. She backed away. I should have said something before, but I asked us to go as friends. Friends? When you asked me, you seemed like you were flirting with me. Did I? She cringed, remembering exactly how that encounter had gone. Knowing full well that she had been flirting with him. That she had put on an elaborate show to do just that. But had not meant a word of it. Oh Merlin, am I just as bad as Ron? Pretending to like someone I don't. Yes, he said. He kept trying to move closer to her, but she was taking quick steps backwards to avoid him. This is completely ridiculous, she thought. I am literally running away from him and he does not get the hint. You were smiling and all excited. I hadn't thought about you that way before. But you're so clever and you actually are very good looking. I started to think that perhaps you could compliment me well, and you might be someone I could see myself dating. How thoughtful, she said. So are you interested in me, or not? He said. They both stopped moving in response to footsteps coming down the hall. Hermione spun around, grateful for the momentary distraction. Hey Hermione. Cormac, said Neville. He appeared oblivious to the awkwardness of the encounter, but stopped walking when he saw Hermione's pleading eyes. Turning to McLaggen, Hermione quickly said, I'm really sorry, Cormac. I asked us as friends. That's all. Have a good evening. She rushed at Neville, whose eyes had widened in bewilderment. Hermione whispered quietly, quick, let's go, leaving McLaggen fuming in the hall. Once the fat lady's portrait swung closed behind her and Neville, she let out a breath of relief. Everything okay, Hermione? Asked Neville, concerned. Yes, thank you so much for coming by. He cornered me about leaving him at Slughorn's party. Oh, did he seem like he was going to? Neville trailed off, his round face growing red and splotchy. Oh, no, nothing like that. He just is so large and big-headed. Hermione laughed despite herself. Yeah. Neville, thanks for your help. Hermione, I've seen you fight off Death Eaters. I'm positive you could take McLaggen, he said with a warm smile. But I'm happy to help. The first weeks of term passed uneventfully. Wind howled through the castle corridors, causing students to rush between classes to keep warm. Homework quickly piled up for the 5th year's end. Professors consistently put emphasis on the rigors of preparing for OWLs. Their post-holiday calm had swiftly become filled with anxious worries and long nights in the library completing all Aussie GN ments in addition to studying for examinations. The Gryffindors and Ravenclaws shared a transfiguration class. This term they'd begun working on transforming various plants into other forms for use in potion making. Therefore, this required further review of herbology and potions concepts from Ginny's 3rd and 4th year. All the more challenging, Ginny now had to remember the standard uses for each plant variety in addition to Luna's non-traditional uses. Having been friends with Luna for so long, the two distinctions had become muddled in Ginny's mind. As she would be asked to recite ONLY the standard uses during examinations, she doubted it would impress the examiners to recount Luna's theory that a typical application for a calming draft was aiding in the controversial training of self-control in Nifflers. To add to Ginny's frustration, Luna was outperforming her in each lesson. Which normally she didn't mind, but the worried looks from McGonagall had heightened the pressure to perform. Today they were transforming mandrake slices into minuscule pellets for preservation of their potion-making properties. These had to be perfectly condensed with all their original potent psi for use in Slughorn's class later this term. Luna, of course, had finished a vial full of condensed mandrake pellets and now she was looking dreamily out of the window and humming faintly to herself. Meanwhile Ginny was having poor success remembering the exact cross-sectional patterns of mandrake slices. "Ginny, what would you think if I interviewed for the Quidditch commentator position?" Luna asked. "Oh, I didn't know you liked Quidditch, Luna," Ginny replied. "I don't know much about it. But I wouldn't say that I don't like it," said Luna. "And how different is it, really, from pixie spotting?" "Well, for one thing, Quidditch has different positions," Ginny explained as she quickly flipped through her transfiguration text searching for the correct page on pattern recognition in plants. "Perhaps you could teach me more about it." "Sure, Luna," Ginny said kindly. But the amusing picture quickly formed in her mind of Luna wearing the large roaring lion's head while commentating the next match. And it would be a good chance to spend more time outdoors, don't you think? Professor McGonagall had now rounded towards their collection of desks and was inspecting each student's work. "Now, girls, enough talk. You'll need to focus more on those patterns, Miss Weasley. Remember to conceptualize the changes you wish to make prior to casting the spell." "Well done, Miss Lovegood. 5 pounds to Ravenclaw." She strode away with hands clasped behind her back. Luna leaned in and whispered softly so McGonagall couldn't hear. "There's a dark-haired girl in Gryffindor that has ached me several times after Slughorn's party. She's been asking about Harry, wanting to know if he dances as well as he duels." Ginny snorted loudly, earning several raised eyebrows from classmates sitting nearby. "That'll be Remilda Vane," she whispered back. "If she bothers you again, just let me know and I'll stick her with my bat bogey hex." She'd finally found the correct page. Closing her eyes, Ginny attempted to concentrate on the pattern in the book and muttered, "Condensio." Her slice of mandrake shook violently for a moment, paused, and turned hopelessly on its side. Quidditch practice would now be on Mondays, Wednesdays and Thursdays this term. Most evenings, even this early in the term, Ginny felt mentally exhausted upon walking onto the pitch. Despite this, she was pleased to find herself refreshed and energized after having a fly. It was, in her opinion, the best way to end the day. Even with Katie still out, she could see that the team was stronger than it had ever been. Their chances at winning the cup seemed better than ever. She and Dean had also fallen into a respectful rhythm that allowed her to have dinner with him but with a generous amount of time to study afterwards. In the first week of February, it had come time for the 5th-year students to meet for career advising with their heads of house. Her mother had long encouraged her to pursue a career in healing. But Ginny found potions to be hair-splittingly tedious and something for which she had no natural talent. For a long time, she considered something with care of magical creatures. But RLIE informed her that those positions were often hard to come by and usually dangerous when working in the field. She'd have to be willing to spend months or years away from home. Otherwise, she'd be stuck at the ministry. dealing with laws and regulations surrounding creatures, rather than handling actual animals. So now, her wish of becoming a professional chaser had become less of a far-fetched fantasy, and more like the most plausible career choice. If she were to stick with what she was most talented at, it would be Quidditch and charms. Therefore, Quidditch was the first option she offered McGonagall when they sat down for their career counseling meeting. Yes, Miss Weasley, I think that could be possible. Oliver Woods is on the Puddlemore United team, as you know. It's always good to have Gryffindor House represented in the professional league. You really think so? Certainly. However, I'll warn you that they generally have a rigorous screening and selection process. It's not only talent, but hard work. They'll do a thorough personality check to ensure you're someone that would make a good team member. Someone who will stay calm under the pressure of the game and the press. I see. For something like this, it's also who you know. So I'd advise you to bolster any connections you can make within the league. Well, I met Gwynog Jones. Twice. At Professor Slughorn's parties. She's even given me her card, said Ginny as she retrieved the card carefully from inside her bag to show McGonagall. She kept it on her most of the time now, christening it her good luck charm. Loving the way it glinted green and gold in the light, she would take it out to admire it when she felt particularly low-spirited before practice. That is good. And have you sent her a letter yet? I haven't, she said to wait until I was ready to try out, Ginny said, now realizing this might have been a major oversight. I'd advise you to do that sooner rather than later. You don't want her to forget you. Right. Yes, ma'am. Any good organization will still want to see that you've made high marks on both OWLs and NEWTs. However, generally they are more lenient on which subjects they require. Unlike other careers, keep in mind that you'll want to pick subjects that may lead to a good career after the professional league. After, Professor? Ginny asked. Yes, of course. You don't expect to be playing professional Quidditch at my age, do you, Miss Weasley? I certainly couldn't see why not, Professor, Ginny said pleasantly. A twinkle shone in McGonagall's eyes as she peered at Ginny over the top of her clipboard. It is sensible to have a well-thought-out backup plan. In the case of injury, being cut from the team, or having a family. Oh, Ginny felt her face grow warm. Right, you have a long time yet to be thinking about that. And not that that should take you off the team completely. However, it is advisable that you think of what you might do beyond being a professional athlete. Ginny exited McGonagall's office with her head held high and shoulders squared back. In the back of her mind, she could see her own name on a glittering green and gold card. Or it blazoned on the back of a Quidditch kit as she scored a match-winning goal, the crowd going wild as she sped away on a brand new firebolt. She felt for sure that if anyone, McGonagall, would be the one to tell her it was a fanciful dream. Sensible and stern as McGonagall was, Ginny trusted her not to beat around the bush. But in fact, she'd actually encouraged it. Even gave her the added assignment of sending Gwynog Jones and Oliver Wood a letter to begin building her network. It was Ginny's job to build a solid tryouts packet, containing records of matches, performance assessments from captains, reference letters from professors, and a schedule of upcoming matches. She was to give Harry and Angelina Johnson large manila envelopes containing standard captain's assessment sheets. Dear Miss Jones, it was marvelous to meet you again at Slughorn's Christmas party this year. You have been a staple in the Harpies team for years. Your consistency, dedication, and outspoken passion to the sport has been an inspiration to me since I learned to ride a broom after nicking my brother Charlie's clean sweep when I was 7. Your performance against the Tornadoes in the summer of 1991 was especially memorable. The curved trajectory bludger you hit to intercept their attempt at a match-winning shot made history. As I mentioned, it is my intention to pursue a career in professional Quidditch. As a chaser, I have also played as seeker for the Gryffindor team to win the last match of last year's season. Having been a Holyhead Harpies fan for as long as I can remember, I couldn't think of playing for another team. Does the team allow for prospective tryouts to begin shadowing a practice? Thank you and hope you are well. Ginny Weasley. Chaser, Seeker. Go Harpies. Dear Oliver Wood. Hello. You probably do not remember meeting me in person. But you were the Quidditch captain for my brothers Fred and George Weasley. And my friend, Harry Potter. He's the captain now. I'm Ryden. To share my career goal of becoming a professional Quidditch player. Professor McGonagall and I thought it would be a good idea to connect with you and learn more about how you got your spot on Puddlemore United. My position is chaser, but I have plenty of experience as a seeker as well. Last year, I replaced Harry when he and my brothers were banned from Quidditch. I caught the snitch and we won against Ravenclaw. The next Hogsmeade visit is March 1st. Would you happen to be in the village that weekend? If so, would you be willing to meet me and discuss in person? Hope you are well. Ginny Weasley. Harry, can I talk to you for a second? Ginny asked, approaching him after Quidditch practice that day. He was wrestling a bludger back into the trunk. Finally fastening it into the restraints, he withdrew, wiping a bead of sweat off his forehead. Ginny smiled and tossed the quaffle back into the center of the two wrangling bludgers. Yeah, Ginny, what's up? Help me bring this in. He gestured, read towards the trunk containing the Quidditch gear. Wingardium Leviosa. Ginny pointed her wand at the box with a flourish. Work smarter, Potter, she said with a smile. Up. Her clean sweep zoomed into her hand and she began walking to the equipment locker with the trunk levitating in front of her, broom hitched onto her shoulder. Blimey, all these months and you're just now telling me I look stupid carting that in and out of practice, Harry said, summoning his firebolt. Building a bit of muscle never hurt anyone, Ginny replied. Anyway, do you remember in 5th year that McGonagall starts talking to us about careers? Oh, yes, I remember. Umbridge sat in on mine, Harry replied gloomily. Essentially told me I'd become an Auror over her dead body. Sounds like a tempting offer, Ginny said cheekily. With her wand, she lowered the gear trunk onto the floor of the equipment locker and Harry locked it with the captain's keys. So, careers? Harry asked. Right, I've told McGonagall that I'd like to play professional Quidditch. For a moment, Ginny thought perhaps he didn't hear her. His head was tilted faintly to one side and his expression blank. Ginny was just about to repeat herself when a smile started at the corners of his mouth, spreading until it illuminated his face. His eyes lit up as he beamed down at her. That's absolutely fucking brilliant. She'd never seen him smile quite so broadly. The intensity of it was like looking into dragonfire. And feeling the heat of it hit her face, she had to turn away. She headed for the locker room and he fell into step beside her. Thanks. It's a long way off yet, but I figured I should get serious about it now. Well, McGonagall encouraged me to, anyway. And you've met Gwynog Jones. I could send a letter to Wood if you want, I know he plays for Puddlemore United. I already wrote a letter to both, going to drop them at the Ollery after practice, Ginny replied. Borrow Hedwig, will you? She can use a fly, he offered. Really? Thanks, Harry. Course. I'll walk with you up there and say hello to her, he said. So, what was it you needed to tell me? Right. So, I need to put together a tryouts packet. With a load of nice sounding things about me. McGonagall's given me this form. She pulled out the large manila envelope from her bag and handed it to him, that my captains need to complete. I'll be sending one to Angelina as well. Brilliant, he said. When's it due? Not anytime soon. McGonagall suggested the end of term. Enough time to complete the season, but while it's still fresh in your mind. I suppose it would be helpful for you to look over it now so you can, I don't know, look out for things. You should include what you said earlier about me being the best on the team. She smiled and winked at him meaningfully. Harry laughed, message received. On their way up to the Ollery, they discussed the pros and cons of each professional Quidditch team that Ginny would consider trying out for, the players. The team records the chances of one day making the World Cup. But however open-minded she attempted to be, Ginny knew that the Harpies was her first choice. She told Harry so. You'll make the team, I'm sure of it, you're so good. And you're getting better all the time. You've been working so hard and you're so natural and, he was talking fast, but appeared to slow down and trailed off. Sounds like you're saying that I should be the captain. Ginny teased. He rolled his eyes. Over my dead body, Weasley. Well, that doesn't sound so nice. Oh, I've been meaning to ask you. You haven't received an invitation to another one of Slughorn's parties, have you? No, why? I thought you generally avoided them. Am I that obvious? He grinned. Only to me. Quidditch practice during each one. Come on, Harry, she said, nudging him in the side with her elbow. Or were you hoping to ask someone? No, I reckon if there's another one, Hermione and I should just go together. Seeing as neither of us can, get out of them, he finished quickly. But never mind. It's just something to do with Dumbledore's lessons. Ah, yes. The secret private lessons, she said. To which Harry nodded vaguely but did not comment further. They'd now reached the top of the Ollery. Harry scanned the huge assortment of school owls until he found his snowy white owl. Hedwig flew down to greet him, wings flapping enthusiastically, and perched herself on his shoulder. Hey, girl. I know, I'm sorry. You haven't had a proper fly in a while. He repositioned her to his arm and ran a finger over her head. Ginny'll help you with that, she's got a couple letters. Hey, Hedwig. Fancy bringing this letter to Oliver Wood for me. And this one to Gwynog Jones. Hedwig's large round eyes scanned Ginny before giving a long low affirming hoot and held out her leg. Ginny carefully fastened her letter to Hedwig's outstretched leg and whispered, thanks. Harry walked Hedwig over to the window, which framed a view of 1,000 snow-capped trees surrounding the glassy surface of the lake. Harry stroked her feathers several more times, earning a few affectionate nips at his fingers. Before Hedwig lifted off in a great fluttering of wings. They watched until she disappeared over the top ridge of the mountains, under a sky that had turned into a mixture of deep purples and blues. Thanks for that. She hasn't flown much since Sirius, Harry said. No, thank you. She'll make a good impression with Gwynog, I'm sure. Harry cast a heating charm on the icy steps to ensure they did not slip on the way down. Their stomachs both growled in hunger as they walked in comfortable silence back to the dining hall. Just out of curiosity, Ginny started, but then trailed off. Once the words were out of her mouth, she decided better than to ask. But then, she considered, they'd had such a pleasant walk and he was smiling at her so warmly. She plucked up her courage to ask a question that she'd been withholding for months. I only wondered, what do you and Dumbledore meet about? Harry looked as though a ghost had just walked right through him. All warmth from his previous smile faded and he shoved his hands deeper into his pockets. I'm sorry, Ginny. I can't say. Oh, okay. A crushing disappointment rained down on her. She'd been curious about his lessons ever since she'd delivered him the letter from Dumbledore at the beginning of the year. She'd heard he, Ron and Hermione talking about him meeting with Dumbledore, but never specifics. Before now, she'd known better than to ask. Several weeks ago, she would not have dreamed of getting a straight answer from any of them. However, today for some reason, she'd convinced herself that maybe Harry felt he could talk to her. That after he had opened up to her over Christmas, perhaps she could be someone he'd trust. But now the facade of a closer, honest friendship with him came crumbling down in an instant. You have to understand, I can't tell anyone, he said. But Ron and Hermione know. Well, yeah, right. There it was again, that rush of hot embarrassment coiled with anger. A stupid, little girl wanting to be included on adventures with her big brother and his friends. One of which happened to be her best friend. And the other happened to be something she wasn't able to easily describe. How do you explain your relationship with your former crush, turned friend, turned secret-sharing confidant? But he wasn't any of those things now, was he? She considered Harry, Ron and Hermione the people that she was closest to in the world, apart from Fred and George. Yet, there would always be an obvious divide. Harry, Ron, Hermione. Their names, and the people they belonged to, were inseparable. There was no room for a fourth. What if she'd been in Ron's year? What if she and Ron had been twins? Would everything be different? Or would she still be treated as the outcast? Years. It had taken her years to string two words together in front of Harry. And now here he was, talking about his dead godfather and dead parents to her. Letting her use his owl. Walking her throughout the castle. What had she not done to earn his trust? Hadn't she told him about her fight with Dean? Hadn't he told her about Snape's memory of his father? Or maybe it was what she had done. The diary. The chamber. The basilisk. The petrified classmates. The single-handedly bringing to life his worst enemy. She, the naive little girl who unleashed hell on the school. She'd never outlive that, would she? So, what? Just too small and pathetic to understand. Is that it? What? Ginny, no. That's not it at all. She sped up as they neared the great hall, wanting to get away from him. They'd go back to how it was before. That was easier, wasn't it? To not be friends. to keep their secrets to themselves. Ginny, wait, listen, Harry tried to reach for her arm, but she shrugged it off and marched into the dining hall. Her shoes squeaked loudly on the stone floor, announcing her arrival to the other students at dinner. Dean, Seamus, and Pavarti were sitting together in the center of the table. On one end sat Ron and Lavender in a kind of strangled embrace. On the other end and several paces away, Hermione sat alone with her head buried in modern runes of today. Ginny threw her bag beside Dean and sat across from Hermione. Several moments later, Harry lowered himself down on the other end of their friends, facing across from Ron and Lavender. She was satisfied to see that he looked fairly miserable and avoided her glaring looks. And thus, she resolved to end her friendship with Harry Potter. Hermione gave a startled jump when Ginny slammed her bag down with considerable force, given her size. Her cheeks and forehead were deep red under her freckles. Her post-Quidditch hair spilled out of a loose braid in all directions, making her look as if she'd been electrocuted. Here, I saved you a plate. Might want to use a heating charm on it though. It's gotten a bit cold, said Dean, pushing a plate to Ginny. Thanks, she said shortly. What took you so long? He asked. Sent a letter, Ginny said through a mouthful of food. Her face smoldered with a glare that was aimed across the table. Hermione followed its trajectory, landing on Harry. Thinking this was odd, Hermione made a mental note to ask her about it later in private. Oh, okay, Dean said slowly, following Ginny's gaze as well. Anyway, did you see the bulletin? The next Hogsmeade weekend has been cancelled. I was planning to take you on a late Valentine's Day date. But we'll have to think of something else. A great clattering of dishware came from the opposite side of the table. Hermione peered down past Seamus and Parvati to see Harry push his plate away. He stood up to leave. Where are you going? Ron asked. To bed, Harry grumbled. But you've barely eaten anything, exclaimed Ron. Not hungry. It took only an instant. Less than the time it takes for a thought to fully form. Hermione met Ron's worried expression with a what's going on with Harry look. In response, Ron shrugged, apparently just as clueless as her. Our eyes lingered on each other momentarily. Ron's face then slipped easily into a small rueful smile. In response, Hermione set her jaw forward and quickly turned her head to return to her reading. Later that week, Hermione left the common room and headed for the base of the faculty tower where prefects typically met when beginning their evening rounds. She'd just reached the bottom of the stairs when Draco Malfoy exited the archway leading to the professor's offices. Nice of you to show up to rounds for once, she said, pulling the prefect's schedule out of her robe's pocket. For this waste of time position? No, Granger. I'm not staying. Have fun handing out maps and handkerchiefs to first years. But you're on the schedule for patrols tonight. Am I? He avoided her with exaggeratedly wide radius and continued walking down the corridor. A secret door pretending to be a painting opened up beside Hermione, revealing Ron. And tell your scarhead boyfriend to stop following me, will you? Ron moved quickly to stand in defense between Hermione and Malfoy, despite him walking away from them with his back turned. Nevertheless, Ron bellowed after him, fuck off, Malfoy. Ooh, I'm scared now, Weasley, said Malfoy. He made a rude hand gesture over his shoulder and kept walking. Ron turned to her with a look of concern. You okay? Did he say anything to you? He asked. Hermione didn't bother to respond to his questions. Instead she asked, has Harry started following Malfoy? I suppose so, yeah, Ron replied, seeming not to give it a second thought. Hermione, I'll take the bell tower wing this evening and round near the Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor common rooms as well. You can have the dungeons. I've been informed that Peeves is chasing first-year Slight Herons with the old restraint chains and attempting to coerce them into bungee jumping off the stairwell. If you finish early, then you'll cover near the greenhouses too, as we are one short. We'll meet back here at midnight to give report. Okay, he said miserably. What am I supposed to do about Peeves? Gee, if only it were your job to figure it out, she said and turned on her heel, leaving a miserable-looking Ron in her wake. The next day, Hermione and Harry went to the second-floor study hall during their free period. Usually this small study hall was too crowded to focus during regular breaks. It had a beautiful view of the greenhouses perched atop the rocky cliff descending down to the lake below. Despite being a gloomy day, an impressive collection of dark clouds hid the peaks of the mountains that surrounded the school. But this was a free period for only sixth-year Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs, so they had no competition for a place to sit. Out of habit, they automatic all. Why chose a table in the corner far enough away from the entrance to not be overheard. Hermione did not feel the need to beat around the bush. Harry, have you been following Malfoy? She watched as A.S. Ullen frown directed at her settled on his face, as if he preparing to receive a lecture. Yes, Harry. Her tone of voice must have set him off, because he immediately jumped to defend himself. I want to catch him at it, Hermione. I know he's up to something. I just know it. Don't you think this is getting out of hand? There are times he's simply not on the map. Even during the day, between classes. Don't you think that's curious? You're using the map to spy on him between classes. He ignored her question. Aren't you even a little suspicious? You have to admit it's strange. He's ditched Quidditch. I know he's skived off classes, and sometimes he's just simply missing on the map. He's been acting all paranoid and cagey with Crabbe and Goyle. I overheard them in apparition lessons. Hermione took a deep breath, knowing she would regret telling him about the night before. Now that you mention it, he is neglecting his prefect duties. Which is odd, seeing as he's always enjoyed the abuse of power. What? He hasn't been participating in patrols, Hermione explained. What's he been doing? I wouldn't know, would I? I have to cover his hours. She said shrilly. Maybe when you're making your rounds you can. Absolutely not. I'm not going to take advantage of my post to run around chasing people just because you have a hunch. Fine, then. Maybe I'll just ask Ron too. Hermione gave derisive scoff. Ron's got as much stealth as an erumpent. Harry continued to glare at her for a moment before shaking his head. Sensing waves of anger and frustration emanating from him, she couldn't help feeling like she was letting him down somehow. For the millionth time, she wished Ron were here to balance them out. He was their intermediary, the one who changed the subject or helped Harry see reason. Instead, Hermione and Harry descended into tense silence. It bothered her when he got like this. And it seemed to be more frequent this week for some reason. During the previous term he'd been much more calm, much more himself. After being sulky and constantly on edge last year, the change had been an enjoyable one. Her heart ached recalling this past summer. It'd been the first time she could remember all four of them, her, Ron, Harry and Ginny, going more than 2 days without tossing around theories or plotting dangerous missions. They could just be friends. Sleep in late. Play games all night. Sure, Quidditch during the day had been a chore, but it led to the most wonderfully relaxed evenings. Now look at them. Ginny typically spent all her time UDing or with Dean, although she'd been on edge this week, about what Hermione didn't yet know. Harry was rapidly becoming obsessed with tailing Malfoy. And of course, she hadn't properly spoken to Ron in weeks. He was supposed to be here. Everything felt insurmountable without him. How could he do this to her? Leave her to deal with it all on her own. Her mind drifted again to the prophecy. The part that didn't make sense to her. The Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. However flighty divination was, the prophecy was exceedingly detailed and specific. Everything made sense. Harry's parents. Harry's birthday. Power he knows not. Either must end the other. Everything, except this piece. Mark him as his equal. What did it mean by that? She didn't believe it meant just Harry's scar. Even though that was the most obvious conclusion. If it were just the mark, then surely Voldemort would have an equal scar. Maybe he did. Somewhere hidden. Hermione shivered and cringed at the thought. What part of Harry was equal to Voldemort? She loved him, but she wouldn't say he was exceptionally academically gifted or powerful. Maybe in defense and when he actually put his mind to something. But Riddle had been the top of his classes since his first year. Finishing off at head boy. That didn't sound like Harry. Again, she credited him with being talented and a wonderful teacher in the DA. But really, Riddle had seemed exceedingly talented and gifted at school. Mark him as his equal. Again she wondered if it was to do with Voldemort making Harry an orphan, like him. 2 outcasts coming to Hogwarts. There had to be plenty more cases of something like that happening. It didn't seem specific enough. And Voldemort wasn't really an orphan until he murdered his own father. Equal in temperament. Maybe Voldemort caused Harry to have certain personality traits. In truth, and she would never ever admit this to anyone in her life. Sometimes Harry genuinely scared her. When he got fixated on an idea, it was like stopping a moving Hogwarts Express. Impossible to divert, useless to stand against. But Ron knew and understood. He was the only one who had experienced it all with her. It wasn't because they didn't love Harry. They did. And it wasn't even really Harry that scared them. Just what he might be capable of. They were a team. She figured out the plans. Ron tamed and supported Harry. Harry dealt with being Harry. That's how it worked. That's why it needed to be them three. It was during the Triwizard Tournament that she first really, truly realized it. It wasn't just that these things happened to Harry. He also reacted without thinking through the consequences. Challenging Malfoy to a duel first year. The flying car. Running away from home during third year. Wasting time figuring out the egg. The Department of Mysteries. When she was younger, she had known all of it was dangerous. But now she saw that they were reckless, all these experiences that the three of them flew into without just stopping to think or ask an adult for help. Hermione did not hold the Department of Mysteries against Harry. But she'd also be lying if she said that she didn't hold partly responsible for what happened. Of course, she wouldn't tell him that. Hermione knew Harry well enough to know that he blamed himself more than anyone. To send him spiraling because of perceived mistrust could be even more dangerous. But he should have known better. He should have given more pause. It wouldn't have happened if he'd exhausted all possible resources, or just waited, to determine Sirius' whereabouts before rushing to the Department of Mysteries. Was that what it was? That he, like Voldemort, was impulsive and unpredictable? Was that just a Harry thing, or was that something Voldemort somehow caused? Dumbledore had explained that Voldemort was using occlumency against Harry. By that logic, the connection was coming from Harry. She was sure the equalness had something to do with this unexplained connection between them. Harry's scar hurting, his realistic dreams last year, visions he'd had throughout the years. In the past they'd always assumed that they came to him from elsewhere. But what if it was coming from him? Mark him as his equal. What if there was a part of Harry that even he, himself could not control? Hermione looked across the table at her best friend. He was reading Beating the Bludgers, a study of defensive strategies in Quidditch, every so often pushing up his glasses and writing in his Quidditch notebook. She smiled to herself and rolled her eyes. If he'd only give half as much attention to school, he wouldn't need to cheat from that wretched book. Then again, he was only 16 and dealing with prophecies, dark magic, and death of people close to him. Not to mention the certain future of murder or being murdered. It wasn't fair. He should only have to think about his studies, his friends, and being Quidditch captain. And they should get some urge to lounge at the Burrow without this hanging over them. After all, Ron seemed to be having the time of his life going around dating floozies and bimbos. How refreshing for him to be able to separate himself from all of this. Leaving her the double job of puzzling out fine details of the darkest wizard in modern history and keeping Harry under control. Both equal tasks in themselves. Hermione picked at the cuticles around her nails and peered at Harry through her lashes. She needed to be more like Ron. If she wanted to keep Harry de-escalated, she needed to think about what Ron would say to him. They needed him in this group. But she couldn't even stand to hear his voice without being furious with him. Look, I don't know if Malfoy is up to something. Even if he is, I'm sure it's not as bad as you suspect. Hermione took a deep breath. But, I'll look out for anything suspicious when I'm on patrol. Really? He said hopefully. Yes, as long as you promise to just stick to watching him on the map. Not running off and getting yourself into anything alone. He considered her offer for a long stretch. All right, thanks, Hermione. He smiled at her appreciatively and returned to his doodles on defensive plays. It wasn't until Sunday when Hermione found Ginny in the library that she finally got to speak to her alone. Hey, where's Dean? He and Seamus are practicing apparition, she said shortly. Oh, good for them. It's not going too well for any of us. The instructor is wholly inadequate and not fit to teach. I mean, he doesn't give any other instruction than, look, Hermione, I'm really busy. Is there something else you wanted? Hermione was taken aback and slightly hurt. She knew Ginny could get combative, but it was normally short-lived, well-meaning and was so rarely directed at her. This irritable Ginny had been going on all week. Did I do something to upset you? No, I'm just trying to finish this all so I can have at least 1 hour to relax tonight before Monday begins and I have to do this shit all over again. It must be a lot to have to deal with examinations, schoolwork and Quidditch practice. Plus a boyfriend who expects me to spend every spare second I have with him. I never get a moment alone, she said gruffly. I can leave. No, you're fine, she said. Realizing how she sounded, Ginny gave me a sympathetic smile with the corner of her mouth. I'm sorry. You didn't do anything. I'd be lost without your help, honestly. Okay, is something else bothering you? No. The other night you came in looking upset from practice, did something happen? No. Oh, okay. Hermione pulled out her books, a quill and some parchment to begin on the Transfiguration assignment due in 2 weeks. I couldn't help but notice you were glaring at Harry that night. Ginny's eyes narrowed infinitesimally. Did something happen between you two? No, Ginny said forcefully. Hermione was unconvinced, but did not want to continue pushing the issue. At least she had gotten some information. Ginny did seem to be upset with Harry. And it was bad enough that she didn't want to speak to her about it. And that she was bristling about it all week. That hadn't happened before. Hermione realized with a start that Harry was also much frostier this week. Perhaps it was related. This actually gave her some relief, knowing that it may be explaining his sudden moodiness. Something appeared to be going on between Harry and Ginny. And neither of them wanted to speak about it. Interesting. The morning after the Ollery incident, Ginny woke to fresh regret. Sleep allowed her more calm, rational side to acknowledge that Harry wasn't someone to snub her without good reason. And, after all, she knew on some level that he must trust her. Fond memories of Aya, stir eggs with golden snitches and snow-capped Chinese chomping cabbages had floated to the surface out of her boiling anger from the night before. She tried to catch his eye the next day, and the day after. But now he seemed to be avoiding her too. The weekend passed without much change, and when Monday arrived she found herself outright dreading Quidditch practice. Experienced as she was at familial shouting matches, this icy frostiness in forced proximity felt much worse. Part of it satisfied her. Most of it just made her miserable. She wanted to apologize, but couldn't piece out what exactly she would be apologizing for. Her mother had taught her to never be apologetic for having feelings. Particularly not to a man. But she'd overreacted too heatedly, she knew. It had been known to happen. Only it was usually the other person being the idiot. She still wanted to be friends with Harry. She'd learned that she couldn't simply throw problems down a drain and expect that to solve everything. Every spare minute, walking between classes, getting ready for bed, upon waking, zoning out during classes, her mind dissected the interaction, trying to make sense of it. She wanted to talk to him, but didn't want to until she was ready. What had caused her to react so strongly like that? She wanted to believe it was just about being left out from their trio. But she knew there was more there. It had awakened something that she'd been able to ignore the last few years. Guilt. The chamber had been all her fault. Blame. Did Harry blame her for what happened? Shame. She hadn't earned her spot amongst them. Why was this all rising up again? She'd handled it, hadn't she? Haven't I taught you anything? What have I always told you? Never trust anything that can think for itself if you can't see where it keeps its brain. Her father was right, she should have known better. She should have told someone about the diary sooner. If she had had the bravery to come forward when she wanted to, less people would have been petrified. Tom wouldn't have gotten so close to hurting Harry again. She wanted to believe she was good enough to be one of the good ones, not just a peripheral supporter. She wanted to fight, to prove to her family, Harry, and herself, more than anyone, that there was more to her story. She was no longer susceptible to being manipulated and kidnapped. And she definitely didn't need to be rescued. Gone was the 11-year-old girl that was so desperate for the approval of interesting, adventurous friends that she sought one in a book. The irony was, by doing so she effectively ensured no one spoke to her throughout second year. No one except Luna. Well, she'd shown that she didn't need those things anymore. She didn't care what people thought. After all, it was sent until everyone forgot about the Chamber of Secrets that people paid her any mind. I forgot. Ginny reeled at the memory of Harry's blank, pale face in Grimmauld Place. Would she take his blame over his apathy? Ron and Hermione knew about Dumbledore's lessons too. They didn't tell her anything either. But her anger was reserved for Harry. The chamber was resolved for him, wasn't it? He did the saving. He was the hero. She, the not-so-innocent bystander. He moved on with a clear conscience. He wasn't guilty of any of it. Again, but for the first time in years, she wished desperately that they could have processed it together. If she hadn't been so shy around him then, maybe he would have helped her talk through it. The only one she needed to talk to, but couldn't. Plus, he forgot. And whatever his reasons, he still didn't tell her about the lessons. He should know she had a right to be frustrated. Hadn't he been? All last year when the Order of the Phoenix hid their plans from the children. How'd that work out for them? She hated that part of her still craved to talk to him about it. The chamber, the diary, Dumbledore's lessons, any of it. After all the work she'd done to get over him, there was still this present need to process what they went through. If taking down a mountain troll makes you friends for life, why not a basilisk? Then again, maybe that didn't count when the basilisk was your fault. Ginny rushed down to breakfast late Monday morning, having accidentally slept in after a restless night. She made it to breakfast just in time for the post. Gwynog wrote me, she said excitedly, ripping open her first letter. Dean looked over his eggs, eager to hear the news. Oh, brilliant. She said she could bring me in sometime this summer for a shadow. Wait, is that Harry's owl? Ginny ripped open Oliver Wood's letter. And Oliver says, yes as well. And to bring Harry and Katie. He must not know about Katie. Or that Hogsmeade has been cancelled. Damn, well maybe during the summer. Ginny placed her letters into the inside pocket of her bag and turned her attention to breakfast. Thanks, Hedwig. Ginny stroked the feathers on Hedwig's chest, making the owl's eyes blink lazily. I can't write replies now, I'll get them to you later this week. Hedwig hooted in reply before hopping down the table to Harry. Hey, Hed. Harry's greeting barely carried over the clatter and chatter of breakfast. Out of the corner of her eye, Ginny watched Hedwig perch herself on his shoulder. Harry met Ginny's eyes, she was sure he had overheard her, but he looked quickly away. A second later, the school bell rang. That night you sent the letters, did you go with Harry? Dean asked. Yeah, he let me use Hedwig, Ginny said absent-mindedly. I would have let you use my owl. Okay. She leaned across the table to plant a kiss on his cheek before stuffing a few slices of toast in her bag. Have a good day, I'll see you at practice. Later that evening at Quidditch practice, Ginny, Demelza and Dean stood in a triangle passing the quaffle around to warm up. Did you two see that the Hogsmeade weekend has been cancelled? Demelza asked. I'm so disappointed, I've only got to go twice so far. Yeah, we saw. Seems like they're afraid of something happening again, like it did to Katie. Gosh, that's right. Have you heard from her? Still in St. Mungo's, right Ginny? Ginny refocused. She'd been watching Harry giving instructions to Jimmy and Richie on new proposed defensive strategies. Katie, have you heard how she's doing? Has Harry said? How should I know? I was just asking. Well, he hasn't talked to me about it, Ginny said shortly. They returned to their warm-up, getting further and further away, working on behind-the-back throws. Gee. Innie glanced at Harry but his back was turned to her. He was busy making grand sweeping motions to indicate the beater's positioning. In the split second she was watching him, Ginny missed one of Demelza's passes. When she came back from retrieving it, both Dean and Demelza were peering at her curiously. What's up with you today? Nothing. Just didn't sleep well. It's nothing. They waited 5 more minutes for Harry, Jimmy, and Richie to finish. Ginny began to feel antsy waiting for him, so she strode over to Ron putting on his keeper's gloves. Want me to shoot some goals at you? I think. Harry had a plan for us to work on defensive positions today. He'll be fine with it, plus he's taking forever, she said. Come on, let's go up. Ron looked apprehensive, but nodded. Sure okay. Ron shot one more concerned glance over at Harry, still engrossed in a detailed discourse of Beater's strategies. Of the first 5 shots Ginny attempted, Ron blocked 4 of them. Would you try more right-handed shots? I'm so used to your left, but I need to practice going right for the match. I'm just warming up. Give me a second, would you? From the ground, they heard Harry yelling, "Ginny, Ron. Get down here." "Fuck," said Ron as the two of them landed on the ground and hurried over to join the rest of the team. "You couldn't have waited around for 5 minutes?" asked Harry. "We had been waiting. Just thought we'd warm up before," Ginny started. "It's fine, I just wanted to go through these defense skills. We've got Hufflepuff in less than a month and I want to focus on these this week." "Why? Hufflepuff's offense is shit. They can't figure out how to spread out and pass the quaffle. They dropped it at least 5 times against Slytherin," said Ginny. "You don't think that they'll be working on that?" Harry challenged, speaking to her for the first time in days. "And we're not only preparing for Hufflepuff, we've also got Ravenclaw in May." Ginny shifted her weight side to side, feeling irritated but eager to finally have a good fly. "So Dean's our best defensive chaser, so he'll be at the apex of this formation." Harry began to explain the plays to the rest of the team. As they got ready to kick off into the air, Ron muttered so only Ginny could hear, "What's up with you today?" "Nothing," Ginny shot back. "Can you believe Harry? Dean is our best defensive chaser." What did he mean by that? Last summer it took Harry 3 days to properly get past me or within 30 feet of the goal posts. Ron simply shrugged. "Well, Dean's got a wider reach, hasn't he? That's all he meant. Harry knows you and Demelza are better. You two made the team over him, didn't you?" "I suppose," Ginny said. She threw another glance at Harry, annoyed that he wasn't looking back. The remainder of practice was dismal. Functioning on limited hours of sleep, she had trouble recalling all the details of Harry's drawings or where she should position herself. She'd fumbled several good passes from the others. And every one of hers started to feel mechanical and awkward. 2 hours of Quidditch had never passed so agonizingly slow. "Ginny, wait around a bit?" Harry asked, after he'd dismissed the rest of the team. Dean hovered beside Ginny for a moment, looking between them. She assured him he could leave with a smile and gentle nod. "What happened today?" "What do you mean?" "Practice. It didn't seem to go well." "And why is that, Captain?" Harry shifted uncomfortably. "Well, because of me," she asked. "Guilt. What, you think I'm trying to sabotage the team?" "Blame." He shook his head. "I have no idea, but I put a lot of work into this practice tonight. Most people seemed on board, so I just wanted to check in to see why you weren't." Ginny opened her mouth, but no words formed. She was mentally exhausted, her arms and back ached, and she couldn't believe that she was getting lectured by Harry Potter on her Quidditch performance. "Look, is this about the whole Dumbledore's lessons thing? I'm really sorry, alright. He specifically made me swear not to say anything to anyone, other than Ron and Hermione. I was going to tell you before you ran off on me." Shame. She had reached her boiling point. "I was in the DA last year. I helped fight Umbridge. I snuck you into her office. I know. I defended you on the train against Smith. I went to the Department of Mysteries." No hesitation. "I know, Ginny, Dan. I don't want to hear, thank you. I want to be involved. I want to help." A pained, pitying expression crossed his face. She hated it. She stood waiting, watching, daring him to answer. But he simply looked at his Quidditch boots sinking into the muddy grass of the pitch and shook his head. "I can't. I'm sorry. He asked me not to say anything. Would you, though? If you could?" I dunno," he said, looking highly uncomfortable. "Is it because of what happened with the diary?" He furrowed his eyebrows, considering. When he finally spoke his tone was tense. "It's more complicated than just that. Enlighten me, then." He ran his hand through his hair, tugging slightly in frustration, unable to find words. He looked at her, pleading with her to understand and have mercy on him. "What about the diary? Why couldn't you talk to me after what happened in the chamber?" She asked. "Ginny, you couldn't talk to me." He'd Brock. And their heretofore unspoken rule not to mention it. She wasn't yet at a place where she could talk about her awkward, ancient crush with him yet. She thought he'd implicitly understood that. "Really?" she said, dripping in contempt. "So, petty little crush, overshadows, near-death encounter with evil Dark Lord and giant pet snake." His jaw was set. He looked determinedly away from her, unable to meet her hard stare. "But then again, you never needed to talk about it, did you? You forgot." She stood for a moment to appreciate the effect her words had on him. Satisfied, she marched past, ramming into his shoulder as she passed him. She hoped it would leave a bruise. The next several practices brought little improvement. More new plays, Harry. We've already got so many to learn this year, moaned Demelza. These are game-winning strategies. Imagine we're out there for hours and they have seen all our moves. We need to be prepared. That way, we can adjust if they hit our weak areas. I don't see the play where you just catch the snitch early and end it, said Jimmy. We'll need to win by a good margin to better our chances for the cup, Harry replied. We understand that, Harry. Why are we changing so much of what Angelina and Wood had from previous years? Likely because he leaked our plays to Chong, said Ginny, who'd been uncharacteristically quiet during this exchange. Discussion halted, and the team exchanged confused glances amongst themselves. Harry wouldn't do that, Demelza finally said, giving Ginny a surveying look. Why? I don't see what they had to talk about otherwise, said Ginny. Ron. Jimmy and Richie's low hoots of laughter were quickly silenced by Harry. Ginny, that's enough. Don't boss me around, she said. He glowered at her, but she returned it back with equal force. Fine. Forget it, he said, grabbing his firebolt. Let's just scrimmage. Valentine's Day landed on a Friday night that year. The staff, feeling festive and in response to an influx of complaints about the cancellation of Hogsmeade weekend, decided to host a couple's dinner in the Great Hall. Unfortunately, attendance was low due to the somehow unforeseen complication of students' unwillingness to be monitored by staff during their Valentine's dates. Ginny and Dean were no exception. That evening, Dean took her by the hand and led her up to the top of the bell tower. He'd set up a small table with 2 chairs beside the enormous clock-shaped window outlining a cloudless winter night sky. The table was surrounded by a multitude of floating candles, looking as if they'd been borrowed from the Great Hall. When they sat down, he began setting the table with the takeaway meal he'd gotten from the kitchens. I had to bribe McGonagall to let me do this, he explained as he prepared Ginny's meal. But it was worth it. He smiled at her, and she kissed him before taking her plate. With what? She asked, amused. Told her I'd grade the first year's Transfiguration essays. But what she doesn't know, he said, pulling out a small bottle of champagne, is that she's not the only one I bribed. Ginny felt her face light up in excitement. Oh, how'd you manage it? Got my mum to sneak it in. Sorry, it's a small one, it's the only size she could get to fit in my parcel of new socks. But I figured I'd try a doubling charm. I thought it didn't work on alcohol. Nah, it just makes it so the second bottle isn't as strong, he said. That's yours, then. Dean shot her a small smile and took out his wand. He focused very intently and produced a second small contraband champagne bottle. They sniggered mischievously at their ingenuity. He sat up straighter and uncorked one bottle with a flourish. For the lady. Thank you, sir. Well, cheers. To almost 9 months of dating. Happy Valentine's Day, Ginny. Quote. Happy Valentine's, Ginny replied. She felt genuinely touched at the efforts he went through to create this romantic scene. It didn't seem quite real. Like she was looking at a portrait rather than experiencing it for herself. This made it difficult for her to place the surface layer of anxiety she'd felt since he brought her here. They nked their glasses and she attempted to mirror Dean's delicate sip of his drink. Having never had Muggle champagne, Ginny was disappointed to find that it did not have the same effect as the bubbling brute she'd had at weddings. No rising rush of happiness flushed her, no light restless of her feet that made her want to dance. Thanks for this, all of this, she glanced again at the floating candles against the backdrop of a clear, starry sky. Ginny, I know the last few weeks haven't been perfect. But I actually appreciate that we're at this point where we can work through things like that. I think it makes us stronger. Me too. I don't want you to always think of that argument whenever you think about Gwynog and the Harpies. So, I made you something, he said, pulling out a large envelope from his bag. Her first thought was good grief, another drawing. But she pushed it away with a guilty conscience. She took her gift and carefully undid the fastening to pull out the large parchment. Whoa. Dean had gotten very skilled at charming his art pieces to move so they looked almost lifelike. This time, his drawing was of Ginny in a vividly green harpies kit, sheened in glittering gold. She watched as her drawing self repeatedly scored an impressive goal and sped away on her broom. Bright, long red hair streamed behind her, which she noted brilliantly complemented the color of the uniform. Do you like it? It's incredible, she said, running a hand across the colors. Number 1. Good choice, she said, winking at him. She suddenly felt self-conscious that her simple gift of Darmy's undullable drawing utensils was thoughtless in comparison. And she told him so, but he accepted them graciously. The next half an hour passed chatting pleasantly until they ran out of conversation. Then Dean paused thoughtfully before speaking again. I need to ask you something, Ginny. And I really need you to be honest with me, he said. Okay. What is going on between you and Harry? No. And please don't say, nothing. It's clear something is bothering you. The whole team is picking up on it. This had not been the first time he'd asked. And he was right, both Ron and Demel. Za had asked her twice more after the previous practice. Hermione was incessant. For a fleeting moment, she considered where she would start. How would she go about telling him? The chamber. She wasn't ready. Tom. Fat chance. Dumbledore's lessons. Then Harry really would never tell her. Little kid sister always left behind. Maybe. It's complicated, was all she could muster. Harry's voice echoed. In her head, it's more complicated than just that. I'm willing to listen. She knew she had to give him something. Surely he'd understand her constant hurt and annoyance about being left out of the trio, having known Harry, Ron, and Hermione for so long. But before she could speak, he asked, did he try something on you? What? The night you went to the Ollery. Did he, I dunno, come onto you or something? Ginny stared, suspended, then burst out laughing. Dean, what the fuck? What? No, he did not, she said, shaking her head as though he'd told a joke in poor form. Why are you laughing? Well, this is Harry we're talking about. And Harry wouldn't do something like that. I wouldn't think so either, but you've been acting really strange around him for 2 weeks. Ginny blinked rapidly. She looked around, hoping someone else was witnessing this too. It's nothing to be embarrassed about, Ginny. If you told me, I'd help. Dean, stop. I'm telling you that is not what happened. What did happen then? Completely baffled that she was having to defend this argument, she paused to collect herself before saying, we had a disagreement, that's all. What about? Did he say he has feelings for you? Why are all your theories about Harry about him having a go at me? Because he looks at you. Harry looks at me. What does that have to do with anything? I think he fancies you, Ginny. Ginny watched as hundreds of tiny muggle champagne bubbles rose to the surface and burst. Well, he doesn't. I think he does. He doesn't. Why is that so hard to believe? Because he just doesn't. Who does he fancy then? No one. How do you know? He told me. When? At Christmas. So you two do talk on holidays. What do you talk about? Why were you talking about who he fancies? Now he'd crossed a line. She felt he was pushing her up against a wall, and not in the good way. Dean, I've told you. I really don't like to talk about my relationships. I'm your boyfriend. We've been dating for months. You should be able to tell me anything. Ginny seethed in silence. He tried another tactic. So you don't talk about me. Only to Hermione, once or twice. What about to your family? Well, they know your name. Wow, what a ringing endorsement after months of dating. Yet they invite Harry over for every holiday. He doesn't have anyone else. Shish, he repeated herself from their previous argument. She shook her head incredulously. This isn't like you, Dean, to be the jealous type. Ginny watched as he struggled with the offense he'd taken to her comment. He took several deep breaths while focusing on his hands, gripping and ungripping themselves in his lap. Can you blame me? He looked up to meet her eyes. Most people know that you liked him before. You two were really close. And he looks at you. I don't fancy him anymore, Dean. I fancy you. And yes, we're close because he and Ron are close. And, well, my mum sort of adopted him. She didn't have enough sons. Okay. But I think he might like you. Dean, please, this is barmy. Can we just go back to having a nice night? This took some convincing, but eventually Dean acquiesced. The remainder of their dinner dragged on in silence or else polite pleasantries. Ginny had never been a fan of small talk, and the alcohol had not helped her enjoy it anymore. She wished the night would end. Had Dean given her the reserve bottle of champagne? Bloody hell. Neville, Harry and Hermione walked down to dinner together on the night of Valentine's Day. Harry had just come to a full S. Top beside Hermione outside the entrance of the Great Hall. But Neville, having been warily eyeing his untied shoelace, came crashing into them from behind, pushing Harry and Hermione further into the lavishly decorated hall. Arg, sorry. Quote, it had been transformed by the staff in an over-the-top effort to celebrate the holiday. However, attendance was low, seeing as most of the school's couples foregone the dinner for more private celebrations. This left only the students without significant others to endure in soft torment of their singularity. Standing tall on all tables were large vases, filled with what looked like shimmery cotton candy, and seemingly hundreds of folded paper hearts were enchanted to fly lazily through the air, batting their wings like butterflies. Soft orchestral music filled the hall, and the fires that lined the hall were enchanted to blaze pink and red. They were greeted by Professor Slughorn in salmon-pink robes which resembled a plush housecoat. "Harry, Emboy," bellowed Slughorn. "Here with Miss Granger, I see. Smart match, very smart." Harry and Hermione quickly stepped to the side to separate themselves, leaving Neville now in the middle of them. "No, sir. We're just friends," Harry said rushedly. And Neville noticed that Hermione had turned faintly pink. "Ah, well," replied Slughorn, throwing his hands up as if to say, "There you have it." The professor's eyes scanned over Neville, who couldn't help notice that it was not assumed perhaps he was with Hermione instead. Professor Slughorn ushered them further into the hall. Take a seat, take a seat." "Whoa," Neville said, taking in the change to the Great Hall. Professor Lockhart would have loved this. This earned a snigger from Harry, who tried to catch Hermione's eye. "I thought they'd opened it to everyone," Harry said out of the side of his mouth to Hermione. "I did too," she said through clenched teeth. "You think they would have toned it down? Well, we have to eat, I suppose," said he. Rmi1 as if consigning herself to a most unpleasant task. Across all the house tables, the staff had laid out short red table runners to indicate the spot in which couples may sit across from each other. When the three of them sat down, Neville watched Hermione tap the runner with her wand, turning it into a deep sage green, in protest. She had also retransfigured her plate to be circular rather than the on-theme heart shape. She did the same for Harry after he said, "Mine too." Neville didn't mind all the decorations or the soft orchestral music. But he did wish someone was sitting across from him. He might have liked to take a girl to something such as this. But he supposed he should simply be grateful to be seated at the Gryffindor table at all. The first stretch of dinner passed in relative silence among the three friends. But Neville plucked up his courage to be the first to speak. "Did you both see that the night bus driver, Stan Shunpike, has been arrested? Suspected Death Eater?" Neville asked. "You've been reading the news?" Hermione asked interestedly. "Course. I want to keep up with the arrests, you know, in case they bring in Lestrange," he said, trying not to nod. Harry and Hermione's shared meaningful look, likely reliving when they'd all met his parents in the hospital. "Only wish they'd go after actual Death Eaters. How've you been doing, Neville? After everything last year?" Hermione asked. "Alright. I thought Gran would be furious after she heard about it. And she was for a bit during the summer, mostly about me cracking my dad's old wand. But after a stretch, she came around. Even told me that's what Dad would have done. And Ginny's been nice too, always checks in." Neville thought he saw Harry give a strained smile, but was distracted when he saw Professor Snape in his periphery. He strode up to the doors of the Great Hall, took in the scene, sneered, and immediately pivoted to leave, apparently choosing to go hungry instead of suffering through the festivities. Neville scooped more shepherd's pie onto his plate and breathed a heavy sigh of relief. For he had long known that if he had been the hero of the story, Professor Snape would be his nemesis. "I was looking forward to 6th year for so long, knowing I'd never take Newt-level potions," Neville said darkly. "But of course, just my luck that Snape now teaches defense." Harry looked up and followed Neville's gaze. He leaned closer to him and said, "You gotta stand up to him, Nev. You improved the most out of anyone in the DA. Plus, I didn't see sticking Snape go to the Department of Mysteries last year. And he's in the Order." "He's right, Neville. The best way to stand up to a bully like that is to truly believe that you're better than what they think you are. It's all confidence. That way, whatever they say can't hurt you," Hermione added wisely. His heart felt like it glowed anytime they spoke to him like this. Biting his lips together, he resolved to memorize what she said. Truly believe, it's all confidence, whatever they say can't hurt you. He replayed their words on loop in his mind for several minutes, trying to solidify them in his long-term memory. You improved the most out of anyone in the DA. Any chance you've reconsidered starting up with the DA, Harry? I know on the train you said. Sorry, Nev, I don't think so. Got a lot on my plate at the moment. He replied vaguely and Neville tried to hide his disappointment. Oh, okay. I just don't want to forget everything. Well, I'm sure you could round up a few old members to practice. Harry nodded encouragingly and smiled. You're right, I suppose, said Neville. Just then a large heart-shaped bubble, sent from Romilda Vane's direction, came floating by to collide into Harry's head with a faint pop. This diversion caused them to notice that Ron and Lavender had also now entered the hall to sit at a spot closest to the door. In the 20 minutes it took Ron and Lavender to finish their meal, Hermione had gone very quiet. She also didn't engage when Neville and Harry began reminiscing about the DA and the time that the Room of Requirement had supplied Zacharias Smith with the book entitled A Wizard's Guide to Communicating Effectively and Making Long-Lasting Friendships. When the couple left, Hermione strode over to the table laden with all varieties of desserts and brought back a large plate of eclairs, cakes and tarts to share. Happy Valentine's Day, 1-1. Lavender said, standing on tiptoes to kiss him. This is for you, she said sweetly, handing him a hand-made card with extravagantly ornate writing depicting their names inside two intertwined hearts. I'm sorry, I didn't, get you anything. Oh, she said, looking tragically disappointed. However, she recovered quickly and began bouncing up and down hopefully. Does that mean you're taking me somewhere instead? I heard Dean took Ginny to the bell tower tonight. How romantic is that? He did. Won't that be noisy? Ron replied. She ignored this and continued bouncing, clutching onto the front of his shirt. So what? Where are you taking me? The Great Hall. They organized a dinner, didn't they? What? We can't go there. All the teachers will be there. Oh, right, he said, not quite seeing the problem with this, as the professors were always present at meal times. I want you all to myself, she said, making a pouty face and long, slow blinks as if she were an owl. That's great, but where would we eat? After several minutes of this back and forth, Lavender finally agreed that the night could not proceed without Ron getting food. Whether they stayed the whole time in the Great Hall or not didn't much matter to Ron. Neither did where they might go afterwards. All he could think of at the moment was the simplest, quickest path to his next good meal. Ron and Lavender set out to attend the staff-sanctioned Valentine's Day dinner. But before they could reach the Great Hall, Lavender pulled him to a small alcove on a less trafficked section of the courtyard. It contained a small window with a single wrought iron post acting as a window pane. A small stone bench was affixed to the floor beside it, which, by the amount of dust gathered on top, looked as if it hadn't been used in years. Suddenly, Lavender took him by the collar and began kissing him full on the mouth. Next thing he knew, she was sitting sideways across his lap, pushing herself into him and guiding his arms to encircle her waist. She started planting kisses and nipping at his earlobe, eeling down his neck and across to the other side. Her hands roved over his torso and she started undoing the buttons on his shirt. Lavender, he tried to get her to slow down, but she seemed to be styly executing a well-thought-out procedure. Now she was straddling him and was back kissing his mouth. He responded automatically, mentally unable to keep up with what was happening. She reached down for his belt, but he grabbed her hand quickly before she could go any further. Still, she said in an obvious tone of disappointment. I thought, but it's Valentine's Day, 1-1. You aren't hungry. Can't we just go down to dinner? Quote, no, I ate a really big meal at lunch, she replied. Is this still about what happened at the end of last term? Well, that didn't help, yeah. 1-1. Her voice pierced through the air, causing him to wince. How many times do I need to say I'm sorry? I dunno, but let's just go down to the Great Hall, alright? He said, attempting to gently push her off him. But she clutched to his neck and held on. Maybe if we try again. I promise I won't. Yeah, but we've got nowhere to do it, have we? He said, grasping wildly for an excuse. Well, I'm sure if I talk to Dean and Seamus, they could stay out of your dorm. And you could talk to Harry. And Neville will be easy enough to get rid of, he'd fall for anything. I told you, don't talk about him like that, he said. Now firmly pushing her to the side. I feel like you're not attracted to me anymore. What have I got to do to make it up to you? She said miserably, slumping exaggeratedly on the bench. She began clutching his arm, running her hand along his bicep up to his chest and back down. You're so strong, and tall. I love that you're so funny, cute and sweet. Remember when we first got together? The night you won the match. You're so good at Quidditch. The team wouldn't be half as good without you. This used to work on him, but he'd heard it enough times now that it didn't make much of an impact. She'd always bring it back to the match against Slytherin, like it was the most impressive thing he'd ever done. She should see what he did every day now in practice. Ginny had barely scored on him in weeks. He'd done plenty of other impressive stuff too. She just didn't know about it. Thanks, he said automatically. Well, what? What do you like about me? Why? Oh, got nice. He forced himself not to look down at her chest, hair. Her face melted into an adoring smile and she began touching her long curls framing her face. Oh, you noticed. I did it special for tonight. She was kissing him again, her tongue now exploring his mouth and her hands were securing his face to hers. After several long moments he pulled away, his stomach growling. Come on, I've got to eat. I'm starving. Lavender made a great huffing sigh and leaned onto his shoulder as he beelined for the Great Hall for dinner. Although Ron was enjoying a particularly good streak of impressive saves during the last few practices, it was difficult to fully appreciate due to the inexplicable rising tension between his best friend and his sister. He didn't understand it, but he said it may be due to the pressure of the upcoming match. Ginny, pass the damn quaffle. Ginny had just attempted an over-the-shoulder shot at Ron, who blocked it easily. He watched as she landed hard on the ground and began thundering towards where Harry stood to judge the practice. Despite being a blustery day, their voices carried to Ron where he hovered near the goal posts. But, registering dangerous looks on Harry and Ginny's faces, he sped in their direction. Are you calling me a ball hog? I'm saying that Demelza was there for the pass. But your words, not mine. I don't remember. Are you having such a problem with that in the match against Slytherin? Or don't you remember, I scored 8 out of the 10 goals. There are other chasers on this team too. That's rich. Getting a lesson in teamwork from Harry Potter. The chosen seeker. Why can't you just do the plans as I've written them? Because I don't need them. Clearly you do. Because you've missed the last 5 shots. Ron and the rest of the Gryffindor team landed in a ring around Harry and Ginny. The heads of each team member moving side to side, as if they were watching Pigwidgeon flit across a room. What's going on with you two? Ron asked. Nothing. Harry and Ginny screamed in unison. Ron exchanged a concerned look with Jimmy, who was still glancing around for stray bludgers. Dean's face had contorted into a mixture of anger and concern. But no one looked more disturbed than Richie, whose eyes bounced between Harry and Ginny as if he were a child watching his parents in an argument. Ron saw that Harry and Ginny were both breathing deeply, not breaking eye contact with each other. Ginny clutched the handle of her broomstick and had drawn herself up to her full, not so considerable height. We're trying that again, said Harry. First looking at Demelza and then slowly scanning the rest of the team. This time, Demelza, you take Ginny's spot. What? Ginny hollered. Take her spot, or sit on the bench. Your choice. Harry spat. Ginny flung the quaffle at Demelza, who caught it with an oof. And kicked off hard from the ground, speeding into the air. Ron tried to catch Harry's eye to ask him for a silent explanation. But he blew his whistle hard and ordered them to return to their positions. Ron slumped sideways in a large wing-backed armchair with his head heavily supported on his fist. From where he sat, he was sure Harry and Hermione would not be able to notice him staring at them. She never looked back, so it didn't matter much anyhow. The two of them were sitting opposite each other at a table clear across the common room. Their heads together, whispering. Their heads were always together these days. So close together. Had one of those heads ever just leaned forward a little more and he tried to catch any hint that they'd moved their friendship to something more. Hermione touched Harry on the shoulder each time she greeted him, causing Ron's stomach to erupt in a vicious plume of envy. But had she always done that to Harry? Ron couldn't remember. Ron wondered if Hermione would ever speak to him again. properly speak to him, like they used to without her being short and nasty with him. He missed the chimes of her voice as she spoke about, well, anything really. He knew that she was angry with him, but he didn't really see the logic behind apologizing. If anything, she should be the one saying sorry to him for conjuring those frenzied birds to wildly attack him. He still had a scar on his left hand from a particularly nasty gouge. And anyway, even if he did attempt to apologize, it would only be to get her to talk to him again. All he could see that he'd done was snog Lavender. And why should she be angry about that? She'd done the same with Crumb. Crumb had been too old for her. Hadn't Ron tried to warn her? But, no, she went off with him anyway. An international, 18-year-old, Quidditch star. Way too dangerous, if she'd asked him. Of course she didn't ask him. And when he told her what he thought anyway, she wouldn't concede that he might know more about what Crumb was hoping to get out of that relationship than she did. Same with McLaggen, that great mountainous oaf. What did she mean by taking him to Slughorn's Christmas party? Was it just to get back at him? Did she actually fancy McLaggen? Did they kiss at the party? Ron spent several moments reliving one of his well-developed fantasies of punching McLaggen and knocking him out cold. All this aside, Ron was realizing that even if getting together with Lavender was not a mistake, certainly staying with her was. She was always asking him questions he had no idea how to answer. Things such as, where do you see our relationship in 6 months from now? Or, how often do you dream about me? Or, do you see us as a serious couple? Hermione always had lots of questions. Many of which he didn't understand either, but he still very much enjoyed them. He could tell THEY were the type of thing that only someone who thoroughly understood the subject matter could think to ask. He loved that about her. He especially liked when she would ask him questions. However little that happened, especially these days. Taking a deep sigh, Ron rolled his head to look at the blazing fireplace before him. He sat in the middle of 3 chairs, one empty on either side of him, and watched the flames dance. He couldn't help thinking how much better he liked them when they were blue. 2 practices later, Ron spun around to see Ginny rushing into the Quidditch locker room 7 minutes late. Harry had just finished going over the plan for practice with floating figurines of players on a table-sized model pitch. "You're late," Harry said, rounding on Ginny. "You know we always start right on time." "I'm sorry. Flitwick kept me late to redo my." "Just get changed, the rest of the team is ready." "I've never been late before, so care to calm down. If you don't take this seriously then." "What? You'll kick me off the team?" "Yeah, maybe. And remember I have to fill out your captain's assessment." "Oh, so now you're blackmailing me." "I'm saying that I need you to be here on time." "Well, I'm saying you need to calm the fuck down." In the span of several seconds, Dean stepped between Harry and Ginny with an outstretched arm as if to separate them and shouted, "Hey! Harry, you can't talk to her like that." And Ron, seeing how Harry looked ready to slug Dean, quickly moved to put a hand on the front of his shoulder. "Shut up, Dean. I don't need you for this." Gin. White pushed Dean forcefully aside and walked straight up to Harry. She glared up at him, ignoring Ron who now stood between them. Ron saw fury in his sister's face that he'd only ever seen when attempting to escape the Inquisitorial Squad last year. "Look Harry, it won't happen again. But you need to understand that nobody cares more about this team than me. So say what you like on the captain's assessment. But I'd call that pretty fucking unfair." Ginny fumed so palpably that her hair seemed to spark with static electricity. Harry's jaw jutted forward in the way that he did when he was trying to think while angry or tense. After several moments, the stalemate passed and Harry stepped back. Finally, Ron took in the rest of the room. Jimmy and Demelza stood close to each other, looking appalled and confused. Richie was now close to tears. And Dean had his arms crossed, eyes set on the floor. "Just go get changed. We're late," Harry said to Ginny, and turned to go out to the pitch. Ron followed closely behind him. Once they were out in the open air of the pitch, Ron asked, "You alright, mate?" "Fine," Harry replied. He summoned the Quidditch trunk over with a wave of his wand, causing it to speed out, stopping just short of where they stood. "Okay," Ron said slowly. "I thought you knew better than to challenge a Weasley woman to a shouting match. Do you know how lucky you were that you weren't hexed?" Harry released a bludger from the trunk, took a beater's bat, and swung hard enough to hit it clear across the pitch. What's going on with you and? I don't want to talk about it, said Harry shortly. Will you just get the rest of the team out here? Sure, mate. Ron knew he'd find her there, even though it was late on a Thursday night. On these evenings she was never in the Gryffindor Tower when he got back from practice. And he knew she didn't have prefect duties this week as she wasn't on the schedule. Hey, he said hesitantly when he found her. She was sitting with several books piled around her like a halo. It being the end of the day, her hair was slicked back into a low bun. He knew that she always liked her curls out of her face while she studied. She didn't respond to him. May I sit? She eyed him with suspicion but did not tell him to leave. Taking this as a good omen, he sat down across from her. As he did so, he was as sure to sit on the edge of his chair in case he needed to make a quick escape. I need to talk to you, he started. She looked pointedly down at the stack of parchment on which she had been making notes. Do you know what's going on with Harry and Ginny? Her head shot up and asked, What? What do you mean? Ron felt washed with relief that she'd finally responded to him. They've been yelling at each other during practice. Like proper screaming. Like Harry arriving at Grimmauld Place after Dementor attack screaming. Really? What was it about? That's just it, Quidditch. Only, it feels like something else. It's been happening all week. I don't get it because usually they really get on. It feels like it's not just about Quidditch. But I dunno, I can be thick about this sort of thing. She snorted and closed her eyes in an attempt to hide her eye roll. Ron hated it when she did that in response to something he said. He hated feeling like his thoughts and ideas evoked her attitude over her consideration. But he let it slide because he knew he probably deserved it. So, do you know what's going on? He asked. No, neither of them will tell me. But they've both been stewing about something for weeks now, she said and started picking at the skin around her nails. For a long time, she seemed to be considering the news he'd brought her, puzzling it together with what she knew. He felt irritated that she didn't share her insight with him, especially when it was he supplying her the information. Finally she asked, Has Harry been different at practice? Yeah, he's gone sort of mad. Always talking about new strategies and how we need to be prepared for the next match. If it keeps on, he'll be yelling, constant vigilance. By next week. It was barely perceptible, but he could see the edge of her mouth twitch. Perhaps it was because he knew her so well. What about Ginny? She keeps dropping passes from the others. That's not like her. Have you asked either of them about it? Yeah, they both just get short and say nothing, he and Hermione said in unison. This time she did smile, but it was quickly erased. So, what do you think it is? I'm not sure, they're both so stubborn. I don't see how I can get them to talk about it, she said. Ron nodded vaguely and started thumbing the fist of his right hand on top of his left. Right, he said. He hoped that she'd ask him to elaborate. He had expected her to discuss this with him, or ask more questions. He thought she'd want to know more. Well, is that it? She said after a long stretch of silence. I suppose, he replied. She returned to her reading, but he wasn't sure how she could read with her chin held that high. Look, Hermione, I don't see why we can't just. You don't, do you? No, I mean, it's been months of this. Don't you think it's time? You really can't figure it out? She asked. He shook his head and shoulders shrugged, nonplussed. Really, Ronald, you're the best in the school at Wizard's chess. Yet you can't logic your way through this one. Maybe if you just told me, I could make it right, he said. There's a word for that. Oh, let me think. She made a mock face of confusion. As if trying hard to think of an answer to a particularly challenging question. Oh, that's right, cheating. She again returned to her readings, but this time felt like a final dismissal. He looked at her for a long stretch, hoping either that she'd change her mind or that staring at the top of her head would reveal what she was thinking. Eventually he realized it was useless. So, he grabbed his broom and slumped out of the library, as he so often did, without any new information than when he'd come in. The next day, Ginny approached Ron as he sat on the bench in a corridor leading off towards Gryffindor Tower. Although March was fast approaching, it was still too cold for students to be comfortably spending time outside the warmth of their common rooms and classrooms. Hey, I just came from the Ollery. Mum sent us some Valentine's chocolates, but they made it here late due to the inspections, she said, handing him his share. Brilliant, I didn't get any at the Valentine's dinner, he said. Tearing open the packaging, she cringed and said, you went to that. Then shot her hand into his freshly opened box of sweets and took a raspberry-filled chocolate. Oi, hands off. Don't you have your own? She simply shrugged and peered over the back of her own box's content descriptions. What are doing out here anyway? Don't tell me, hiding from Lav. Ron didn't respond. What's it like? Snogging her. I imagine it takes you several days to rehydrate. Right sight better than Quidditch these days, he retorted, hoping it would shut her up. It did and earned him a sideways glare. What's going on with you two anyway? I don't want to talk about it, she said. That's what he said too. He talked to you about it. She said quickly. No. What did I just say? Good, she said. She took another one of his chocolates, this time a swirl of white and milk chocolate in the shape of a heart. They sat thoughtfully chewing their treats and shivering due to the cold bench beneath them. A familiar pang of regretful sadness hit Ron as he remembered how close they'd been before Hogwarts. She might have told him what she and Harry were arguing about if they were as open as they used to be. The pair of them, the two youngest. It went Bill Charlie, Fred George, and Ron Ginny Percy, the odd one out. Familial sparring was a constant in their brother-sister bond, but so too had been deep confiding trust. She used to come to him for things. They used to tell each other stories, hidden in their forts made of fallen branches in the orchard. It was she came to when one of their brothers made her cry. But now she treated him more like Fred and George always had. Which made sense, as they were there for her the most during her first year. He'd been so wrapped up with Harry and Hermione to pay her much mind. That was until he saw Ginny's name written in blood. Maybe the chamber wouldn't have happened if he'd protected her. Since then he'd adopted a fierce protectiveness over her. He knew she didn't appreciate it, but what was he supposed to do? It was his duty, wasn't it? To keep her safe. What else could he do? And so they sat side by side in cold suspended silence. Well, bye, she said. Bye. Quote. Ginny stood up to leave. She had just rounded the corner back to the common room when she ran straight into Harry. Oh, sorry, he said. I was just leaving, she said. Not storming off again. Or you. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Why don't you write that on the captain's assessment, you know, so Gwenog knows exactly what she's getting into. She tossed at her long hair and yanked her bag over her shoulder to leave. Harry's head dropped back, looking momentarily up at the ceiling. He took deep breath in and held it. When Harry exhaled, he dashed around the corner to catch up with her. Ginny, wait. Ron strained his ears to eavesdrop. Please just let me explain. A short stretch went by during which Ron could hear no sound, so he assumed Ginny hadn't moved. Look, I am really sorry I can't tell you. But all of this is really sensitive stuff. If Voldemort finds out, what, you think I'd snitch to him because we're former BFFs? For fuck's sake, no. Ginny's footsteps echoed through the hall as she attempted marching away. So Ron got up to peer around the corner just as Harry said, Ginny, wait. He had now taken hold of her elbow, mocking the hairs on the back of Ron's neck tense up. I trust that you'd never voluntarily tell anyone. Especially him. I trust you. But Dumbledore made me swear not to say. He's spent years collecting his information and he's actually putting a lot of pressure on me too. Ron's shoulders tensed. He knew Harry had been about to reveal his task of securing Slughorn's memory. Thankfully Harry stopped himself by clenching his jaw shut tight. Harry took another deep steadying breath before continuing. But it's more than that. The more people who know, the more people I put in danger. I have to do what Dumbledore tells me. I have to. Or the people I care about get hurt. Harry was silent for a moment before continuing. And he has ways of torturing the information out of people. Even if he tortured me, I would never. Come on, Ginny. You know what it's like when he's in your head. And this time, if he finds out, he wins. I'm sure of it. Ron's hands clenched as he saw Harry's hand move up on Ginny's arm. So yeah, you being involved with the chamber and the diary, it just makes it more complicated. Or real, somehow. I wouldn't want to see that happen to you. Not again. I don't need a savior anymore, Harry. I know, said Harry with a crooked grin. His hand traveled further, settling just below her shoulder. I'd like to see you take on that basilisk now. Bet you'd finish it off in half the time it took me. Imagine Riddle's face covered in bat bogies and, "Oi, will you get your grubby hands off my sister?" Harry backed away from Ginny by several steps, looking alarmed. He seemed to have forgotten that Ron was still nearby. "Mind your own business, Ron," Ginny shot at him, though with much less intensity than he usually received for such things. Ron was now in full view after departing his hiding place. The three of them stood in the cold stone corridor like silent sentinels. Harry searched her expectantly while she processed what he'd told her. Now that she knew he had overhead, Ginny looked to Ron seeking her brother's confirmation of what Harry had told her. Ron nodded and said, "He's right, Ginny." His sister shifted the burden of her bag to her other shoulder. "Well, is there any way for me to help without me knowing everything?" Ron now looked to Harry, who had a strange expression on his face. "I'll let you know. So that's what this has all been about. That Harry wouldn't tell you what he is learning in Dumbledore's lessons?" asked Hermione. Ginny nodded. "You didn't feel comfortable telling me before. I could have explained that as well. I suppose that wasn't all it was." "Okay. Well, what else was it?" "Blimey, I dunno, let me just think." Ginny rested her forehead on her hands and took a few moments to sort it out. She'd gone straight to Hermione from her conversation with Harry and Ron. All of it was still too fresh in her mind. "If I tell you, you have to promise not to make this a Ginny fancies Harry thing." "I won't, if it isn't." "It's not." Hermione looked skeptical, but nodded. "You know my rule where I don't tell people things that are none of their business." "Yes. Well, I sort of broke it with Harry," Ginny said, predictably making Hermione's eyebrows shoot up. "You promised," said Ginny, pointing an accusing finger at her friend. Hermione closed her mouth tightly and threw up her hands in mock surrender. "Anyway, it was the day before coming back to Hogwarts. He and I were alone ripping up cabbages and we got to talking about Slughorn's party. And I might have mentioned the Gwenog and Dean debacle to him." "Yo, you told Harry about your argument with Dean?" Ginny nodded. "Oh, that sounds awkward. Harry and Ron are so clueless about those sorts of things." "It wasn't at all, actually," said Ginny. "In fact, we sort of laughed through it. And while we were talking, he told me something as well." "What did he say?" "Not about the lessons. Because if he did, he really shouldn't." "No, it's nothing about your blessed lessons. It was something about his parents." "What about them?" "He told me in confidence, so I, can't tell you." Hermione looked flummoxed and asked, "He specifically said not to say?" "Not exactly. But he said that he hasn't told you or Ron, so I figure he'd like it to stay that way." "Oh," she said, her eyebrows furrowed and eyes wandering in confusion. "Stings, doesn't it?" Ginny said, smirking. Hermione rolled her eyes in response and began processing what Ginny had told her. "So you broke your rule with Harry by telling him about Dean, and then he told you something he hasn't told us. So that's why you were upset when he wouldn't tell you about the lessons. You thought you were on a certain level of confidence. And when he didn't tell you, and you felt betrayed." Yeah, I guess that's right. How do you do that?" "Ginny, you must see how significant that is. Him telling you something he kept to himself about his parents. There's nothing more personal than that to Harry. He must really trust you. The lessons he has with Dumbledore are one thing, those are all about." Ginny smiled expectantly, hoping Hermione would reveal any scrap of detail. "Other matters. You know, for keeping it tightly under wraps, you three nearly slip up a lot," said Ginny. "And yes, I figured as such." Feeling herself smile softly and grow warm at the thought that Harry trusted her. "Ginny, are you sure you don't still have feelings for? You promised that you wouldn't make it about that." Ginny threw back. "And, anyway, that's not all. In one of our arguments it came up how I was upset that he'd forgotten about the chamber and the diary." "Oh," said Hermione with that belittling tone of pity people used when referencing her first year. Ginny wished she could siphon it out and dump it in a toxic lake somewhere, where it belonged. "I've always held onto this wish that we'd get to a point where we could discuss it. That maybe it would help me process it all." "I see," she replied, rubbing the binding of her book. "Ginny, I don't want to discount your feelings. You have every right to need to process what happened in the chamber. Actually, I think it's important you do. But you should know that Harry has never asked me how I'm doing after something like that has happened. Harry just figures that if you're alive, you're fine. That's one reason I miss Ron so much. But Harry asks me how my year is going now. Yes, now, he does. He's several years older. Not only that, but just think about it. After the chamber, it was him running away from the Dursleys. Then dealing with finding out about Sirius, then being thrown into the tournament, then seeing Voldemort. Okay, I get your point. He's different this year. After the Ministry, he's changed a lot. Ginny remembered back to Harry's comment from before. It just feels like things have changed since then, or like I've changed, I dunno. She didn't know exactly what he was thinking when he'd said it. But even she had told Fred and George that something was different about Harry. You're right, of course. It's just that all this has brought up some complicated stuff about the chamber and diary. I'm trying to push it away again. But, I don't know. It's all starting to seep in. Hermione looked concerned. Do you want to talk to me about it? Ginny considered. I don't know if I can just yet. Okay. The image of her fingers covered in blood and feathers on her robes flashed in her mind. But as quickly as it came, she pushed it away. She pulled hard at the edges of her skirt to straighten it down across her legs. We're all just growing up, Ginny. We have to be patient with each other. Is that what you call what you've been doing with Ron? That is entirely different. Wait, so what did you two talk about? He asked me why you and Harry were arguing. At the time we didn't know. But then he wanted me to tell him what has been bothering me and why I haven't been speaking to him. Let me guess. You went like this. Ginny raised her chin high in the air and turned it side to side in an exaggerated mock impression of Hermione, who was very much unamused. Grinning unto herself, Ginny stopped to observe her friend. He's trying to make amends, Hermione. How long are you going to hold on to this for? Hermione's eyes flashed angrily. What? You're taking his side too. Don't get cross with me because you chose to go falling in love with my ass of a brother. And if I'm being fair, he doesn't know how much you like him. You said yourself that they can be clueless about this sort of thing. He may be thick, but he cares for you, Hermione. Like really, truly cares. And besides, you've got enough brains for the pair of you. That doesn't excuse his behavior, or what he's done. He's gone and dated another girl because things weren't coming together with the one he actually likes. Sound familiar? Ginny pointed to herself. Lavender falls all over him and it pads his fragile ego. But he's starting to avoid her, and I know it's because he sees right through it. Hermione simply huffed and her chin raised automatically into the air. But quickly realizing what she'd done, she bowed her head forward and glared at the table. Ginny continued, how do you see this playing out? Think ahead. Harry can't tell anyone apart from you and Ron about what he's learning with Dumbledore. Stuff I'm assuming will help Harry defend himself against you-know-who. We're in a war, Hermione. A war in which 3 teenagers and a batty old man with an injured hand are the only ones with the classified intel. Ginny paused for emphasis. 3 teens that I know work best when they're together. Her words caused her friend to recede inside herself and commence staring and seeing at the school books piled high in front of her. Ginny reached across the table to squeeze Hermione's wrist. I say this with love. That sometimes we have to get over ourselves and put our personal feelings aside for the sake of the bigger picture. Ginny left Hermione in the library, seeing as she was refusing to talk to her anyway. She walked very slowly back to Gryffindor Tower, feeling exhausted by all the conversations she'd had today but gearing up to have one more. It had been almost 2 weeks now of poor sleep, professors keeping her late after class, fighting back chamber feely NGS and not being able to fully enjoy Quidditch. But finally she felt that she was wading into some sense of relief. Her thoughts drifted to Hermione's reaction that Harry had told her about his parents. She believed it had been significant, but Hermione had confirmed it. Now that Ginny thought about it, earning her place in Harry's trusted circle felt just as special as if he'd told her what he learned with Dumbledore. Ginny shut down Hermione's voice in her head, asking, are you sure you don't still have feelings for Harry? Because to question it would give attention to it. And to give attention to it might keep it alive. Could you starve a piece of yourself out of existence? Just because someone tells someone else a highly personal detail does not mean they fancy that person. Alright, it was unusual for her to share details. But it didn't mean anything and it might never happen again. So she and Harry trusted each other, that was all. She saw her life as divided into before Tom and after Tom. The in-between was blank because, well, he'd stolen her memory as well as her innocence. The before Tom was her childhood. Her first self. Days were simple back then. They were filled with RNING chores and afternoon explorations of the orchards. When she climbed the trees, she imagined that she was narrowly escaping capture from a horde of goblins. She'd run barefoot through grass scree, ming with laughter and stay up late into the night writing stories about brave witches who could speak with animals, cute ones, not snakes. She'd even saved the most perfect fallen stick as a wand so she could pretend to clear the burrow of ancient curses. All this she had done while being surrounded by a troop of brothers ready to support her at her every command. Stories about the boy who lived came later when her mother and father told bedtime tales of her two uncles who gave their lives in a war. They told her how little Harry Potter had mysteriously stopped he who must not be named. Good had conquered evil, and his adventures did not stop when he got to Hogwarts. It was all she could do to exist in the same room as him back then. The boy who lived with his kind smile, polite manners, messy dark hair and the most brilliant green eyes. This was her buttered elbow era, when she was unable to control her words or her limbs around him. It was as if a hero walked off the front of a collate frog cart and decided to join them for afternoon tea. Then came Tom. He was so unlike any of the monsters from the stories because he too had been kind to her. He had even been a friend. Sheesh. Old have realized sooner that he was carefully using the words that she'd shared as means to manipulate her. With her own words and feelings used against her, she grew to question her own sanity. Suddenly it was she who was the corrupted. It was she who was doing the chasing. Taking back the diary from Harry Potter has been her attempt to do the right thing and save him from Tom. She believed she could control herself with the diary and therefore control Tom. But she realized too late that she had been wrong. She woke up on the floor of the chamber to Harry Potter bleeding out, having almost been killed because she had given her power to a former friend. The aftermath of guilt, blame, and shame left her with a second self she did not recognize. Now the boy who lived was also Harry Potter, her indebted savior. The summer after the chamber, she wanted to send him a letter to thank him and ask him how he'd overcome you-know-who before. After several drafts, how could she trust her writing again? She figured it'd be best to talk in person. Then when Ginny finally did see him, she still couldn't speak. And he didn't mention it. So just like that, he was unreachable, just like the heroes in those stories. After Tom, Ginny theoretically had full faculty of her mind. But it had been rearranged. Like someone had put her belongings away without knowing where they normally went. Leaving horrific images in random places for her to stumble upon. Years went by in which she fought a silent battle to sort out thoughts where they normally went and control this new version of herself. At first it was an hourly battle. Then a daily one, then weeks would go by until finally she didn't think about it much anymore. She eventually had to accept that she could never restore herself to exactly who she'd been before Tom. Even so, she'd sewn herself together in a way that she came to appreciate. No longer could she be manipulated by others or give them power over her. When she spoke, she did so with conviction so no one could question her intentions. She had something to prove, and she used the DA lessons and the Department of Mysteries to do it. Granted, it all would have been easier with Harry Potter's help. He was the only other one who handled the diary and spoke directly to Tom. But the nagging desire to speak to him about the chamber mixed poorly with her crush on the boy who lived, making it all too overwhelming. She was only 12, after all. Hermione believed that it was just because she fancied him. She didn't deny it, but it was more than just Fank. Ying the cute boy with messy hair and green eyes. So as she healed herself from Tom's psychological trauma, she found her attraction to Harry Potter only served to keep her ensconced in it. So she too took Hermione's advice and tried to move on. Michael had been an experiment. What was it like to think about another boy and start again in that innocent crush stage? It was a refreshingly simple distraction. Particularly with that look Harry paraded around on his face whenever Chong entered a room. How embarrassing for him. When she saw it, she looked away. She looked to Michael. Simple Michael. Of course, when he got petty about Quidditch she simply couldn't be bothered. Around this time, she began seeing Harry as less the shining hero that she once believed him to be and more just, normal. In fact, now she had saved him at Grimmauld Place. She saved him from himself, at that. Starving himself up in that room, thinking that he'd actually be capable of mortally injuring her father. Giving back to him helped to absolve some of the stain of blame that she'd carried since the chamber. She realized something else, that maybe she didn't need him anymore. She didn't need him to save her. In fact, with one lucky you quip, Easter eggs with icing, and a risky mission to the ministry, she'd say that she had now repaid him. All things being equal, now there was Dean. Good, kind, strong, and handsome Dean. He was more of a laugh than Michael, which initially attracted her to him during DA practice. And when they started dating, Dean showed himself to be a traditional romantic. Ginny found this intriguing given her childhood fascination with celebrated witches and wizards. In Dean's eyes, Ginny found a peaceful contentment that didn't involve blood, monsters, and psychotic villains. And Harry. She hoped things could return to being relaxed with him now that they'd cleared up the lessons with Dumbledore. She knew that she'd have to explain her strong reaction and instigation of shouting matches. Ginny grumbled internally, recalling how all the recent argue-talk-resolve conversations with Dean might have prepared her for this. Apart from her slip-up the night of the Ollery, she believed they could be good friends. She was aware now that her second self feelings were lurking closer to the surface than she'd realized. So she'd have to be more prepared around Harry if there were to truly be friends. But no matter. She could deal with that, hadn't she proved that before? If she kept it under control, they could just be friends without all those extra complications. But still, part of her hoped that one day they'd be able to talk about Tom. Because if those chamber feelings were indeed still there, he might be the only one who could walk through them with her. Ginny enter the Gryffindor Tower and found Harry sitting alone at a table near the large window. He was flicking through pages of his potions book, not taking in any information. It was late enough now that most students had gone to bed. The common room was quiet other than the scratchy sound of the radio. "Hey, Harry." She sat in the chair beside him. He looked up from his book and smiled. "Hey." When his eyes focused on her, she realized too late that she'd perhaps sat too close to him. But scooting back or sitting across the table now would make it awkward. So she took a deep breath to steady her racing heart. "I've talked with Hermione. Same as Ron, she says you're right not to say anything." He nodded and pulled his lips into an acknowledging smile. "I just wanted to, explain myself too." Ginny wrapped her arms around her stomach. "I understand now why you won't tell me and I respect it. I just got triggered, I suppose is the word. Ron will tell you, I can get pretty worked up about the whole little sister being left behind bit. 6 older brothers leaving one by one can do that to a person. Not to mention seeing you, Ron, and Hermione always whispering and plotting has never helped. You do understand that I don't want to be involved in this stuff all the time," said Harry firmly, but not unkindly. She nodded. "Yes, I understand that. It's just that every one of my family members has tried hiding me away to shield me after the chamber. I get it, but I'm tired of it. They see me as their helpless little sister who got kidnapped and almost murdered. When you wouldn't tell me, it felt like that all over again. Like I'm just Ron's little sister and I don't just see you as Ron's sister," he said. "I know, but it's just," she looked to ensure no one could overhear her before leaning in closer. She put a hand on the crook of his arm. "I want to help fight Riddle, too, Harry. I thought you of all people would understand that." "I do," he whispered. "And I was furious with you for forgetting. I can't lie. It still doesn't feel good. But, Hermione reminded me that maybe you had other things on your mind. And, for Merlin's sake, we were just kids." He had looked away from her now and began twirling the quill in his hand. He was quiet for a moment before replying, "I'm sorry for not sticking around for you after the chamber. And I'm sorry that I forgot. Like I said, there were other things on your mind," she said, squeezing his elbow gently and then leaning back in her seat. "But, seriously, killing a basilisk is that easy to forget?" He laughed and finally looked at her again. "Just a regular Tuesday night in my life, I am, though. Really, really sorry." She sat quietly waiting, wishing he'd follow up with, "Do you want to talk about the chamber?" Willing herself to ask, can we talk about the chamber? But neither happened. Thanks for saying that. She conceded that it was a step in the right direction. Besides, if we have another shouting match, I'm afraid Richie will resign citing emotional trauma. I mean, really, does he ever talk? Maybe all those pumpkin pasties before practice make his tongue stick to the roof of his mouth. I'll slip him the anecdote to Tung Tung Toffee. That should clear it up. Or host a team bonding night, like Oliver would used to, she said. If you want to hold hands in a circle and chant relaxation exercises before every match, Weasley, you're free to join the Hufflepuffs. I don't think so, not after I hexed Smith. She returned his smile and reached down to pick up her bag. So, what do you think? Go back to being friends. Friends. Yeah. Despite what Fred and George say, being around you can actually be a laugh. And finally getting to say words around you has been nice. Been nice, yeah, he said. She couldn't help feeling a little taken aback and even embarrassed by his reaction. Perhaps it was because she slipped up and referenced her previous inability to speak around him again. Look, if you don't want to, that's fine. I just figure for the sake of the team we'd at least better. No, I want to. I do, he interrupted without looking at her. Instead, he focused on yanking out the strands of his feathered quill. Okay, then, she said and got up to leave. Well, good night. Night. Harry had endured plenty of miserable experiences in his life, of which getting friend-zoned by Ginny Weasley was now one. Friends. You fucking coward. The conversation replayed in his head, but this time the right way. Look, if you don't want to, that's fine. No, I don't want to be friends, Ginny. I want to be more than that. You talking to me has not been nice. It's been fucking brilliant. The absolute best thing. And when you weren't speaking to me, I thought I might disappear. I want you to come sit next to me every night at dinner, not Dean. I want to hug you good morning and kiss you good night. I want to walk around the castle, just talking to you about nothing and everything. I want to be close enough to smell your hair and it not be weird. I want to kiss you so badly, everywhere, and touch you. He slammed the Half-Blood Prince's book closed and chucked the quill in his hand. It unsatisfactorily fluttered back down to the table. Harry yanked his glasses off and pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes until he saw stars. Friends. He didn't want to go without talking to her anymore. So desperate was he, so afraid of losing her again, that he couldn't force himself to ask her for more. Pieces of their conversation the night of the Ollery replayed often in his mind. It felt so good to have an innocent excuse to be alone with her for that uninterrupted amount of time. One whole shining hour where talking was easy and she was by his side. Building a bit of muscle never hurt anyone. That was the only part that haunted him. Did she like blokes who were more burly? He could do more push-ups. What if it hurt his speed while seeking? He didn't care, it'd be worth it. Tomorrow he'd start doing push-ups every day. In fact, he should start right now. Harry got down on the floor and did as many push-ups as he could until his arms burned. Several other late studiers in the common room peered curiously at him, but he didn't care. Fucking hell. What are you doing? He stopped and climbed back into his chair. Dean could probably do more. Dean was taller. Dean had bigger arms. Dean was an adequate chaser, of adequate intelligence, of adequate humor. Again, what the hell was it about him she fancied? For the millionth time, Harry thought about how Ginny had once fancied him. Back when he was too stupid to care. What he wouldn't give to have that back. Could she ever think of him that way again? A dark thought struck him. Maybe it was just because of the boy who lived. After all, she'd only liked him when she couldn't speak to him. Likely once she got to know him she saw that he wasn't anything special. Not worthy of his own clothes, his own friends, or his own room. Just a scrawny kid in a cupboard with an ugly cut across his head. Just Harry. Not worthy of the most popular girl in school who had the most lovely hair and light brown eyes. The she would smile and laugh left him with a deeply felt warmth, like laying too long in sunshine. He admired that clever, mischievous look she got knowing she'd outsmarted the other chasers. It was the same one she had when helping him speak to Sirius. He could easily remember what it looked like when she wore shorts over the summer. Without realizing it, he'd memorized the shape of her bare legs, traveling up to her hips. Chest and hair. Now even when she was in school robes or Quidditch kit, he could imagine it all and wanted to know more. He dropped down for another round of push-ups. Now sweating, he wiped his forehead on his tie and put his forehead against the cold windowpane. He tried to clear his mind, like in occlumency practice. But he'd always been shit at that too. You fucking wanker, he told himself. Then he closed his eyes more tightly still at the truth of it. You alright, mate? Harry jumped and reached for his wand. But realizing it was Ron, he slumped back in his chair and reached for the prince's book. Yeah, fine. Looked like you were going through something there, Ron said, looking concerned. He sat down across from Harry. Was it about Ginny? What? Quote, her wanting to know about Dumbledore's lessons. Said Ron. Oh, no. We sorted it out, he said. Friends. Good, because the team was starting to get worried. Ron said. So, you're alright. Yeah, fine. Your scar was hurting again. Wasn't it? Oh, kind of prickles. Not a big deal. Ron nodded wisely. Must mean he's up to something. Planning, you know. You haven't started getting dreams again, have you? Nope. None like last year. Harry cleared his throat and grasped for a change in subject. Ron looked disheveled himself, 2 buttons of his shirt undone and face flushed. You just with Lavender. Blimey. Yeah, I dunno, Harry, he said, rubbing his face in his hands. What? If I'm being honest, when I got with her I was just looking for a good snogging. Well, yeah, Ron acknowledged. It was great and all at first. But now it's gotten to the point that I'll do anything to stop her asking when she'll meet my mum. Harry's eyebrows shot up. Amused, he smiled and asked. Anything, huh? Ron blushed furiously and quickly said, that's not what I meant, bloody hell. No, we haven't, you know. Well, I don't know. But yeah I know. You and Cho never did anything like. Never mind. No, I told you. We kissed once. Right, yeah. They descended into an awkward moment of silence. Ron looked like he wanted to say more but had thought better of it. Harry made to open up his potions book when Ron suddenly blurted, Lavender and I got close before Christmas. Oh, it didn't end too well. I'm sorry. Yeah, said Ron. Ever since then she's been all over me. And that's bad. Quote, I don't know. Hasn't really been the same after that night. Oh. After you'd all left for the Slug Club party, we went to one of those abandoned classrooms. Thought we'd try to get it in before we left for the break. Harry sniggered. Shit, that's not what I just meant. Yeah, I got it. Ron burrowed his face in his hands again. When he spoke again his voice was muffled. Anyway I wasn't 100% invested, if you know what I mean. Harry furrowed his eyebrows. Ron looked up and gestured vaguely. Didn't, rise to the occasion. Oh, yeah, and she got upset. Quote, no, worse, much worse. Oh, she giggled, he said as if testifying in an ongoing investigation. She giggled at me, Harry. Harry closed his eyes and bit down painfully hard on his lips. Don't laugh, pleaded Ron. Harry shook his head quickly and attempted to cover his whole face with his hand. You're laughing, Ron said matter-of-factly. Harry forced his eyes more closed still. Now feeling tears on the rims of his eyes. You can't tell anyone. Blimey, especially not Hermione. Harry took a deep breath to recover and cringed. What kind of roulade? On ship do you imagine Hermione and I have that we would talk about your? Just, promise. I promise. The two were silent for a stretch. Ron's forehead was in his hands and Harry looked on with pity before realization struck. Hang on. You said this was the night of Slughorn's party. Yeah, the party where Hermione took McLaggen as a date. Well, fucking hell, Ron, said Harry, ducking his head and shaking it side to side. What? We're thinking about Hermione taking McLaggen to the party. Well I just couldn't figure out why she'd take him. She wanted to go with you, you dolt, before you took up with Lavender. I couldn't go with her, not after she snogged Crumb. Ron nearly yelled, then scanned the room to ensure no one had heard. That was years ago. Still, she did it, didn't she? You're mental. What am I supposed to do, Harry? She won't even talk to me now. Ditch Lavender, for starters. It's not that simple. Why not? She'll expect me to apologize for everything. But that means I have to tell her about what Ginny said about her snogging Crumb. So even if I split up with Lavender, she'll still be cross with me. I reckon Ginny's already told her, said Harry matter-of-factly. You do. Sure. Girls talk like that, don't they? I suppose. I just never thought of Ginny as a proper girl though. As opposed to what? A house elf. I dunno. Whenever I okay at her I just see the little kid who made us draw chocolate frog cards out of Mum's witch's hat. She made us dress up and put on these mock duels. An easy smile slid across Harry's face as he imagined it. That's adorable. What? We all had to do it. Mum and Dad let her take over the entire first floor of the burrow. Harry couldn't think of an adequate response, so he stared back down at his copy of the prince's book. His mind strayed again to his conversation with Ginny before Ron had shown up. He tried to push it out of his mind, knowing it would just come back to replay itself over and over again. What if he had just said he wanted to be more than friends? How would she have responded? You really fucked up, mate. Yeah, I know, said Ron, sounding dejected. Can I ask you something, Harry? Sure. You and Hermione. We're friends, Ron. We're just friends. Friends. There were many things about death that his friends couldn't understand. If they did, they wouldn't accuse him of having a people-saving thing, like it was anything other than a reasonable response to having lost so many. They didn't get that when someone dies, it's not only the person you lose but the tangibility of their presence in the world. New and present manifestations of that person were lost forever. You couldn't send a letter and expect a response. You couldn't make plans and look forward to the next time you'd see them again. You couldn't feel them hug you without having to relive it in an incomplete memory. All his life, he longed for some unknown family member to come save him from the Dursleys. Some long-lost person who did actually want him, but just couldn't get to him somehow. That person was Sirius. Meeting his godfather at 13 was an actualization of fantasies thought up in a dark cupboard under the stairs. Finally, there was an adult that was just his. Someone to which he could belong. Someone that understood him because their life was similarly destroyed after James and Lily's death. But Harry's chance had now disappeared through the veil. He'd gone and irreparably fucked it up. There was no longer hope for him to have some semblance of family for his own. Now he had to navigate this world without that type of love once again. He was back to being the odd one out. An orphan, aimlessly unattached and unwanted. There were times when the grief demanded to be felt. Yet he had to go about pretending to be normal. Playing his part in a deeply depressing play. Shower. Brush teeth. Do homework. Go to meals. Go to sleep, or not. Repeat. Distraction, that was easiest. Tailing and investigating Malfoy. Flying faster and faster so the sound of the wind was all that filled his ears. Watching Ginny's hair and all the ways it moved to catch the light. That's why he loved when she kept it down. It was so mesmerizing to watch. Serious words would catch him at the most unpredictable times. It's cruel that I got to spend so much time with James and Lily, and you so little. But know this. The ones that love us never really leave us. And you can always find them in here. He should have asked Sirius more questions about his parents. He should have asked about every little detail. What did they talk about? Did they have any inside jokes? What were they? Had they been happy? Maybe this summer he could sit down with Lupin and ask more questions. That night in the graveyard, was it actually them? Or had it been just a memory of them? A reflection of what they might say, but not truly them? Were they watching? Could they see? Did they know how this might end? He wished even for just one conversation with them. Or maybe he didn't. Because with his parents, he'd never known it, palpable love. He could imagine what it would have been like, but it was all a contrived daydream. With Sirius, he had known it and lost it. And it was his fault. He didn't want to find them just in his heart, he desperately desired to find them outside of himself. To have them guide him where to go next. To be around him, surrounding him with comfort he'd never fully known. So when they levitated Ron's limp body onto the stretcher for the hospital wing, it wasn't hard for Harry to imagine the earth-shattering grief that would have followed if not for the Bazaar. After stuffing the little stone down Ron's throat, he'd sprinted to the hospital wing for Madame Pomfrey. Luke, Killy. It was not far from Slughorn's office, and when they arrived back McGonagall was leaning over Ron's limp body casting various spells. Professor Slughorn continued to be in a state of shock, but Ad carefully moved the bottle of mead clear across the room. Harry numbly followed McGonagall, Madame Pomfrey, and Ron laid out on the floating stretcher to the hospital wing. His mind blank, heart racing and stomach curdling. He didn't know how he would navigate this world, the world without him. Ron was his most important person. His first and best friend. His brother. None of this was possible without Ron. He brought Harry outside of himself, and his spiraling internal monologue, to make him laugh and feel whole. Losing Ron wouldn't be something he could come back from. He'd dive into the lake every day, or stuff a bazoar down his throat, to save Ron if he had to, because anything else would be impossible to live with. "I'll go retrieve Albus," said McGonagall. "And Ginny, and Hermione?" Harry asked. She nodded and placed a steadying hand on Harry's shoulder. "I'm sorry, Potter, you'll have to wait out here," said Madame Pomfrey. And without waiting for his response, she shut the entrance to the hospital wing with a flourish of her wand. It happened so gradually that he didn't register a change until the scene had fully formed. Pastel purples and blues painted across the rim of the world, fading into translucence and hinting at the stars above. And now he was sprawled on a lawn under a summery twilight sky. He was stretched out over the soft grass, tired from the sun in a satisfied sort of way. The bottom of his feet gave a pleasant throb, having gone barefoot most of the day. There was no need for shoes. In fact, they'd only slow him down as he ran in and out of the house, grabbing sustenance to fuel another game of 2A-side Quidditch. His elbow began to go numb, having to hold up his body weight as he lay on his side to face Hermione. "Whose do you think is better? Mine or Harry's?" "I couldn't really say." "Come on, Hermione. You can be honest." "I honestly couldn't say. Mine is fuller, I think. His is just easier to see." She was quiet for just a beat too long, throwing off the cadence. He peered up at her, hoping that she'd let it resume. "It's a silly competition." "Silly. Hermione. This is serious. Comparing like this isn't healthy. It's longer on my chin. Here, feel it." He waved her closer and stuck out his jaw for her to examine his modest beard, the product of his efforts. She grazed her hand along the side of his cheek, but quickly withdrew it, giggling softly. "It tickles. Mum says we'll have to shave them tomorrow night before the train. So I dug out her tape measure and we can determine the winner." "Just as well. You know McGonagall won't allow it either. Seeing as it's a violation of dress code. Bit hypocritical, don't you think? With Dumbledore allowed to flaunt that great mane." Hermione giggled again and several puffs of air escaped through her nose. The way she did when she couldn't help but laugh. It gave Ron a rush of satisfaction to make her cheeks glow even in the fading light. "Just think, he's probably had it longer than we've been alive." He added, "Perhaps it should be put to a vote, the silly competition, I mean." "Oh," he said, eyes widening. "You're absolutely right. Although we'll have to discount Ginny's vote." "Why's that?" "Obvious, isn't it? She'll choose Harry. She's biased. She's with Dean now," Hermione stated. "Oh, come off it. She's had a thing for Harry since before Hogwarts." "Yo, you can't tell me there isn't some of that left." "Well, if we're talking about biases, won't the rest of your family be partial towards you?" "No, I don't think so." "Really? You don't think your mum W'll be a teeniest bit swayed to vote for you?" She challenged. "No, she loves Harry more than the rest of us. Because the way I see it, the only neutral third party might be me." Ron smiled, raising one eyebrow. "Oh, really? So, it would seem that my vote is the only one that matters," said Hermione, straightening up and looking pleased with herself. "Well, there's Fleur," he said, immediately regretting it. The way Hermione rolled her eyes made Ron wonder why the force of it did not cause her to fall over. "I take it back," he said quickly. "I want to hear what you think." Hermione shook her head definitively. "I guess you'll just have to wait until tomorrow night, won't you?" "Fair enough," he grumbled, laying down on the blanket and stroking his beard. "It's a shame really. To have put in so much work and see it wasted." Hermione shook her head, sending her curls forward to fall over shoulders. She plucked a long blade of grass and began wrapping it around her index finger. "So your parents didn't mind you spending most of the summer here?" "Truthfully, I don't know. They're usually busy with work. And when I'm gone, they spend a lot of time with their friends. So it's hard for them to balance both when I do come home," she said. The blade of grass snapped, so she plucked another. "I can't help but feel that they'd rather be doing either of those things." "Oh," he said. He knew it wasn't helpful. "And anyway, I just end up sitting inside, reading all day." Which I don't mind, really. But it's more pleasant to be here with all of you. Has it always been that way? Ron asked. Them being busy. She gazed across the lawn, toward the darkened section where the light of the burrow could not reach. Yes, but it has gotten more noticeable over the years. They don't know what to ask me anymore. And I don't know how to tell them about all of it. You still don't want to tell them what's going on? That you know who is back? No, they wouldn't understand. And they'd just worry. Well, he said, rolling to his back and lacing his hands behind his head. It's better than having Lucius and Narcissa as parents. Then you'd be an entitled little twerp who's never seen daylight. Yes, but what can you do, really, when you have parents like that? What do you mean? He said quickly. When you're born into a family like that and that's all you have known. What chance do you have to learn to be good before it's too late? Plenty, I'd say, said Ron. Well, just think about it. Your parents have taught you to be good before you even got to Hogwarts. What, you think that I'd become a Death Eater if I wasn't a Weasley? Maybe. Think about it. If you were born in Malfoy's place, you wouldn't have Molly and Arthur Weasley to teach you that these notions on blood status are dangerous. You're sympathizing with Malfoy now. Not exactly, no. Got something you want to tell us, Hermione? Have a soft spot for dear old Draco? No, of course not. I'm just saying, you can't assume someone is evil because of their parents or what Hogwarts house they're in. Hermione, all the evil ones come from Slytherin. Everyone knows that. See, that's he kind of attitude that causes this sort of thing. What? It's true, he said, now laughing. He enjoyed watching Hermione's eyes illuminate with the passion of her argument, even though he did not fully understand it. So many witches and wizards stay in these antiquated ideologies. The same patterns. That's what is really behind all this. What? So now I'm the problem. Some of your ideas, yes. Ron stared at her, gobsmacked. Thinking that now, perhaps, she had gone too far. Well, what about Percy? He's a Weasley and he's been corrupted by the Ministry. Which is all really unfortunate. But you have to admit he is challenging the status quo. That's one reason everyone in your family is so angry with him. A surge of annoyance swelled inside him, remembering the image of his mother's tear-stained face. I don't believe it. You're siding with Percy now. No, not at all. He's terribly misguided and indulging a need to strictly follow rules without question. Which is highly dangerous, she said definitively. But you have to admit it takes nerve to side with something he wasn't grown up to believe just because his family does. Well, Hermione, if you're so proud of Percy and want to follow in his footsteps, you're free to do so. Of course I don't want that, Ronald. Besides, they wouldn't take me. I'm Muggleborn, and I'm best friends with the Chosen One. Not to mention the biggest family of blood traitors. Upset about that, are you? Sorry to see it stain your application to join the Death Eaters. She ignored this and launched boldly into a lecture she seemed to have prepared beforehand. That's the problem with all these institutions around house elves, blood status, and even Hogwarts houses. Everyone accepts those as the only way it is. Labeling and categorizing people. It isn't until someone comes along to challenge it that people realize that they're entrenched in it. She looked at him expectantly, as if waiting for him to catch the intensity of her argument. In truth, his mind hummed in irritation such that he barely registered what she was saying. Take the tournament, for instance. It could have been a wonderful opportunity to unite the wizarding communities. Instead they kept it as a competition and pit the schools against one another. If it had been a more friendly event, then perhaps, I don't know, we'd have more support for fighting Voldemort. Got friendly with Crumb, did you? He said bitterly. Ronald, that was the point of it, she said, exasperated. Just how friendly did you get? She continued on as if not hearing him. Which is why I keep up with him. It's important for international magical cooperation. Fleur keeps in contact with him too. Sounds to me like he's keeping his options open. I won't dignify that with a response. You just did. She opened her mouth ready to respond, then closed it. Ron smirked, proud of himself for outsmarting her. You're exhausting, she said, laying down on the blanket beside him. Ron and Hermione allowed the chorus of croaking frogs to drown out their conversation. The last reaches of sunlight had fully faded now, allowing more stars to appear in the great expanse above them. He felt his annoyance with her settle and fade. I'm so anxious to start Newt levels, she whispered, as if admitting a secret. What are you worried about? He asked, already knowing the answer. Not failing. Hermione, when have you failed at anything? There's always a possibility. What's the worst that could happen? Look at me. I've failed plenty and I'm doing just fine, he said. Besides, some things are more important than school, like not becoming a Death Eater. I didn't say I was going to be a Death Eater. She scooted closer to him to smack him on the arm. Ow. Careful, or I'll tip you off to Auror Potter. They'd taken several asides this summer to discuss Harry. But the trip to Diagon Alley, and Harry's new-spun theories on Draco Malfoy, did little to assure them that everything with Harry was back to normal. Whatever that was for him. Do you think he's doing all right? She asked him. He seems fine, just suspicious of Malfoy. What's new, really? I still worry about him bottling things up. I think he's in denial. What should we do? Asked Ron. Bring up the Ministry. Sirius. No, I don't think so. I worry if we do he'll either start yelling again or otherwise become dysfunctional, she said. All we can do is be there for him, I suppose. Yeah, maybe his lessons with Dumbledore will keep him occupied. And being Quidditch captain. Right, said Ron, who felt a surge of confidence at the mention of Quidditch. He'd been practicing every day, he was in peaked performance. And surely Harry would choose him to be keeper, seeing as they were best mates. I have a good feeling about this year. He instinctively shifted closer to her, she rested the side of her head on his shoulder. Me too. Maybe this year, now that it's all out in the open about Voldemort's return, we can just focus on classes and prepare for Newt's. That's not really what I had in mind. The air had cooled enough now that the blissful summer breeze became chilly. Without realizing it, they had linked arms. Presumably to keep warm. When I was little, my parents and I used to go camping. We'd lay like this and look up at the stars. My dad knew a few constellations back then. Of course, now we know astronomy. It's all easier. Speak for yourself, he said. But he'd always tell me to first find Polaris. You know, the North Star. So even when you're lost, you just locate it and you'll be able to find your way. Without it, navigation for Muggles wouldn't have been possible. Isn't that amazing? Just that little ball of light. They even used it on the Apollo missions. What missions? Oh, you know, when they went to the moon. Who went to the moon? The astronauts. When the Americans sent people to space. She sat up quickly to search him, checking that he wasn't fibbing. Surely you know. No one's been to space, Hermione. They have. Even ask Harry. They've walked on the moon. Quote. He was about to reply when the timbre of her voice grew louder, until somehow it surrounded him on all sides. Saying nothing in particular. But now it sounded heavy, strained. So different from how it had been as they laid together, gazing up into the clear night sky. It stirred some understanding in him that this was a memory. That all of this had already happened. That in just a moment, his sister would call them in for a late dinner. That in 2 days he'd board a train to Hogwarts. He would, in fact, earn his place on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. But that, for many months, this would be the last gleaming memory he had of conversations lit by starlight. The harsh low light of a lamp above was piercing as he blinked his eyes open. Mum, he's waking up, said Ginny from beside him. What happened? He croaked. You were poisoned, darling, said his mum, pressing her hand into his and stroking his hair. But you're going to be okay. Remilda, he's still love-potioned. His mum cried, rounding on Fred and George. It's all because of those silly little products. We didn't poison him, Mum, said Fred defensively. Poison? Asked Ron. Yes, dear. Harry saved your life, his mum explained. Ron simply groaned. He took account of his body, attempting to move his arms and legs. They barely budged, body feeling heavy with weakness. His head must be filled with water, so why was it that his throat burned so sharply? He groaned again. Do you think the poison messed with his brain? Asked George. Stuck to one-word answers and grunting, Fred added. An improvement, I'd say. He reached for his memory. Although disrupted, he remembered sitting in Slughorn's office as his distorted vision cleared. Harry was grinning down at him. The mead? Ron asked. Yes, dear. The poison was in the drink. Harry saved you with a bazour, his mum explained. Goodness, Arthur. What would we do without him? Just a thought, maybe none of this would happen if we didn't know Harry, said Fred. Ron cleared his throat, resulting in a stabbing, gritty pain. When he spoke again, his voice cracked. For Harry. You know who? Behind the potion. We don't think so, Ginny replied. Nah, he'd want to be there to see Harry suffer. George, cried his mum. What? Just saying. That's kind of his mo, isn't it? Madame Pomfrey came bustling over now that Ron was awake. She shooed his family clear of the bedside in order to perform her diagnostic charms. Ron was glad for the interruption, as he was having difficulty adjusting to the new interruption of bright lights and loud voices of his family. He'll need close supervision, I'll be keeping him here a week, said Madame Pomfrey. Seeing the concerned look on his mum's face, she added, but I expect he'll make a full recovery. Maybe we should pull them out, Arthur. His mum turned to his dad who stood at the foot of the hospital bed. His dad took a sharp inhale, letting it go slowly. I don't think so, Molly. Dumbledore assured us it was an unfortunate accident. Right now, there's no way of knowing who was behind it. But it's unlikely to happen again. Well, you two are coming home for Easter. Harry too, his mum insisted. And Hermione if she'd like. Yeah, because you know who has just been waiting for Easter holiday to ambush Harry at Hogwarts. No, George. He wouldn't want to take any chances. He's probably afraid Harry would resurrect 3 days later, said Fred. Ginny smiled, but clicked her tongue. Will you two stop with that? We'll have to be very careful, restore all the enchantments on the house. Ensure that all the security measures are still active, said his dad. And it might not be a good time to hold any large-scale events, don't you think? Ginny said. The wedding is still on, Ginny, said his dad. George patted Ginny's back, as if saying, nice try. Where's Harry, and Hermione? Ron asked, looking around at the faces of his family surrounding him. I heard her earlier. Oh yeah, and just what was she saying? Asked George, wagging his eyebrows suggestively. They'll come back in the morning, dear. They waited here all day for you to wake up, his mum said. Hermione seemed particularly concerned, Ginny added with a knowing look. A glowing hope filled him. Hearing that she had been there all day, worrying over him. With the help of his mum, Madame Pomfrey ushered him up into a seated position to take in water and essence of rue. Over the next hour, they told him Harry's recounting of events and full-spun theories on the who, what, where, why of the poisoned mead. It's getting late, Molly, said his dad, squeezing Ron's foot affectionately through the covers. We should probably head home. Same for us. Love you, little bro. Happy birthday, said George, clapping Ron on the shoulder. Yeah, happy birthday. There's a gift for you when you're feeling up to it, Fred said, pushing their wrapped gift closer to him. Happy birthday, I'll come see you tomorrow, said Ginny, leaning over to give a quick hug. We'll try to make it by later this week. We love you, Ronnie. The watch looks wonderful on you, by the way. Thanks, Mum, he said. He wished they hadn't all gone at once, maybe his mum or Ginny could have stayed just a little longer. This had been the only hour of his birthday that he'd gotten to enjoy, and he couldn't help but feel cheated. Once again, he reclined on his back and looked up at a bright starry sky through the window of the hospital wing. I say this with love. That sometimes we have to get over ourselves and put our personal feelings aside for the sake of the bigger picture, said Ginny. Hermione was glad when Ginny excused herself. But in the pressing silence of the library, a familiar loneliness settled upon her heart like a thin layer of untouched snow. She wished the others could sympathize with her cause against Ron. She might have expected Harry to take up Ron's cause, but now Ginny sided with him too. Hermione rearranged the books around her into unnecessarily new piles, stacking her Feeney shed essays in order of when they were next due. She stifled a yawn and rubbed her aching eyelids. Consulting her reading schedule, she saw that 15 more pages were due for charms tomorrow. What if she just didn't? No, she must. They were starting a new section on appearance-altering charms tomorrow and she needed to be prepared. She earnestly tried to focus, but found her eyes blankly scanning lines without grabbing hold of the words. Intrusive thoughts dragged her along the same beaten train of thought. The worst was when the doubt slipped in telling her that perhaps Harry and Ginny had a point. But it was too late to stray from her chosen path now. Wasn't it? Several days later on the morning of Ron's birthday, Hermione and Lavender woke up at the same time. The two got ready in tense silence, deftly avoiding each other in the bathroom. This was a challenge given Lavender's great expanse of toiletries and products strewn across the sink. Hermione inspected her own reflection. Not much consideration had gone into selecting her clothes this morning, but now she felt remarkably plain beside Lavender's pale blue floral spring dress. Of course the cold weather also made a dress impractical. Hermione consulted her closet again, but no chic jumper had spontaneously appeared to replace her soft brown one. Instead she pulled open her trunk to peruse a collection of comfort novels kept under her bed. Disappearing into a fictional character's troubles sounded refreshing. She had the time, after all, for her weekends were lonely and she had no interest in celebrating Ron's existence. She clutched Jane Eyre to her chest and made a beeline for the exit. Passing Lavender's bed, the frills and false lace of Lavender's childhood, Binky Blanky, caught Hermione's eye, causing her to halt abruptly. He was dating a child. How fitting. A large round candle with 3 wicks took up space amongst the lotions and perfumes on the bedside table, each producing the heavy banal scent of fields of lavender. It's supposed to help with sleep and stress relief, Lavender would say, and Professor Trelawney says it can even inspire your inner eye while sleeping. Allowing herself a momentary luxury, Hermione imagined what would happen if a candle were to get just a bit too close to those frills of lace. How quickly would they alight into flames, scorching Lavender's bedclothes, along with the blankie to which she kept to pacify herself. Hermione lost herself for a moment, running a hand along the spine of her novel. The door to their shared lavatory opened, prompting her to duck her head and rush out of the girls' dorm. Everything about Lavender was painfully obvious. All her thoughts were so above water and predictable. There was nothing left to be discovered. No depth below the surface. In the great hall, the porridge Hermione spooned into her bowl was thick and unappealing. Not even a strong stir, a dash of milk, addition of brown sugar and raisins could take the charred taste out of her mouth. She wondered if the house elves were feeling overworked and that's why the porridge was burnt. She would finish it, for their sake. Upon leaving the great hall, she walked slowly, contemplatively, deciding where best to hide the day away. Harry would spend Ron's birthday with him. Perhaps she could conjure a chair for the view out of the astronomy tower. If it wasn't too cold then she might. "Oh, Miss Granger, there you are," cried Professor McGonagall, rounding a corner, robes swishing in a frenzy around her. The look on her face showed that something had gone horribly wrong. "You'd better be getting down the hospital wing." "What is it, Professor?" she asked, reflexively thinking that something had happened with Harry. "It's Mr. Weasley. He's been poisoned," she said bracingly. "Potter's waiting outside the wing now, he'll explain." "Ron," Hermione breathed. "What's happened to him?" "Potter will explain," Professor McGonagall re-emphasized. Without any further information, she hurried toward Gryffindor Tower to tell Ginny. Hermione took no time sprinting toward the hospital wing. The walls of the corridor felt as though they were pressing in around her. She finally reached Harry, who was pacing, eyes wide with concern and shoulders tensed. "Harry, what's happened?" Hermione demanded. "Ron was poisoned." "Yes, but is he okay?" "Madame Pomfrey is looking over him now. She thinks so." He quickly explained the events of the morning: Romilda's love potion, Slughorn's office, the poisoned mead, and the bazaar. He finished by saying, "He's still unconscious." The scene constructed in Hermione's mind of Ron with a deathly pale face, mouth open, foaming, limbs jerking on the floor. Her own stomach clenched too, breath catching in her throat. The room seemed as though it was tilting around her. "They say he'll be okay," said Harry, talking more to himself than her. Hermione nodded, but the doors that held back her emotion were failing and an uncontrolled sob escaped. She no longer trusted her shaking legs, so she leaned her forehead into Harry's shoulder. "He's going to be okay," he said, patting her lightly on the arm. His voice sounded a million miles away. Ginny hurtled down the hall, dressed haphazardly and hair mussed up in the back. She didn't listen past, "He's been poisoned," before trying to yank open the doors of the hospital wing. Receiving a sharp refusal from Madame Pomfrey. "I'm his sister," she yelled at the closed doors as they heard the clunk of a lock. "It's like Dad all over again," said Ginny, after calming down enough to hear Harry's story. She wrapped her arms around herself. The three of them stood together, not sure of what to do or say next. "Harry, you're bleeding," Ginny said softly, reaching up to his ear. The skin at the top of Harry's ear was cracked, outlined by droplets of congealed blood. When she pulled her hand away, a few red flakes stuck to her index finger. "Oh, yeah," Harry let out a gruff laugh. "Ron punched me. Don't tell Dudley. He'll be jealous." Ginny was regarding her fingers with an odd expression on her face, as if reliving a memory. "Here, I got it." Harry took her hand and wiped it clean. "Thanks," she said a moment later, taking out her wand to heal and clean the cut on his ear. A long, agonizing hour passed while Hermione desperately wished Madame Pomfrey would let them inside. She wanted to confirm for herself that Ron was still breathing, that his body was still warm. Her insides iced over at the thought of what would happen otherwise. Eventually Ginny's stomach rumbled loudly. "I'll go get us something to eat. I could use the walk," said Harry, squeezing Ginny's shoulder before leaving for the kitchens. Hermione waited until he was out of earshot before whispering, "Oh, Ginny, what if?" "Don't go there, Hermione," she replied. "If Harry said he'll be okay, he'll be okay." Ginny conjured 2 plush cushions and sat on the floor, hugging her knees to her chest. Hermione continued to stand, wringing her clammy hands, staring at the closed double doors of the hospital wing. Her entire body was gripped by tightness, sending her muscles shivering as if to keep warm. I've just been so awful," she said, tears welling up. Hermione hoped that Ginny would placate her by denying it. But when Ginny's reply didn't come, the tears finally escaped. Hermione slid to the floor and let them come. This had been the longest she'd ever gone without talking to him. A residing guilt filled her as she remembered the vicious pleasure she'd taken to see him so miserable before Slughorn's party. And again the night he'd come to her in the library, testing him all to see whether or not he still cared. She had hoped that keeping her defenses up long enough would show him he'd been wrong. She took for granted that he would be there, like he was a home she could always return to. But now her home was in shambles, and she couldn't be the one to repair it. Harry returned with a plate of sandwiches and crisps just before Mr. and Mrs. Weasley arrived, looking panicked and windswept. Hermione, Harry and Ginny attempted to peek over their shoulders as Madame Pomfrey admitted them into the hospital wing. All they could see were crisp white curtains surrounding Ron's bed. It was another hour or two later when Ron's parents exited the hospital wing with assurances that Ron would be okay, but was still unconscious. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley received the full story again from Harry before leaving to speak with Dumbledore. The others continued to sit there as the day edged toward evening, begrudging Madame Pomfrey who still wouldn't allow them inside. Hermione didn't have the heart to partake in Harry and Ginny's discussion about the motives behind the poison. Of course it wasn't long before Harry brought up his suspicions regarding Malfoy. As it was Ginny's first time hearing about it, Harry launched into a full description of his findings since their visit to Borgin and Burke's. But Hermione couldn't stomach hearing about Malfoy again, not when her insides were still in knots. She'd barely eaten what Harry had brought from the kitchens. At long last, they were allowed inside to see Ron. The others continued to spin their theories, but she kept an eye on his breathing. She had seen him sleep before, on the train, in class, and long nights, studying, in the common room. But seeing him lying so straight with covers tucked up to his chest felt strangely intimate, like it was revealing some vulnerability she didn't know he had. Finally he mumbled something, "Hermione." It had been right after she had spoken. Did he just say her name? He couldn't have, could he? Well, he certainly didn't say, Lavender. Later that evening she closed the red hangings around her own bed. Crookshanks hopped up on her pillow and curled into a tight cozy spiral. Hermione stroked her absent-mindedly for an indeterminate amount of time, taking comfort in the hum of her purring. When she couldn't fall asleep, Hermione instead got out her knitting needles. Her hands busied themselves so she could get lost in thought. There were so many apologies she wished Ron would make, but the greatest among them was allowing himself to get in the way of the relationship they could have. She knew, or strongly suspected, that he must have similar feelings for her. His preoccupation with Krum was so absurd, and just highlighted the same pattern of insecurities. He got in his own way, just like with Quidditch. But after today, all that didn't seem to matter anymore. The real question now was what if their last interaction had been their last. She slept restlessly through the remaining hours of the night, waking up multiple times to check the time. When it finally reached an acceptable hour, She decided to go down to the hospital wing to see if Ron had finally woken up. When she got there, he was sitting up in bed, drinking his potion. He watched apprehensively as she approached his bedside, her footsteps on the cold stone floor echoing throughout the room. "Hey," she said, fidgeting with the wrapped gift in her hands. "How are you feeling?" He winced as he cleared his throat. "Like a blast-ended Scroot set me on fire," his voice sounding raspy. "But mostly all right." "Good, good, they said yesterday that you'll make a full recovery," she said. "Not in time for the match," he said, swallowing painfully. He continued to regard her curiously through bloodshot eyes. "So are you," clearing his throat again, "speaking to me now?" Hermione stared at the floor, hoping the words she was supposed to say would appear on the stones below her. "I suppose that depends on if you forgive me," she said softly before pushing the gift into his hands. "Here, I made you something." He smiled gently at her before tearing open the wrapping. She studied him. She could tell he was feeling worse than he let on. His arms moved as if through water and his fingers fumbled while untying the ribbon. His face was pale, especially against the contrast of his vivid red hair. But his face lit up as he pulled out the white scarf. "It's white now, but I put a color-changing charm on it. So it'll match the color of whichever team you're supporting in the next match. School teams are professional ones," Hermione explained. "This is brilliant," he said, grinning up at her. "You're brilliant." He wrapped the scarf around his neck and it immediately turned a deep Gryffindor crimson, revealing the pattern of 3 white keeper's posts that ended in tassels on either side. Hermione saw now that several stitches had snagged, the edges were crooked and it didn't lie exactly flat. "You don't have to wear it now if. I'm honestly impressed you remembered the order of hoop heights." She rolled her eyes. "I've been to every one of your matches," she huffed. "And besides, I know how to play Quidditch." "Well, I wouldn't go that far," he said, face splitting into a bash. Full crooked grin that made her heart thaw. "Anyway, I needed this. The blankets here are rubbish, I almost froze to death last night." "Right, well," she started, not knowing how to finish. "Consider it an apology for letting it go on so long." "Don't be stupid. It's fine," he replied quickly, waving a hand. "I'm just happy you're talking to me again." Hermione felt her face go warm. After all these months. And it had been as easy as that. "But do you want to know the only good thing about being poisoned?" "What?" "It won't leave a mark," he said, pointing to a section of soft pink skin on his hand in the shape of a sharp-beaked triangle. Hermione gave his leg a pointed nudge. They shared a lingering look before she replied, "Well, I'm glad you're okay." One of the heavy doors groaned open to reveal Harry, who seemed thrilled that Ron had woken up and was on good terms with Hermione again. Harry recounted the story of Ron's poisoning with impressive detail, having told it so many times. The 3 of them discussed the new information from Hagrid, that he'd overheard Dumbledore and Snape in the forest. So Dumbledore's got Snape checking up on the Slytherins. Yeah, and Hagrid ate it seemed like they were arguing about it. Like Snape was pushing back, didn't want to do whatever Dumbledore was asking him to, said Harry. He leaned forward and put his elbows on his knees. "I do. Saint wish he'd tell me why he trusts Snape. I agree that it's suspicious, Harry. But until we know more, we just have to trust that Dumbledore has a good reason not to tell you," Hermione reasoned. "Why?" "Oh, you need to be focusing on getting that memory from Slughorn." Harry shook his head dismissively and looked stonily at the floor. Meanwhile Ron, who was thoroughly enjoying the experience of being served breakfast in bed, did not appear to notice. "Harry, have they really sent Muggles up to the sun?" Momentarily taken out of his preoccupations with Snape, Harry looked up. "What?" he asked, sounding amused. "To the moon, Ronald. It's not possible to get that close to the sun." Hermione smiled as she corrected him, remembering the feel of soft grass under her feet. "How's it impossible to go to the sun? But going to the moon is no problem?" asked Ron. "Oh yeah, didn't they send a chimp up first?" Harry asked Hermione. "To see if it'd survive the trip." Before she could answer, Ron added, "That's a bit fucked up, don't you think?" "Poor thing didn't have a choice, did it?" Hermione's heart melted, her face falling into an easy smile. Ron seemed to have gotten some of his color back since he'd woken up too. Harry caught her eye and gave her an examining look. In response, she cleared her throat and simply responded, "You're right, Ron. Not exactly the most humane thing to do. That has got to be the worst birthday in history, said Ron, staring moodily down at his cup of morning potion that Madame Pomfrey had just given him. And it was my 17th, too. I dunno, the first part was alright when you were opening your presents before Romilda's. Ron cut Harry off and pointed a fork at him menacingly. We won't be speaking of that ever again, he demanded. Perhaps we could redo your birthday next weekend, Hermione suggested. We get the room of requirement to do a Chudley Cannons theme and chess tournament like we did last year. Can't. We've got Quidditch on Saturday, said Harry, cringing at the thought. Oh, and by the way Ron, McLaggen will have to take your spot for the match. What? Ron spluttered, knees jerking up to send his breakfast tray crashing to the floor. Before Harry got a chance to explain, Hermione saw the doors to the hospital wing open again. This time Lavender entered and let out a shriek. There you are. I just had to hear from Dean that you were in the hospital wing. I don't suppose you could have told me. She directed at Harry, completely ignoring Hermione. Do you know how worried I was? I searched the entire school for you. By the entire school, you mean everywhere but the hospital wing, said Ron, which did nothing to diffuse Lavender. Better go, said Harry. While leaving, Hermione looked back just in time to see Lavender glaring at her. Over the next week, Hermione and Harry made multiple trips each day to visit Ron in the hospital. More than once, however, they had to turn around after hearing Lavender's high-pitched tones carry down the corridor. But finally on Tuesday evening, Hermione was able to bring Ron a new change of clothes while Harry was at practice. Not this blue shirt. This one hangs funny on me. Take it up with Harry. He's the one that picked them out. He knows that I like the longer ones, groaned Ron. Hermione bit back a smile. At least he got the right pants, he said, scooting to the edge of the bed. Do you mind? He asked, looking pointedly at the curtain. They were the only ones in the room. Are you serious? I'm getting dressed, Hermione. I don't need you peeping at my bare ass. Fine, she said, waving her wand so curtains surrounded Ron's bed. She stood outside the curtains listening to Ron's weak, pitiful grunts as he changed. A narrow opening in the curtains piqued her curiosity. He was facing the other direction, struggling to bring the shirt over his head. She admired the divot of his spine between the two columns of rope-like muscles. Freckles covered his shoulders, collecting there and spilling down the length of his back as if someone had sprinkled them on him from above. She bit her lip and turned away. See, it's too small, he said when he allowed her to come back in. It's lovely, really highlights your eyes, she replied, only half teasing. Don't you think Madame Pomfrey should be here for this? Why? You're here, he said. Yes, but, she looked nervously at the matron's office, wondering whether or not to fetch her. I'll be fine, Hermione. I've walked my whole life, believe it or not, said Ron, preparing himself to stand. The twinge of gray color on Ron's face was enough to concern her. It was the first time he'd gotten out of bed in several days, and she knew his throat burned badly enough that he wasn't eating and drinking properly. Of course when he did stand, his eyes immediately went glassy and he swayed on the spot. Hermione forced him to sit and rushed to get Madame Pomfrey. Ron did much better on his next attempt. He made it halfway across the room before a swell of nausea overtook him and Madame Pomfrey darted off to get his potion. Holding a large bowl, Hermione sat beside him on the stark white sheets of a hospital bed. Do you suppose McLaggen has been practicing since tryouts? Ron asked. That's what you're concerned with right now. He can't have been, or else we would have seen him down at the pitch. I'll bet he's really out of practice. Ron looked at her from the corner of his eye. She glared straight back. I wouldn't know, she said sharply, turning away. He hasn't talked to you about it. You can barely walk 10 feet. Yet you're worried about Quidditch? She asked incredulously. Well, yeah, he responded. What if he steals my spot on the team? So what? So what? Hermione, I earned that spot, he said, causing another haunting guilt to pass over her. That wouldn't be fair for him to come swooping in and taking it now. I think you should just be glad you're not dead, she said shortly. He really hasn't talked to you about it. Her first reaction, her usual reaction, was to shut him down. Show him that she wouldn't entertain these jealousies. Where was his self-respect? Wasn't it obvious to him by now that these questions were unnecessary? But as she sat there, inches away from him, Feeling the feverish warmth radiating from him, she decided to hold her tongue. He'd forgiven her yesterday without hesitation after she'd spent months freezing over their friendship and sending a flock of birds to attack him. Was she able to return his unequivocal forgiveness for simple reassurance? He and I haven't spoken since Slughorn's party, she replied. Well, that's not entirely true. He cornered me afterwards in the hall to tell me he fancied me, in his self-possessed way, but I told him I wasn't interested. You did. Hermione nodded. I asked you to the party first, didn't I? They were interrupted again by Lavender, who'd panicked upon entering the hospital wing to Ron's empty bed. She rushed over to him, snatching the essence of rue from a bewildered Madame Pomfrey exiting her office, and proceeded to spoon-feed it to Ron. Lavender failed to act no. WL edge Hermione until she seized the bowl from her hands and announced, I'll be taking it from here. On Wednesday that week, Hermione, Harry and Ginny came to visit Ron after dinner. His strength was returning daily, made clear by his rising moods and increasing complaints of boredom. You're a saint, Hermione, he said, accepting the extra helping of dessert she'd brought him from dinner. She then set a stack of books at his bedside table. What are those for? He asked. For keeping up with your studies. Hermione said. You can't be serious, Ron said, exchanging a look with Harry. I'm lucky to be alive. They can't expect me to keep up with assignments. You were keen enough to play Quidditch yesterday, she retorted. Well, that's different. The team relies on me, he said. He cleared his throat, trying to look nonchalant. So, how's McLaggen been at practice this week? Terrible, said Harry and Ginny together. Ginny continued. Every time one of us has the quaffle, he screams directions at us until we pass it. I'm surprised he hasn't lost his voice. There's an idea, Harry mumbled. Yesterday he told Richie, who he calls Ricky, to be glad Quidditch is on brooms, because otherwise he'd be too slow to reach the bludgers, Ginny continued. Now that's just mean, said Ron, a smile curling on his face. And he keeps dropping all these hints that Harry's not qualif. IED to captain, quaffle-based positions, just because he's a seeker. He said what? Said Harry, turning towards her. I defended you, don't worry, she assured him. He's heinous, Ron, but as long as he just shuts up and does his job on Saturday, we still have all right chances to beat Hufflepuff by a good margin. They're more of a defensive team anyway. The conversation then moved again to the events of Ron's poisoning. Do you remember any of it? Hermione asked, referencing Romilda Vane's love potion. Ron's face turned a deep red and he nodded. All of it. It's got a pink haziness to it though, like I said. No one mentions it again, he said forcefully. Don't take our fun. Maybe Harry can do a reenactment. Ginny said, looking at Harry and raising an eyebrow. Just once. No way, Harry laughed. I'll stay on his good side, my ear still hurts. Yeah, sorry about that mate, said Ron, smiling apologetically. S'alright, but you owe me. Next time I get in a fight, you're backing me up. I hope it's with McLaggen. Ron grumbled. Harry brought out a game of exploding snap and they took turns until they accidentally set fire to Ron's sheets and were immediately shooed out by an irate Madame Pomfrey. As painful as it was to admit to herself, McLaggen was a skilled keeper. The rest of the team knew it too, but none dared to speak it aloud out of loyalty to Ron. Well, none except McLaggen himself. Pointedly, loudly, frequently. So Ginny was grateful to put the final practice behind them after a week of enduring McLaggen's verbal abuses. She entered the locker room through tea. Door Dean held open to see her team huddled around, whispering intensely. What's going on? She said. They split apart, revealing McLaggen's broom with several splinters of branches circling around it. What happened? The three eyed each other, daring the others to speak up. Can't we just reparo it? Asked Dean. It doesn't work on broomsticks, remember? She said. At that moment, they heard the tap of McLaggen's shower turn off. Demelza, Jimmy, you distract him, said Ginny, rushing to assess the damage. Demelza sounded appalled. What, in the shower? Dean, get a trimming kit, Ginny instructed. Picking up the broom, hiding it behind the second set of old lockers. She came back around the corner to find Richie, who had been attempting to gather splinters, had sliced his hand. And was now staring wide-eyed at the gathering blood. Rich, don't look at, but she was too late. He fainted. Ginny knelt down on the floor to put pressure on Richie's bleeding hand. She swept the edge of her Quidditch robes over the remaining splinters just as Dean rushed past with the trimming kit. McLaggen re-entered the locker room with Jimmy and Demesla on his heels, to see Richie's limp form sprawled across the floor. "What's going?" Jimmy panicked, grabbed two beater's bats and yelled, "Cormac, look!" and began juggling. Demelza followed suit, and began clapping along with a large showman's smile on her face. Harry entered the locker room last, stopping short as his eyes skipped over the scene. Jimmy still juggling, McLaggen with a weird sister's towel wrapping around his waist. And Richie knocked out cold on the floor. Ginny fought hard to bite back laughter at his reaction and the ridiculousness of it all. "What the?" Then from around the wall of lockers, Dean appeared, brandishing the repaired broomstick, and exclaimed, "Whoa, Cormac, what a gorgeous piece of equipment." McLaggen's face quickly changed from shock to anger. "Do you know how expensive this is? It's a vintage classic Aero Flyer Elite. Only 217 of them were released. Ever. Shocker. 0 to 60 in 5 minutes, Ginny mumbled under her breath. Harry grinned down at her. "Who wouldn't want one?" he said, kneeling down next to Richie as he took several hazy blinks back to consciousness. The four of them had not spent this much time together since summer. But on Friday evening, Harry and Hermione sat around Ron's hospital bed gorging themselves on acid pops and frosted mountain fudge that Fred and George had sent for Ron's birthday. Since Hermione's great surrender, Ron and Hermione had been delicately polite to each other, which earned multiple meaningful glances between Ginny and Harry. It could almost be a game, Ginny thought. How many times could Ron and Hermione say something that would send her searching for Harry's eyes? Would he look first, or she? Would the others ever notice? How clever the two of them were, to hold silent conversations around the others. About the others. It didn't matter who. Ron, Hermione, the Quidditch team, in the Gryffindor common room. She loved the thrill of it, to catch and hold his eyes. Would he look away first, or she? All her observations were now opportunities for shared moments with Harry. A memory stirred, over the summer during one of their talks when Hermione whispered, "I worry sometimes, when he's so quiet. I don't know what to say." Ginny knew now that Harry didn't need words. She now noticed the peace, the genuine contentedness that spread across his face when with Ron and Hermione. It reminded her of the feeling she got when returning to the burrow. Or Christmas mornings surrounded by family. Harry might not always need words, but he needed to be the three of them, the trio. And for the first time, Ginny was grateful that Harry could tell them about the Dumbledore lessons. How cruel, how isolating that'd be otherwise, to have to keep the lessons to only himself. As for herself, she felt purpose in being there, too. Ready to receive his eye, his smirk, his silent communication she caught while the others missed. She might not know the content of Dumbledore's lessons, but she knew Harry. "Do you want to come with me to see Ron before the match?" Harry asked them at breakfast the next morning. "Do you really think you should go, Harry?" Hermione asked. "You might cut it close to the match." "I actually agree with Hermione on this one," said Ginny. "And tell me you're planning to do something about McLaggen. He's been harassing the team all week." "Like what?" he asked. "The leader of the DA should be able to think of something," she said, crossing her arms. A smile slid across his face. "I'm not dueling McLaggen, if that's what you're thinking," he said. "How boring. What's the point of being invincible if you can't hex a git or two?" Harry snorted. "I'll leave that to you." "Well, just know that if you're late, McLaggen will throw a coup. Then I feel sorry for him." "Why?" "Well, if I'm not there, you're captain," he said. "Actually, Harry," Jimmy said, walking up to join them at breakfast. "If it's a coup, then don't we get to decide who's captain?" "Well, I'm voting for Ginny," said Demelza, tossing her two dark braids over her shoulder. "Me too," said Dean, walking up a moment later and kissing Ginny on the cheek. Since nearly the entire Gryffindor team had formed around them, Harry started his usual debrief but was cut short by Hermione's reminder to go visit Ron in the hospital wing before time ran out. On their way to the pitch, Ginny and Hermione were joined by Luna. "Would you like to, sit together, Luna?" Hermione asked. "Thank you for the offer, although it sounds like you'd rather not," said Luna. "But I can't today. I'll be commentating the match." Hermione's expression tightened, looking determinedly straight ahead. Ginny smiled unto herself, knowing if Harry was there he'd have caught it too. That's excellent, Luna. Ginny met the rest of her team in the locker room. The minutes of the next half hour ticked by, and still Harry was not there. Every sound caused their heads to snap towards the door. Dean's knee bounced up and down. McLaggen began pacing, slouched over, huffing like a gorilla. "Where's Potter?" demanded McLaggen for the third time. She half expected to see him banging his knuckles against his chest. "Shouldn't the captain be here before the rest of his team?" "Shut it," she yelled. Then, more softly, "He'll be here." The possibility of a coup was suddenly looking more likely. "All right, team, listen up," she shouted, clapping her hands and poised to rouse them with a speech just as Harry charged through the door, giving a quick apology. "Where have you been?" She had followed him to his locker, expecting him to apologize profusely. But instead was confronted with the dangerous combination of a shirtless Harry, green-eyed gaze focused intently on her, answering in a whisper only she could hear. "I met Malfoy," he said. "They were talking about Malfoy of all evil things, but the betraying swoop somewhere near her stomach didn't seem to care." "So," she demanded, catching her breath. "So I wanted to know how come he's up at the castle with a couple of girlfriends while everyone else is down here. Does it matter right now?" she insisted. "Well, I'm not likely to find out, am I?" he said and addressed the team. "Come on then." They marched onto the pitch to tumultuous cheers. Massive cumulus clouds marched lazily across the sky, scattering slanting golden columns of sunlight as passed. She looked over her shoulder to Demelza and they nodded bracingly just before Madame Hooch sounded her whistle. Ginny kicked off hard from the ground, but the usual exhilarating rush of the initial ascent and charge of excitement was missing today. She felt her sweaty hands slip on her broom, giving Smith a split-second advantage to gain first possession of the quaffle. It was only after Hufflepuff scored first that she was able to refocus herself. She scored once, and assisted Demelza in a second goal. There was a nervous charge amongst the team. Dean was short on the underhanded undertake play, Richie was outmaneuvered by the bludger twice. McLaggen's booming voice across the pitch did nothing to ease the tension. "If you look over to the south side of the pitch, you'll see a cloud shaped as a coiled-up serpent." "I wonder if that's a bad omen," said Luna. "Oh, but now it looks a bit like one of Florine Fortescue's ice cream cones. They are delicious." 70-40 to Hufflepuff, announced Professor McGonagall. "Is it, already?" said Luna excitedly. "Oh, look, the Gryffindor keepers got hold of one of the beater's bats." Next Ginny knew Harry was speeding past her in a blur of scarlet, yelling at McLaggen to return Jimmy's club. She cried out a warning, but it was too late. The bludger hurtled toward him at peak momentum, producing an unbearable sound as it collided with the side of Harry's head, spraying droplets of blood, sending him twisting through the air and dropping like a lifeless doll. Ginny landed hard and threw her broom aside, coming up beside Jimmy and Richie as they lowered Harry to the ground. Rivulets of blood are soaking down the side of his head, ear and neck. She could see a small white section of bone where the skin had broken. I'm so sorry," Jimmy stammered. "I shouldn't have." Ginny collapsed hard on the ground beside Harry and cradled his head from the muddy grass of the pitch. She looked around for help but only saw Jimmy staring at the side of Harry's head. Richie had his back turned, having vomited. McLaggen landed beside them, his eyes wide open in shock. Ginny could hear the distant cackling of Smith and Cadwallader as they scored goal after goal. Luna continued announcing, "And Hufflepuff scores again, and again, and again." "McLaggen, you absolute arsehole," Ginny cried. "Get back to the goal posts." "Demelza, Dean, get back on the defense." She turned to Jimmy and Richie. "It's okay. I'll look after him, get your bat and don't fucking give it to him again." Try to distract their chasers. Ginny turned to see McGonagall and Madame Hooch hurrying to the spot where she sat, crouched next to Harry's lifeless form. He looked deathly pale. She took his broken, warped glasses off his face and slipped them into her robes. "Harry," she whispered, knowing he wouldn't respond. His blood, warm and sticky, now covered her hands and the sleeves of her scarlet robes. "Madame Pomfrey is coming." "How is he?" asked McGonagall with concern. Ginny found she couldn't speak and for the first time realized her eyes had brimmed with tears. "Don't worry, Miss Weasley. I've seen Madame Pomfrey patch up far worse, said Madame Hooch, summoning a stretcher. Ginny gently laid his head down and allowed them to levitate his body onto the stretcher. His arm slipped off, so Ginny took his hand, cradled his entire arm and laid it carefully across his chest. Miss Weasley, emphasized Professor McGonagall a second time, for Ginny had not responded to the first. Are you okay to continue? To continue the match. Oh, she replied, tearing her eyes away. The stretcher as it disappeared from view. She cleared her throat. Yes, Professor. Scourgify, McGonagall said, cleaning Ginny's hands, but a large portion of her sleeve remained stained with Harry's blood. She gave Ginny a sympathetic look. You're sure? Ginny nodded quickly. Make quick work of it, McGonagall gave her a bracing squeeze of the arm and followed after Madame Hooch. Ginny was left standing alone on the field, taking shallow breaths. A sudden dizziness threatened to overwhelm her, leaving her hands clammy and nausea bubbling hot in her stomach. Her mind had gone completely blank other than a loud whirring of what sounded like 100 hornets. No, not now. She was no stranger to this feeling. It usually crept up slowly, steadily, growing into pounding waves. Images would splash in her mind of a figure coming out of the diary. Other times, she'd wake up with a start from dreams of random corners of the castle, not knowing how to get back to the common room. At first, after the chamber. It happened daily. Sometimes multiple in one day. But over the years it became less frequent. Except that week after the Triwizard Tournament. And then again after the Department of Mysteries. But this time, the feeling was sudden and overwhelming. A call from the crowd reminded her where she was. That there was a match happening now. Jimmy streaked past her, narrowly redirecting a bludger from hitting her. Ginny closed her eyes and inhaled through her nose, filling her lungs. Then she imagined exhaling it all. She rounded on McLaggen, clenching her fists at the sight of him. She marched over and grabbed her broom, kicking off forcefully. McLaggen, if you do another fucking thing other than guard those goal posts, or say anything, I'll make sure this is the last time you ride a broom. She hollered. And now Ginny Weasley is yelling at the Gryffindor keeper. I could see why. It was rather irresponsible of him to knock out his captain. She and Harry are also very good friends, said Luna into the microphone. The rest of the match passed in a blur. Ginny now hoped for it to be over quickly, with the least amount of damage to Gryffindor's chances at the House Cup. But every time her eyes caught the stain of blood on her sleeve, her thoughts rushed back to Harry. Lifeless and unmoving, Hufflepuff had caught the snitch to end the game with a final score of 320-60. After shaking hands with them, the Gryffindor team retreated into their locker room to wash up. Ginny was glad to be rid of the scarlet robes, but when she reached into the pocket and realized she still had Harry's glasses, she tucked them carefully in her new change of clothes. No one had said a word since the end of the match until they huddled in the locker room. Is Harry going to be all right? Demelza asked her, pulling up her hair into a high pony. Ginny nodded. It was awful, wasn't it? Said Demelza. The nausea in Ginny's stomach gave an uncomfortable turn. Peeks and Coot looked traitorously at McLaggen. Another moment of silence passed before all hell broke loose. What did you have to take my beater's bat for? Bellowed Jimmy. You kept missing the bludger. I was showing you how to, McLaggen responded vehemently. Last time I checked you were neither a beater nor captain of this team, McLaggen. Jimmy hollered back. Yeah, well he wasn't doing much captaining, was he? Late to the match and, said McLaggen. Jimmy shot up off the bench, Richie close behind him and bore down at McLaggen, still sitting on the bench. We want you off the team. Because of you, we don't have a chance at the cup. Now McLaggen stood, towering several inches over both of them. How is that my fault? He shouldn't have gotten so close when I was aiming foe. R.A. Dean now stood to step in between the three of them, holding Jimmy and Richie back as they tried to grab hold of McLaggen. Enough, Ginny yelled. Jimmy and Richie, calm down. We don't need you two getting injured. And we still have a chance at the cup, she said, not believing her own lie. Next, she turned in a slow circle to look at McLaggen. Fury ran through her as she looked into his stupid, stubborn face. She considered using her bat bogey hex on him, but thought better of pulling her wand. Not trusting herself not to accidentally, instinctively use a spell much worse to dismember him. McLaggen, you're off the team. Quote. And who put you in charge? I'm the captain when Harry's out. You Gryffindor women are hysterical, he muttered. What did you say? Demelza growled, standing beside Ginny. I said, you women are. Get the fuck out, McLaggen. He looked incredulously to Dean, looking for support. Out, Ginny screamed. With a great show of theatrics, McLaggen SNA. TCHED his bag and stormed out of the locker room. Ginny found that she was breathing hard, as if just having sprinted up the path to the castle. I shouldn't have handed over my bat to him, said Jimmy several moments later. He dropped his face into his hands, shaking his head. We don't blame you. Who would have guessed that he'd hit a bludger straight into Harry's head, Dean said. I mean, what are the chances? Ginny bit her tongue. She wanted so badly to be alone, to be done with this horrible match, this miserable day. The continued nausea still bubbled in her stomach and her hands began shaking again. In a low voice, she said, good effort everyone. It could have been a lot worse, with McLaggen giving them full access to the hoops. We do still have a chance at the cup. We'll get Harry and Ron back. And everything will be okay. With that, she dismissed the team. They all gathered their things and made for the castle. Their heads hung low as they trudged through the mud with the mood of a funeral procession. Upon reaching the castle, Dean caught up beside Ginny and reached to take her hand. She snatched it away and stuffed it in the pocket of her trousers. They were now in the entrance hall of the castle, the rest of the team having slumped off to dinner. What, are you mad at me? Asked Dean. I don't know, Dean. I just want to be alone, okay? Ginny said, coming to a halt. Is it about the match? Please Dean, I just want to be alone. Ginny hastened up the stairs, feet automatically carrying her to the Gryffindor common room. She almost made it to the tower before another crushing wave. The force of it almost took her breath away. Looking around frantically, she found a hidden passageway. Once inside the dark, damp corridor, she lowered herself to the ground. Curling up into a small ball, she held her legs close and resumed taking deep breaths. It was now impossible to hold back the images that appeared in her mind. Waking up in dark stone passages alone. Standing in front of the mirror. White face, red hands, feathers floating off of her. As much as she scrubbed, there would always be more. Some spot on her robes. Standing in front of a sink, speaking words of a strange language. Tearing through Harry's belongings. Finding the diary, relief and terrible fear. Maybe this time she could control it. What have you done? I didn't want Harry to have the diary. The pages grew warm. Give the diary back to Harry Potter, Ginny. Now. No, I won't. Nothingness. I apologize for my reaction. I think I need to tell someone about you, Tom. Why would you do that? Because things are happening at the school, Tom, and I'm beginning to think it's connected. Every time someone gets petrified, I can't recall where I've been. Who would you tell? I don't know, my brother Percy. He's a prefect. What if he becomes suspicious of you? Fred and George, then. They won't believe you. They won't take you seriously. Ron. But he's left you behind for his friends. They don't want you. You'll just get in their way. And what if he told Harry what you've done? How will he ever like you? She opened her eyes, staring at the great expanse of stonework. The diary was clutched in her hands. Her hands went to her face, whirling around in the unfamiliar cavernous room. A figure coming out of the diary. Tom. He smiled. I want to thank you, Ginny. Without you, none of this would have been possible. But, you're alive. I am now. Or will be very soon, rather. He approached her. While backing away, she slipped and fell on the floor. I don't understand. I am going to kill Harry Potter. It's only a matter of time now. I am going to destroy Harry Potter. Just like he destroyed me. Harry, you're very stupid, aren't you? His face was going out of focus. Her head lolled to the side. It took a great effort to bring it back up. Why you? Yes, you told me yourself. The heroic boy who lived mysteriously took down the greatest, most powerful wizard of all time. But that was. I am him, Ginny. I am Lord Voldemort. She could no longer keep her eyes open. The last thing she felt was a blunt pain on the back of her head where it hit the chamber floor. She felt as though someone had taken hold of her windpipe. Their hands were squeezing and crushing so hard she couldn't draw breath. As if someone had vanished all the oxygen from the room. And this is how she sat for what felt like hours. A constant cycle of breathlessness, then feeble attempts to take control, descending into another series of Tom-related images. Finally, she found a rhythm. She found her breath. She became aware once more of her senses. Back sore against the stone wall behind her. Head pounding with exhaustion. Unsteady drips of water somewhere further down the secret passageway. There was a pain in her stomach, but distinct from the nausea that remained. She reached into the pocket of her jumper and again pulled out Harry's glasses. One lens had a small crack and the frames had been bent in an odd direction. Oculus reparo, she muttered. They returned to their original form. She ran her thumb across the round metal frames. A meager smile played on her lips. Knowing the state of his eyesight, he'd likely need them when he woke. So Ginny peeled herself off the ground, steadied herself, and exited the secret passageway. Instead of the tower, she chose to make for the hospital wing, stopping only to check her reflection in a bathroom along the way. "Hey," she replied bleakly to Ron's greeting. Ginny carefully placed Harry's glasses on the table beside him. "He looks pretty stupid in those wrappings, doesn't he?" said Ron. "Yeah, we should get Colin to take a photo." Madame Pomfrey had made the wrapping around Harry's head asymmetrical. His black hair sprouted out the top. His mouth hung half open. "I heard everything from here, and Hermione just left a bit ago. Looks like McLagan's off the team," he sniggered. "We had to stop Jimmy and Richie from going after him." Ron scoffed. "A lot of good they'd have done. He's the size of both of them combined." A random thought flitted across Ginny's mind of what it'd be like to see Lily and James Potter bursting through the doors of the hospital wing. Like her parents had for Ron exactly 1 week ago. Harry's face was still pale, but it was a relief to look without having to look away, particularly without his glasses. She studied the soft grooves of his forehead that lead to the gentle slope of his nose. She lingered at his lips before tracing his jaw down to where she could see his pulse gently pounding away. T was when she reached the collarbone before she realized she'd stopped breathing. "He's going to be fine, you know that, right?" She pulled her hand away from Harry's, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear before the warmth. Uncomfortably familiar, spread across her face. She sat at the foot of Harry's bed, angling herself to face only Ron. His eyebrows were raised, but she was relieved when he didn't tease her. She didn't have enough emotional capacity for that today. Instead, she and Ron discussed Harry's late arrival to the match while she forced herself against stealing glances at Harry. Her head still felt sensitive. Her chest still tight from earlier in the passageway. "Well, I'm going to get dinner," she said. "Glad to hear you're better too. You didn't ask about me." "All the same," she said, waving behind her. Night. Ginny left the hospital wing with a lingering headache and wondering when she'd manage to use a time turner. Because suddenly she was 11 years old again, hearing Tom and admiring Harry. Her palm was still warm where she'd held Harry's heavy hand. The more she paid attention to it, the more the heat spread, up her arm to her neck, across her cheeks, down to her chest. She looked down at both hands to compare them, to see if her left hand was glowing brighter than the right. They were, as far as she could tell, normal hands. But one had held Harry's hand. Buried memories came into focus, like dusting off an album of stored photos. Standing at the portal to platform 9 3/4. Wide, green eyes. The greenest she'd ever seen. Pulling up on his hand to stand in the chamber. Ushering her up the stairs, muttering words of comfort. Holding up the golden egg. Rare look of beaming triumph. Scarlet Gryffindor flag draped over his shoulders. Demonstrating dueling stances in the room of requirement. That deep, confident tone of his voice. Blushing like an idiot while sharing excessive looks with Chong. Wearing a new crooked smile Ginny had never seen before. The wheels threatened to start spinning again. She knew this old beaten cycle, losing control on a rocky path to nowhere, hope, longing, disappointment, rejection, shame, hope, longing. She pushed it away and marched forward purposefully, taking a sharp cut around the next turn as if dodging the defense. Tom's resurgence was the more pressing issue, she decided. She could, have him leaking through the floorboards, haunting the corners of her mind, leading her once again to forgotten corners of the castle, attempting to catch her breath. She needed to finally evict him. But how? You can't. You're a weak, pathetic little girl. She shook her head to quiet him. It was harder to ignore his voice when she was alone. Distractions were necessary. Surrounding herself with others helped. Their voices added noise to dilute Tom's. That's why night time was the worst. No distractions, just reverberating echoes. Hilu, I can't wait around all night, dearie, said the fat lady, rocking Ginny back to focus. Oh right, sorry, Ginny said, blinking up at her. But isn't that your job, though? Kind of. Although visibly miffed, the fat lady swung forward so Ginny could hear slow, somber music emitting from the common room. But before climbing in, Ginny heard her name called from behind. It was Greta, one of the other fifth-year girls, hurrying to catch up to her. Do you need anything? Are you all right? I know the others were looking for you, said Greta, her teeth sparkling white as Auntie Muriel's string of pearls. It's okay if you don't want to talk about the match. You must be awfully disappointed. Without a solidified friend group, Greta flitted between friends of other years and houses like social boundaries didn't exist, making her the first sought-out source for information. I just left the hospital wing, Ginny said. Reet, is Harry doing all right? Before Ginny got the chance to respond, they reached a large group of fellow Gryffindors surrounding the larger fireplace. The entire Quidditch team was there, along with Lavender and Parvati. Hermione sat not far away, reading a book at one of the individual tables. Ginny fell into a seat beside Dean, and her arrival seemed to spur another round of discussions regarding the match. A few of my friends in Hufflepuff say they're really upset with Smith. It wasn't fair, scoring goals on unmanned hoops, Greta said. That's easy for them to say, they won, said Lavender, clearly growing bored of the topic. Embittered grumbles spread throughout their circle, and they spent several moments loudly abusing McLaggen. Seamus snorted, didn't know McLaggen had it in for Harry too. How many wizards does that make now? Dean started counting on his fingers. Ooh, maybe McLaggen's a double agent for you-know-who, said Parvati. Well, he did have the Giants last time, Lavender giggled. The perfect crime, Seamus said. Snuff him out while everyone's watching. Insult to injury and all that. Dean sniggered. Could you imagine? Aim for his head, McLaggen. It's marked already for you. Several of the group let off snorting laughs, some putting their hands up to their mouth to hide smiles. Ginny exchanged looks with Hermione, and saw that she agreed. This was taking it a bit too far. My brother, you know, the healer, he says that injuries like that can be tricky because of brain swelling, said Greta. Could you tell if he had brain damage, Ginny? He was sleeping, Ginny replied sharply. But what are the signs? I've been concerned about Ron for years. You went to see Harry? Dean asked quietly. Ginny felt her stomach plummet, knowing where this was headed. But she met his hard stare and nodded. I thought you wanted to be alone, he said. Curious eyes shifted between members of their circle. I was alone. Then I went to the hospital wing. Why? To appreciate the finer details of Hogwarts, ancient architecture, she said, but the joke didn't land. Why do you think? To make sure our teammate wasn't dead. Ginny saw the muscles of Dean's jaw and temples working. She could feel his irritation rising like wind picking up dust. Since when has he ever just been a teammate to you? Dean mumbled. Her head snapped towards him so fast that she felt dizzy. She was glaring at him, but he averted his gaze. Lucky for him, because if he had looked directly at her, he might have perished. But the others were peering at her now, expectantly, waiting for her to react. Did they anticipate that she'd make a joke? Throw a return slur at Dean? Or maybe, possibly, horrifyingly, they believed she might confess her deep, prolonged attraction to Harry. She chose none of the above, just to spite them. Instead, she shot out of her seat, turned her back on the group, and went straight for the staircase to the dormitories. If she had been faster, she might have made it before Dean caught up. She cursed her short legs as he grabbed her elbow, turning her around to face him. Ginny barely heard his voice through the ringing in her ears. He was looking pitifully apologetic and ready to make peace. Which made it worse. I don't know why I said that, Great timing for such a special comment. Dean, I particularly love the fact that every one of our friends heard. Really top notch. I'm so sorry, I couldn't help it, it just. Did you even think ask if he'd be okay before coming up with scenarios for his attempted murder? Dean's expression turned cold. He chewed on his tongue for an achingly long time before replying. McGonagall came by an hour ago to tell us he'll make a full recovery. Ginny crossed her arms, shifting her weight to her other foot. You care for him, don't you? He asked. You fancy him. Her dull headache escalated into a throbbing pressure. Like it was testing the weakest areas of her skull to find an escape route. Could headaches cause brain damage? When Dean had asked her before, it had been so easy to deny it. Just say it, she thought. Just say no. She didn't trust herself to speak or even breathe in case it released a new flood of tears. Just be honest with me, Ginny. Please. Honestly. I'd like for you to let go of me, she said. Indicating his hand still on her elbow. When he didn't move, she ripped it out of his grasp and turned to take the stairs two at a time. The lights were on in her dorm, so she bypassed it to avoid her other dorm mates. She kept climbing until the stairwell reached a dead end at the top. No one ever came up here. Ginny had forgotten it was there. The last stair end, ed in a broad step as if it might have once lead to another girl's dorm room, but instead it ended in a solid stone wall. She sat down on a cold stone step, curled her knees toward her and stared out the long narrow window. Of course now that she was finally alone, she didn't feel like crying anymore. Several moments later, Hermione joined her, wordlessly lowering herself to sit a few steps below, as if maintaining a safe distance. Are you okay? Hermione asked. Brilliant. Ginny could hear the gears turning in Hermione's mind working out what to say next. She was being analyzed like a rare specimen. Wandlight pointed at her, waiting to see if she'd explode, or do a backflip, or dissolve into ooze. This must be how Harry feels sometimes. She pressed the heels of her hands into her eye sockets, trying to rid the thought of him. It was just awful, wasn't it? Hermione said. I left the match and rushed to the hospital wing as soon as. I'm fine, Hermione, okay. Hermione took a moment to straighten up, sitting with near-perfect posture. What are you going to say to Dean? Dunno. Are you going to end it with him? Why would I do that? Hermione looked confused, as if Ginny was missing the obvious. Nothing's changed, Hermione. Then why are you so upset? She countered. Ginny disliked the implied question and wished Hermione would ask up front, like Dean had. Yet at the same time, Ginny didn't want that at all. If asked again, she wouldn't know how to answer how felt towards Harry. For years now, she had worked to turn off her feelings, and to give in now would be like admitting defeat. Hermione was the only one, besides her mum, that had ever seen one of her panic attacks. There were several times Hermione had to shake her awake in the middle of the night because she'd started crying or tossing in her sleep. So early in her second year, Ginny had to learn silencing charms to cast them on her four-poster bed at night as to not disturb the others. But both her and Hermione believed that the after-effects of the chamber had died off swiftly and completely in second year. Mostly because Ginny had told them they'd died off swiftly and completely in second year. As if that could happen with Dementors surrounding the castle and having the boy she desperately fancied being publicly manhunted by a mass murder. A second mass murderer. Well, a second suspected mass murderer. So saying the truth of what happened today would be revealing information worthy of a grand inquisition from Hermione. The chamber. Hermione's face slackened, some color draining from her face. I thought it was. It was, Ginny replied quickly. Or, maybe not. I dunno. It's been coming up more lately, but I didn't think anything of it, but then, today. Dean said you wanted to be alone, Hermione said carefully. You had another attack, didn't you? Ginny nodded. Should we tell someone? Ginny laughed derisively. Who? Why? Your mum. She's got enough to be getting on with. Hermione chewed her lip. And this was because of the bludger. I suppose, yeah. Dean seemed really jealous. It's not the first time Harry has come up, is it? Hermione continued. Ginny shook her head. And you don't want to consider ending it. Nothing's changed, Hermione. What's the point of ending it with Dean? Today complicated things. Now she had to convince Dean that she didn't have feelings for Harry. Or that it wasn't a problem that she might have feelings for Harry. Or perhaps, it'd be best that she deny it altogether. So you plan to repair things with him? Ginny I didn't think of a reason not to repair things with him. Dean was a good person and essentially the perfect boyfriend. Always considerate, kind, sometimes funny, part of the DA, if she couldn't work it out with Dean. Where would that leave her? I guess, Ginny replied, even as her mind began to construct the alternatives. Do you want my advice? Hermione asked, pausing briefly. It might be time to tell him about the chamber. And I suppose you want me to give him my wand too? Ginny replied. Or maybe the keys to my family's vault in Gringotts. Hermione pushed on. Think about it. He can tell you're really upset and he thinks it's about Harry. But really, it's about the chamber. You said so yourself. If you want to stay with him, why not just tell him the truth? Although she trusted Dean, to image telling him would be like standing up on her broom while hovering 200 feet in the air. It doesn't have to be everything, obviously, said Hermione, as if it were a compromise. Ginny stared out the narrow slanted window at the darkened grounds until eventually she realized that Hermione had left. The crescent moon's glow cast outlines on surrounding layers of night sky, illuminating sections of clouds that tapered off in a hazy vapor. She squinted at them so long that the crisp air made her eyes go dry. Trying to make out the darkest sections, wondering whether they were empty windows of sky or if they were just continuations of clouds the light couldn't reach. Ginny reached her right hand through the opening of the window, watching it stretch out, turning it over, twisting her fingers through the air. She got a strange satisfaction knowing she was sat safely on the step, while her hand dangled hundreds of feet above the ground. Like she was cheating the height somehow. Outwitting it, somehow. Soon chillness from the night air wrapped around her skin like a glove, and she pulled it back, cradling her hand with the other for warmth. The next morning, she pulled Dean out of the common room. Bracing herself to follow Hermione's advice, she took a deep breath, preparing for the leap. Do you remember the Chamber of Secrets? She studied him, watching as his stony expression slowly softened, turning to realization, his eyes growing wider until they looked almost fearful. Blimey, Ginny put a hand over his mouth. Fuck, I'm so sorry, I forgot that was you. I can't believe he covered his face with his hands. She stopped him. It's fine. I actually prefer most people forgot. Sure, but I feel so bad, I'm your boyfriend. I should've. Dean shook his head. He picked up her hand and started rubbing his thumb across it. That must have been so incredibly awful for you, I can't even imagine. Ginny didn't know how much he thought he knew. At rumors he might have picked up that had circulated around the school afterwards. Why didn't you tell me before? He asked. Ginny shrugged. Every part of her wished she could take it back, to wipe Cl. In his pitying expression and the way he held her hand as if it was made of porcelain. Dean looked up with his gentle brown eyes and said, so that's what this has all been about with Harry. She stood still, frozen and hollow. What? He had saved your life, didn't he? Down in the chamber. So now you must feel this, connection with him, Dean said, as if trying to convince her. Her thoughts had stalled. She tried to shake them back in motion. What are you talking about? The same happened to my mum, Dean said in a tone he might have believed was comforting. And before she could stop him, he launched into a memory. After my dad left us, my mum and I lived in this old flat for a few years. This was before she married my stepdad. Anyway, one night she picked me up late from school. I just remember it was really dark. Winter, probably. I was about 6. There was this man on the bus who started talking to my mum, acting as if he knew her. Ginny's mind screamed to make him stop this. Or at least pull her hand away from the gentle grasp of his smooth hands. And he started reaching for her, but our neighbor, this big quiet bloke from across the hall, he happened to be on the bus too. So he came over and sat next to us. Eventually the chav left and our neighbor walked us home. He was speaking fast, as if rushing to get his story out before she ran away. Anyway, after my mum brought him a home-cooked meal once a week for a while. She'd give him a gift every Christmas, even when we moved away. Actually, even now she'll tell my little brothers and sisters about him when they ask. She'd embellished the story a bit, of course, he smiled, shaking his head in a loving sort of way. So, I understand. It's like survivor's guilt. You feel like you still owe him. Bitterness rose up inside her. Tasting like metal. She waited for Dean to get to the part of the story where the man on the bus possessed his mum for months, causing her to go mad and enact violence on family, friends, and strangers. Only to be taken down to the sewers to finally be relieved of her very existence. When that part didn't come, the bitterness began blurring her vision of him. That must be how he saw her. Someone he could protect by just being near her. Dean smiled down at her and pulled her into a tight embrace to a firm kiss on the top of her head. I'm sorry for what I said yesterday. I didn't realize. It's fine. Just forget it, she said. Ginny didn't know how long they stood like that in the corridor as she tried to process her reaction to his story. Eventually, when they did return to the common room, the portrait swung open and Dean placed his hand on her back to help her through. As anticipated, the nightmares returned that evening, so she recast the silencing charm around her bed and placed cushioning charms on the dusty floor. She spent long hours of the night staring at the curtains of her bed, sometimes humming lullabies. She had wondered if it wouldn't be a good idea to generally avoid Harry. It was one less thing to worry about, and she wasn't keen on testing if she'd also need to battle involuntarily muteness. But when he approached her with the new Quidditch schedule Monday afternoon, eyes blessedly open and his black hair matted down on one side from the bandage wrappings, she found she couldn't help herself. So, Madame Pomfrey didn't let you keep the turban? Harry's face split into a crooked smile. No, he said, shaking his head. She said Professor Quirrell wore it better. Or, you know who did, anyway, said Ron, clapping him on the back. He was followed by Hermione, whose eyes grew wide upon seeing Ginny. I have to tell you something, Hermione whispered conspiratorially, pulling her across the common room. This morning, when I met Harry and Ron outside the hospital wing, he said something I thought was peculiar. I've known him my entire life, Hermione. That's pretty spot on for him. Not Ron, Harry, she said, looking to make sure no one heard what she said next. He asked me twice whether you and Dean were still together. Hermione seemed to pause for dramatic effect, waiting for Ginny's reaction. And, Ginny asked. And he tried to pass it off as concern for the Quidditch team, but it sounded as if he rather hoped you weren't. Why are telling me this? I thought it was significant. Maybe it was just about Quidditch. Maybe he was telling the truth. Right, Hermione said, eyebrows drawing together. You didn't tell me how it went with Dean. I saw the two of you together yesterday. Do you remember that time over the summer when Fred and George decided to move the pond closer and closer to the house to see how long it would take for Mum to notice? But they flooded the entire yard by accident. And we had to go chasing around picking up the fish and dropping them in that bucket. And it took a week before the smell went away on the first floor of the burrow. And one of the gnomes drowned in the garden. Yes, about as good as that. Oh, I'm sorry, Hermione said, and she began picking at her nails. I just trying to help. I know you were, Ginny said, forcing a smile to comfort Hermione. But couldn't help feeling sad. There was no Quidditch practice that week after the match, of which Ginny was mostly grateful. She didn't feel up to flying that week. It was a challenge again to focus in class. Quieting another internal voice as well as her own took focus. Her awareness of the girls' bathroom on the first floor near the Great Hall became stronger as she moved about the castle between classes. Like she was orbiting around it. Whenever she was with the others, all she wanted to do was be alone. But whenever she was alone, she wanted to be with someone, craving the distraction. It was the next Sunday morning when she headed down to breakfast that she saw a familiar figure hurrying down the staircase below. Tonks. As she got closer, she saw Tonks' eyes were red and she was wiping tears from her cheeks. It was odd seeing her with that mousy shade of brown hair, looking much older since the summer. Her robes hung on her, the sleeves wet with streaks where it'd been cleaning her tears. Ginny quickly led her to the closest courtyard, sitting them near a fountain where the trickling water would drown out their words. You can cry, if you want, Ginny said. Tonks jerked her head, and a moment later dissolved into tears, her hands covering her face. Ginny couldn't remember if she'd ever seen someone more vulnerable, so completely taken by anguish that Ginny couldn't help tearing up as well. She rubbed back until Tonks' whimpers became shallow steady breaths. I suppose you know, about me and Remus. Ginny shifted guiltily and nodded. Her parents had not necessarily been hiding their discussion about Lupin and Tonks. Although, to be fair, they had been in their room with the door closed. And Ginny had yet to kick the old habit of listening under their door for information to use against her brothers. Extendable ears really did make the process a whole lot easier. She hadn't gotten that crick in her neck for years now. There've been rumors, have you heard? Greyback's attack. And Lupin hasn't contacted you. No, and he wouldn't anyway, would he? Tonks said sharply. I've told him, over and over again, that being a werewolf, it doesn't matter to me. But he won't listen, and now. I don't know if he's dead or alive, do I? More tears swelled in the corners of Tonks' eyes. He doesn't trust himself, Ginny, he only listens to Dumbledore. Do you know he's got him off living with the other werewolves? As if he's only useful for the thing he hates about himself. Ginny watched Tonks' knuckles go white, clenching and unclenching the edges of her already wrinkled robes. And when he comes back from the missions, it's always worse, isn't it? It's mad. We're finally together, and all he does is feed me these noble reasons that we shouldn't be together. Maybe Dumbledore knows. If he's okay. Tonks shook her head. He's not in the castle. The tears had stopped, but the skin on Tonks' face appeared to sag. She was taking shallow breaths, appearing to be recovering. Ginny searched for some healing combination of words to help comfort her. Thanks for listening, Tonks said eventually. Ginny returned her weak smile. He's a good person, Tonks. Maybe he's just afraid. We all are. Tonks remained quiet, rubbing her finger along the seams of her sleeve. He's lost everyone. And it's not your fault, but maybe you just remind him a bit of how different he is, in his mind, Ginny added hastily. Maybe he just needs time. Ginny cringed, unsure if she overstepped her bounds. Thankfully, Tonks didn't seem to mind. When do you get so smart, I've always been, but people were just too dumb to listen. Tonks gave a watery chuckle. Come on, I should be getting back to my post. Walk with me, she asked. Ginny thought fleetingly of breakfast, but figured she could sneak into the kitchens when she got back. So how's your bloke? Darren, is it? It's Dean. Why can no one remember his name? He's a good one too, is he? Ginny scoffed, kicking a rock. Too good. Tonks raised her eyebrows, looking amused. Sometimes he's, well, he thinks that, he just doesn't quite get it. Tonks surpassed a grin. Ah, that clears it up. How can I be any more clear? Ginny laughed, encouraged to see Tonks looking more herself. They exited the entrance to the castle and made their way down the stony path down to Hogsmeade. You know about the chamber, right? The Chamber of Secrets. Tonks nodded, taking her time to respond. Yes, I was still in Auror training when it happened. Perhaps it was the fresh spring air, or her lack of sleep. But the words began tumbling out of Ginny's mouth. She was careful to leave out several of the more descriptive details about Harry, but instead focused on her discussion with Dean. He acted as if he was trying to calm a wild hippogriff. Now he escorts me around the castle, making sure I don't trip on my own trainers. People can't understand, not unless they've been through it, can they? A lot of folks dropped out of Auror training, particularly during first year. It's not all saving the world, and that's that. Go home and get 8 hours of sleep. So how do you deal with it? Catching dark wizards. She blew out an exhale slowly. I don't, not always. Some missions stick, but they make you stronger for the next go. At least I don't look like Mad Eye yet, Ginny laughed. But for the most part, I just figure that if you run from it, it'll catch up with you. And when it does, your back'll be turned, said Tonks, taking her time descending a more precarious portion of the path. What happened to you sounded worse than the Imperious Curse. I hate to imagine what would have happened, you know. If that diary had gone to someone else. It was a RLY afternoon by the time Ginny returned to the castle after her walk with Tonks. On the way back, she decided to take a detour, finally letting her feet carry her there. Usually she tried to avoid this hall, this door, this memory. But she figured that hadn't worked in 5 years, so it might be time to try something different. The first day back at practice was bittersweet. On one hand, the Am's mood was bolstered by having Ron back and healthy, but there was pressure to train harder than ever to prepare for the match against Ravenclaw. Dean hadn't left her side for more than 5 minutes since their discussion about the chamber, playing out his savior's act of comfort. Ginny wasn't sure he'd thought out this strategy through, because his hovering seemed to have the opposite effect of making her feel more distant from him. Settle something for me, will you? Harry said, landing beside her for a water break. Who do you think would win in a fight? The mountain troll, Grop, or McLagan? I can't decide. Ginny looked across the pitch at Dean. He was still practicing gravity passes with Demelza. You're asking the wrong question, Ginny returned. See, What you should be asking is what do they all have in common? Harry leaned closer, crinkling his eyes, waiting for her response. They each had a bit of thing for Hermione, didn't they? He threw his head back laughing. When he looked back at her beaming, she felt bells ringing in her stomach like Sunday in Ottery Street. Catchpole. What does that say about Ron then, do you think? He asked. Ginny nearly choked on her drink. So he does fancy her. He's told you. Quote. Harry tried to change course, quickly realizing his mistake. He stammered, no, I just meant, well, she fancies him too, doesn't she? A hopeful smile spreading slowly across his face. Her heart swelled. And there it was, the truth in plain sight. She held it up and examined it in the light, turning it over to get the weight of it. She fancied Harry. I'd never betray a friend like that, she said, shaking her head dramatically, grinning up at him. She felt lighter than she had in days. Despite the fact that she still couldn't sleep at night, ND was still taking several rounds of steadying breaths each day. And despite the fact that she was still with Dean and Harry still might not fancy her, they'd agreed to be friends, after all. She still liked Harry and wasn't sure she'd ever stopped. Idiots, the both of them. Complete idiots. Harry had never known life at Hogwarts to be boring. So it was strange to hear one of the 7th year students say the other day how they wished everything would go back to normal. Harry racked his brain, trying to imagine when that might have been. Before he came to Hogwarts, surely, because you'd have to be barking mad to consider a 3-headed dog normal. Although, to be fair, he did have summer at the Dursleys to compare it to. The constant droning of lawn mowers, dizzying maze of replica homes. Blank expressions on interchangeable neighbors. Time stood still there, and that's how they liked it. For Harry, it meant living in a world to which he didn't belong, with people who'd give anything not to belong to him. But this year as the brighter days stretched towards summer, they carried the promise of being the last time he'd have to return to the Dursleys. Sometimes, and he really couldn't help it, he imagined what it'd be to end the school year with a summer in Godric's Hollow. He hadn't been there, but he had visited often in his imagination. If he'd told Ron and Hermione, they'd call it morbid or broody. But it wasn't, not at all. It was a collection of his favorite things, that daydream. His parents' house was a less vertical version of the burrow, painted white and surrounded by a few oak trees. There was a chain location of Florine Fortescue's ice cream just a 5-minute walk away. Because why not? Out back, there'd be a makeshift Quidditch pitch where he, Ron, and Ginny would play 2-a-side with his dad. Later, they'd return home and kick off their shoes, where it'd be his mum who greeted him with a hug at the door. They'd stay up late playing games and getting a stomach ache from gorging on sweets that Ginny brought. He'd spent so much time there, filling it with details, tinkering with memories, that now it was just as real to him as the first 10 years of his life. There was even a period of time, back when he'd first met Sirius, that he wondered if pieces of that life might not become his future. But then the Department of Mysteries happened. And with it the truth of a future that had already been decided for him. It had been validating, in a twisted way, to learn the truth of the prophecy. Like finally receiving the correct diagnosis for a terminal illness. And now, almost 2 weeks after the match against Hufflepuff, he was still struggling to complete the only real task Dumbledore had given him so far, retrieving the memory from Slughorn. The light of the sunrise gradually crept in, illuminating his curtains so they took on a more fiery shade of scarlet. His sheets, a warmer shade of ivory. He never used to be the last one out of bed. But lately, he liked to savor stolen fantasies during those in-between hours on the edges of consciousness. Because Harry knew that when he finally wakes up, it'll be another day of working the memory out of Slughorn. He didn't think he could stand being under that cold, still disappointment from Dumbledore after the last meeting. In fact, there would be no other meeting if he failed to get that memory. But why do you have to keep it in here, Neville? Harry opened his eyes to Seamus, shouting. It's a Leischitis Britannicus. Gesundheit, said Ron. I grew it from a seedling and it's really delicate, Neville insisted. But I guess it's budding early. Well, it stunk up the entire dorm. Dean's voice was muffled from holding his shirt over his nose. Please get rid of it. Harry drew back the curtains of his bed, greeted by a wave of what smelled like Dudley's wrestling shorts which he used to leave on the floor of the bathroom. Ah, look who's up. Got enough beauty sleep? Ron said, tossing his pajamas in a drawer of his wardrobe. Yeah, looks like you could use more. Not that it'll help us much, Ron mumbled, fanning a hand in front of his face. They watched as Neville hurried out of the room, clutching a large yellow flowered plant with butterfly-like petals. Harry quickly changed into his school robes, attempting several unsuccessful charms to remove traces of Leischitis Britannicus. But his mind was still searching for connections in Dumbledore's lessons that would help him with Slughorn. The lessons were different than he and Ron had imagined over the summer. After standing by during Dumbledore's duel against Voldemort last year, Harry couldn't help but feel that they might be missing several important opportunities to advance his defensive skills. Anything to help him stay alive during the final duel against Voldemort and not be caught with his wand held uselessly by his side like at the Ministry. But he knew it could take years to learn those spells. And if the track record held, he'd be facing Voldemort any day now. So again, he decided to put his faith in Dumbledore and his covert missions to gather intelligence, complete the puzzle BEF. Or Riddle even knew they had the pieces. Perhaps the words would just come to him, like they had when he stared at the etching of the snake in Myrtle's bathroom. It had occurred to Harry that what S.L. Ughorn might find uniquely interesting about him was his fame. But each time he tried to think of how to leverage it, he heard Lockhart's voice in his head, like a song stuck on repeat. Fame is a fickle friend, Harry. Celebrity is as celebrity does. Useless. When he and Ron were the only two left in the dorm, Harry pulled out the map. Where's Malfoy now? Great Hall, Harry replied. Breakfast. I reckon even aspiring second assistant Death Eaters enjoy toast, Ron said, stomach growling. Come on, let's go. Just a second. Normally, he intentionally forced himself not to look for her name. Because that would be creepy. Wouldn't it? But after what he saw yesterday evening, he just wanted to be certain again that she was safe. When the two of them joined Hermione for breakfast, Harry's eyes darted every few seconds to the double door entrance, hoping to catch a glance at Ginny rushing in. But Harry knew he liked a lie in too. Say, Harry, said Ron, filling his plate. You wouldn't mind letting me, borrow your cloak from time to time. Would you? What for? Oh, you know, Ron trailed off. Lavender had just entered the Great Hall and found a seat with Dean, Seamus and Parvati. There had been a deal struck in which Ron spent breakfast and lunch with Harry and Hermione, dinners with Lavender. This generally resulted in Ron loitering around after Quidditch practice, running out the clock until there was only 15 minutes left of dinner when he arrived. What, to hide from Lavender? Harry asked. You can't be serious, said Hermione, voice dripping with disdain. Quote, and if Voldemort storms the castle tomorrow and murders Harry all because he didn't have the cloak, what then? Harry winced at the thought. Ron looked between them blankly. Well, I'd give it back. Hermione rolled her eyes in her exaggerated way and returned to the Daily Prophet. Sorry, mate, can't let you have it, Harry said. But I do know one way you can get rid of her. Don't start, Harry. Why even stay with her? Hermione rounded on Ron again. She must have some idea you want to end it. What possible reason could the two of you still have to be together? Well, I mean, Ron tilted his head, fighting back a smirk. Harry knows, don't you? Nope, Harry said, shaking his head to get Ron to shut up. Not a clue. Unbelievable, Hermione spat. What? Ron said defensively. Look, I don't make the rules. It's the law of attraction, isn't it? It's the law. So you'll stay with a woman just because. Ron cut her off. Didn't you hear me? I'm trying to ditch her. But every time I do, she just sort of, he said, gesturing vaguely. Throws herself at you, Harry offered. Hermione's jaw moved side to side, grinding her teeth. She glared at Ron as if she might use a nonverbal spell to curse him. Instead, she turned her back to him and buried her face behind the newspaper. Ron made a face at Harry, asking, did I do okay? Harry gave a noncommittal shrug. It's nice. The three of us are all back together again, said Ron, obviously saying it to butter Hermione up, but she ignored him. Isn't it? Harry, however, privately agreed. The past 2 weeks have been the best he can remember for the last several months. The fact that his two best friends were on speaking terms again made the last 2 weeks the best he'd spent all year. And he thought that this must be what family felt like. The Cannons have been on a losing streak since my birthday, said Ron a few moments later, moodily folding up the Prophet's sports section. This happens every time I don't listen to a match. Hermione grimaced, apparently forgetting that she was ignoring him. Weren't you saying the other day how they've only won once since Christmas? It was a major upset though, Ron said, rounding on her. And looked sorry she'd asked. They won against the third in the league. Of course, the Magpies were playing one beater short after officials found him tampering with his broomstick's enchantments. But the Cannons have always been good at dodging bludgers, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway, would it? Maybe they can give me some pointers, Harry mumbled into his eggs. Ron gestured towards the Prophet and asked. Anyone we know dead? By now, Harry can usually tell the answer by the mood of the students as the owl post arrived, carrying letters from loved ones outside the school. This morning there was a good deal of whispering and glances towards the Ravenclaw table. Hermione flattened the paper against the table and said, "No, but listen to this. Yesterday evening, Marshall and Lucretia Fawley were taken by ministry officials into St. Mungo's for suspected spell damage. The couple had been found wandering several kilometers from their home, apparently confused. Asking Muggles for directions home and the name of the current Minister of Magic. Upon admission to St. Mungo's, Marshall and Lucretia Fawley had no recollection of the event. Or any events, for that matter. That might present clues for their recent change in cognition. After members of the Fawley family urged Aurors to launch a full investigation, Aurors' office released a statement early this morning that confirmed forced entry into the Fawleys' home in Cornwall. As one of the Sacred 28 pureblood families, the Fawleys are a well-known family in Britain, particularly for their financial contributions to the Foundation for the Protection and Rights of Muggle-born Children. Their son, Grim Fawley, is currently a second-year student at Hogwarts. A little ways down the table, Harry's eyes flicked to Neville reading the same article, face screwed up in anger. Did the article say who did it? Harry asked. Hermione skimmed over the article again. Aurors are still investigating. Death Eaters, it's got to be. Ron said darkly, glaring down at his empty plate. It'll be their way of intimidating any blood traitors. Most of the Ravenclaw table had gathered around a group of young-looking students who looked to be friends of Grim Fawley. A small Ravenclaw girl was weeping, surrounded by several of the older students. Harry overheard one of them saying, "You'd think someone would be doing more about all this." Harry pushed his eggs around his plate, no longer feeling hungry. An hour later, after Professor Flitwick's lecture on fundamentals of magical transportation charms, he had the 6th-year Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs pair off to practice safety charms on portkeys. Lavender had pulled Ron over to an empty desk, but seemed to be maintaining her distance from him. Apparently repulsed by the smell emanating from his robes. Ron saw Harry looking and gave him a thumbs up. So frustrating, watching someone you care about with someone who's poorly suited to them. Isn't it? Hermione whispered as she began to tap a used milk carton with her wand. Sure, Harry replied, refocusing on the 5 tips for the appropriate selection of portkey rubbish. Quote, maybe the Weasleys are just overly considerate of others' feelings, that can make it difficult to end a dysfunctional relationship, especially if it's with a decent person. Since when have you considered Lavender a decent person? Don't be obtuse, Harry. Hermione leaned in closer and continued, perhaps if they just knew how some else felt, they could be more encouraged to adjust their engagements. Harry kept his face still while thumbing the pages of his book, trying to piece together what she meant. Was she hinting that Ginny wanted to break it off with Dean? Like Ron with Lavender, he wouldn't necessarily call what Ron was doing considerate. More like avoidant. And he'd never known Ginny to shy away from a confrontation. One of the things he liked most about her. Well, Hermione emphasized, I see what you're getting at, so when exactly do you plan to throw yourself at Ron? She shot him one of her withering looks, but the years had made him impervious to them. Just so I can plan to chuck myself out of the way. Quote, she swatted him on the shoulder with their milk carton. Harry grinned down at diagrams of common junk items, satisfied that she remained rather quiet through the end of class. At Quidditch practices now, there was a palpable undercurrent of drive to perform well in the next match. Harry tried to put aside an hour each evening to draw up strategies and plays. AYS to use against Ravenclaw in 6 weeks. But he was finding it hard to concentrate after a day puzzling over Slughorn's memory and attempting to catch Malfoy in the room of requirement. They had to be sure to score enough points that when he caught the snitch, they'd win both the match and the cup. But so far his best strategy was staying close enough to the snitch that Cho would have to avoid it as well. So at lunchtime Harry stood outside McGonagall's office again, mentally rehearsing his speech to the brass doorknob. It stared back at him harshly. As if it, too, could straighten him up with just a look. Harry knocked and entered the room, holding out the small, round tin. "What is this?" Professor McGonagall asked. "Biscuits," Harry replied, timing his smile just a second too late, inking fleetingly of Hepzibah Smith's flowers. Professor McGonagall regarded him suspiciously. Harry cleared his throat and continued. "I thought that yesterday's transfiguration lesson was really well done. I hadn't understood the theory of Weisenberg's," she said, eyelids narrowed. "Right. Weisenberg's magical material theory until you pointed out that. Out with it, Potter. What do you want?" "Oh, nothing. I just, he stammered, trying to quickly think how to redirect the conversation. But her stern, lined face was an impasse. "I'm wondering if we can get additional practice hours on the pitch." "My answer will be the same as the last 2 times you asked," she said definitively, now shuffling and rearranging paperwork on her desk. "It would be unfair to provide additional hours to just one team. Madam Hooch would then have 8 more hours of weekly supervision. Teachers need time off too, you know." Harry nodded, his thumb tracing the dragon design atop the biscuit tin. "And seeing as all 4 teams are still in equal running for the cup after the last match. You don't have to say it like that, Professor. It seems you should be more worried out keeping your team out of the hospital wing," she said, peering at him over the top of her glinting spectacles. If he didn't know better, he'd think she sounded amused. "You'll need to get better at this part of the job." Harry looked up quickly, his heart began to race. "What do you mean? You still intend to be an Auror?" "Oh, right, yeah," he said, standing there stupidly for several moments. Turning to go, he mumbled. "Thanks anyway, Professor Potter." "Yes." He turned around hopefully. "You may leave the biscuits." The NEWT level students shuffled into potions class later that afternoon. As usual, fighting off the post-lunch drowsiness that mixed invitingly with the warm, humid air of the classroom. Harry was able to complete his assignment early with the prince's help, even a FTER drifting off during Slughorn's introduction, and planned to use the extra time at another shot at retrieving the memory. Upon seeing his finished concoction, however, Slughorn openly congratulated Harry and cut him off before he got a chance to speak. "You'll be so kind as to fetch me several ingredients from Professor Sprout, won't you, dear boy? She'll know the ones. But sir, I wondered if, and while you're at it, better drop off these books." The potion master flicked his wand and a large stack of books slid off his desk, almost as if he'd prepared them for just the occasion. "Chop, now." Harry kicked the leg of the table before standing, making his potion slosh over the side of its cauldron. He wondered for the 1000th time if he'd missed his one chance to acquire the memory from Slughorn. It was getting harder to resist the daily urge to ask Dumbledore for a clue. Or some tip to finding the correct combination of words that might convince Slughorn to listen. All the other students were in class. So the halls were empty but for the sound of his footsteps. He liked Hogwarts best like this, all quiet and peaceful, how he imagined the ancient halls had stood for hundreds of years. And he knew all the secret passageways, how to navigate it in the dark while invisible, hugging the walls so he wouldn't accidentally run into Filch. Harry paused at a larger window. To see the gusts of spring breezes picking up speed across the grounds, pulling at long tendrils that snagged on partly regrown branches of the whomping willow. Droplets of rain began to fall, splat. Earring dark spots on the rough-edged boulder where he and Sirius stood the night they met, where he'd asked Harry to come live with him. Harry stared until the entire boulder became stained over with a darker shade of gray. He sprinted through the rain, slipping to a halt outside Greenhouse 3 where Professor Sprout was teaching class. She took the books from him. "He's had these for months. And they're all wet. You couldn't have used an impervious charm," and returned with a crate containing a precarious tower of neon-colored vials and bags of dried leaf clippings. Harry turned to go, but a flash of fiery red hair made him stop and double-take. Ginny sat several feet away in an oversized gardening apron, head supported on her hand, staring directly at him. He grinned, almost dropping the crate in an effort to wave. She smiled and waved back with the trowel in her hand, then refocused on the purple puffapod at the center of her group's table. He hurried back to Slughorn's classroom, arms burning under the weight of the herbology ingredients, his mind replaying what Hermione had said about Ginny that morning. The glimmer of a soft, hopeful flame ignited in his chest. His imagination zoomed into overdrive, visualizing a scene where Ginny confessed to Hermione that she still fancied him. Surely Hermione's cryptic advice meant to encourage him to tell Ginny how he felt. Was he a load to do that while she still had a boyfriend? Why do you three reek so bad? Ginny asked, gesturing towards Harry, Ron and Dean in the locker room before practice. Neville's gas plant is blooming, Ron replied. Pardon me. It had been revealed that Neville's Leischitis Britannicus had, in fact, been coined the gas plant. Appropriately named by herbologists given the stench it produced upon maturation. There was a particularly heated exchange when the others found out, in which Neville defended his plant and its usefulness in warding off known scavengers of household gardens, and ended with an agreement that new dorm plants were to be approved by vote of all sixth-year Gryffindor boys. Because, some of us want to keep our girlfriends, Neville. The cool March air whipped around T.Hem as the Gryffindor team strode onto the pitch that afternoon, blowing their robes viscously side to side. Harry straddled his broom, kicking off hard, cutting through the wind. And it was as though the stadium had protective charms around it, so all he could hear was the rushing of air in his ears, feel the familiar balance of his broom, and watch as the world fell away. Harry spent most of practice studying Ginny for clues. She looked pale and exhausted. When she smiled with the others, he could tell it was forced. At the end of practice, he landed beside her, several paces behind the others. Harry, have you filled out my Quidditch application forms yet? She asked. Harry cursed. I'm so sorry, I'll work on it this week. It's fine, no rush. She didn't sound angry, but she also wasn't looking directly at him. Harry found that he couldn't stand it. He lowered his voice and asked, Hey, is everything okay? Ginny came to an abrupt halt, looking up at him, as if gauging how much he knew. He held his breath and stepped forward as the wind whipped around them. She seemed like she was about to speak when Dean called out to her, urging her to get out of the cold wind. The moment was gone. Ginny smiled weakly at him before jogging inside. Harry followed her, clenching the handle of his firebolt and glared at the back of Dean's head. After dinner Ron and Hermione sat around a table in the common room. They had a defense against the dark arts examination the next day, and Hermione was asking Ron to quiz her, insisting she needed more practice given it was her worst subject. Under the table, Harry pulled out the map to check it again. His eyes bored into the small, lonely letters of her name, Ginny Weasley. Just like the night the previous night. He'd never seen her there before. But with a pang of regret, he realized he hadn't really bothered to notice. The internal debate raged again. Should he tell one of the others? Dean was across the room, taking turns with Seamus tossing popcorn into each other's mouths. Even a small crowd had gathered around, whooping when they made an impressive catch. Harry considered telling Hermione, but quickly discarded the idea, knowing the look he'd receive for mentioning Ginny's name at all, particularly if he'd been watching it on the map. If he told Ron, he might react by storming in on her, asking her what she was doing there. Well-meaning, but overbearing. They'd probably fight again like when they found her and Dean behind the tapestry. And Harry didn't want to relive any part of that scenario. Besides, it was entirely possible that Ginny would be upset with him for violating her privacy and telling her brother. Or seeing her on the map at all. Of course, selfishly, he wanted to be the one to go to her. The only one. He'd spent the last several weeks looking for any reason to get her on her own. If only Dean wasn't on the team, then it'd all be much easier. Perhaps Ginny would realize that they got on so well and she might ditch Dean. Without thinking further, he shot out of his seat. Where are you going? Ron asked. I forgot something, he said, folding up the map and heading for the portrait hole. Leaving Ron and Hermione behind looking confused. He wasn't sure why he was running, but when he reached the corridor he slowed to a walk to catch his breath and calm his rapidly beating heart. He hadn't been down this hall in years. There was one window at the far side of this hall, where he could see the blood-tinged slant of light spilling over the wall adjacent. When he gently pushed open the door, she was sat on the ground. Her back against the wall that faced the rotunda of sinks. Her flaming red hair casting the only color in the room. Ginny looked up, as if expecting him. The map. Harry nodded. She gave him a look he couldn't quite read. But sensing that she wasn't going to throw him out, he sank down to the floor beside her. His eyes roved over the sink on the opposite wall. May I ask, why? The girls' bathroom looked the same as he remembered it from second year. The floor beneath them was coated in a thick greenish-gray grime. Dimly lit by a window in the upper core. NER of the room that looked as if it had been added as an afterthought. Do you still have dreams? She asked. Like the ones you had last year? No, he said. He took a moment to respond, being sure not to reveal just how different his dreams were now. I've always had strange dreams, even before Hogwarts, but last year's were different. How'd you get them to stop? I didn't, Harry said honestly. He did. For a time, there was no sound but the dripping of water from a loose tap, the occasional groaning of pipes. 100 questions echoed in his mind, but he waited for her to speak. I've come here a few times this week. When I do, the dreams aren't as bad that night, she said. I think it's because it doesn't seem as big as it used to, and I can see it's just a tap, just pipes, nothing's coming out, or going in. He understood her reasoning, but was confused why it helped her to be here. It felt like she was picking a scab off a healing wound. Do you want me to open it? He asked. No, she said, hugging herself into a ball on the floor. I remember how. He wanted to ask her what she meant. As far as she'd told him, she didn't have any memories of when Riddle had possessed her. Can I ask you something? Her voice barely above a whisper. She seemed to take a steadying breath and spoke louder. What did he say to you? Down in the chamber. His eyes roved over the bright outline of her face. But she continued to stare down at her knees, looking like a child who had just owned up to a horrible mistake. Harry thought for a long time, deciding how he might answer. He's good at manipulating people. And it's mostly without them ever knowing it. He makes them think it's their idea, he said, remembering the reflection of Voldemort's face in the mirror of her eyes. And if he can't, he'll take it by force and, there's not many who have survived after that. There was no sound but the dripping of water from a loose tap, the occasional groaning of pipes. Last year when he possessed me at the ministry, I thought I was dead, Harry said. The cold from the stone wall at his back reached through his clothes, making him shiver. They were both quiet for a long time. Harry felt his chest contract, making it only possible to take slow, shallow breaths. Thank you, said Ginny, barely above a whisper. He was about to ask what for when they heard the hollow, solemn tones of a funeral hymn. A moment later, moaning Myrtle materialized over her toilet. Oh, hello again, Harry. Twice in a week, she said, straightening her thick round glasses, drawing herself up straighter. I suppose you've come to apologize. For what? You haven't visited for ages, said Myrtle, her eyes beginning to tear up. She glared pointedly at Ginny. But I see now that she's here. My bathroom is worth a visit. She never did like me, Ginny whispered in his ear, causing goosebumps to erupt down his neck. Can't imagine why. Forget it, Harry, Myrtle said, letting out a great, straggling sob. I've moved on. She paused as if to see if Harry would react, before diving back into her stall. You must be gutted, Ginny said with mock concern. Do you need a good cry? You can use my shoulder if you like. Worst thing that's ever happened to me. Ginny laughed. Didn't know you and dear Myrtle were still in touch. One of my closest friends, actually. That's disturbing. She just sees right through me. Ginny snorted. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, maybe, but it lifted my spirits, so. Make it stop. Ginny put her hands over her ears, shaking her head. He watched her laugh, marveling at how they could be sitting there, joking just outside the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Minutes went by, where Harry wished every evening could end like this. Does that have something to do with why you were outside the room of requirement the other day? Hermione told you. Tonks. Right, he said, and updated her on how he'd gotten Creature and Dobby to track Malfoy's location down to the room of requirement. Since then, he'd spent several hours of his free time under the cloak, attempting to find the perfect question to convince the room to reveal itself. And Malfoy's secret. Oh, and do you have any idea why Tonks was so upset that day? Ginny didn't respond, merely shrugged. I see, he said, catching the mischievous light in her eyes. Is this payback for the Dumbledore thing? You know that not all mysteries in this castle concern you, right? Harry laughed. There you go, sounding like Snape again. He's a role model of mine, didn't you know? One day I hope for my hair to be just as greasy as his. Your hair is perfectly fine the way it is. Harry's stomach gave an unpleasant turn, internally kicking himself for saying it. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Ginny's fingers weave through the top of her hair, sweeping it over one shoulder. Thanks, she said quietly. Harry cleared his throat and was about to ask her more about her dreams when the bell rang, signaling curfew in 5 minutes. Ginny sprung up. Harry tried to follow, but was momentarily paralyzed as blood rushed painfully back into his leg. Ginny laughed. Come on, old man. Holding out her hand to pull him to stand. She held open the door for him as he limped over the threshold to exit Myrtle's bathroom. It was completely dark now, even the wind had died down. So, I suppose you think I'm going on about Malfoy too? Harry asked, as they walked together back to Gryffindor Tower. No, actually, she said. It does sound suspicious. Him spending all that time in the room of requirement. Hermione keeps telling me to drop it and just focus on other stuff, he said, almost revealing his assignment for Dumbledore. Ginny pressed her lips together and hummed. Well, she's a smart girl, Hermione. Maybe you should listen to her. Harry raised an eyebrow at her, but Ginny averted her eyes with the slightest hint of a smile. That evening, he carried thoughts of Ginny with him to bed as he crawled into crisp, clean-smelling sheets the house elves had worked all day to rid essence of gas plant from the room. A whole uninterrupted, glorious, shining hour alone with her. Pulling the scarlet hangings closed, he set to memorizing how the warm glow of her cheeks stood out against the bathroom walls. How it felt to walk next to her back to Gryffindor Tower. Her hand swinging temptingly by her side. When his head hit the pillow, he began turning over the words he should have said to take away that clouded, empty look in her eyes. But eventually he drifted off to sleep, imagining all the ways she would have reacted if, in that moment, he could have just been bold enough to take her hand. Ginny pressed the omnioculars to her face. Focus fixed on Michael as he hurtled towards the goal posts. It seemed treacherous to be pulling for Slytherin, but at this point she didn't have much choice. If Ravenclaw lost, the Quidditch Cup was as good as hers. Theirs. She corrected herself. The cup would be theirs. Michael shot a sloppy, somewhat risky, entirely uncalled for Chelmondistan charge. Across the pitch, the crowd of blue and silver erupted. Score. 50-10. Ravenclaw. Ginny cursed, kicking the seat in front of her. She never should have taught him that. She zoomed out the omnioculars, fast-forwarding through his smug celebrations. Suddenly, there was movement to the north side of the pitch. Chong and Harper, racing shoulder to shoulder. They made a hard swerve right, Chong just barely ahead. Ginny gripped the omnioculars tightly. The snitch swerved. Then Dove. The Seekers tucked and rolled, but lost sight of it. The crowd gave a collective sigh of frustration. Chong circled, searching for it nearby. Her perfect, shining, meticulously braided hair streaming behind her. As if she were planning to attend another Yule Ball after this. Impractical for a Quidditch match. But Ginny figured Seekers had more time for elaborate braids on match mornings. Seeing as they didn't need to review formations or study plays. At least it gave the crowd something to look at while they flew around in boring circles. Focus. Ginny returned to normal speed replay. Slytherin now in possession of the quaffle. Harry wasn't as useless as most Seekers. He could be a fantastic chaser, if he wanted. He'd just need to sharpen his shots. More of a defensive player. Sure, but she carried the offense anyway. They'd make a good team. Hey, may I sit? Ginny turned and came eye to eye with Harry, grinning and gesturing towards the empty seat beside her. Good of you to show, she said, scooting over to give him more space to sit. The line was long. Didn't realize chips took precedence over the match. Guess you won't be wanting any then, he quipped back. She looked at the plate in his hand, piled high with crispy, golden chips. Fine, she said defiantly, then pressed the omnioculars back against her face and switched to replay. The mouthwatering smell of the chips hit her. Warm, salty. Focus. Focus on the match. Bradley had the quaffle now. She remembered the first time Ron had written home about Harry making the Quidditch team that first year. How all through dinner and washing dishes, changing into pajamas, tucking into bed, she'd tried to get her mum to understand just how good someone had to be to make the team. In their first year, she'd laid awake that night, staring up at the cluster of glittering glow in the dark stars clustered near her ceiling, when it had hit her. How growing up with muggles, Harry never would have even seen Quidditch played. Or been to a professional match. He wouldn't have a Quidditch team to support. Maybe she would help him decide which one he liked best. Maybe they'd even go to a match together. It'd be her first one too. She'd give anything for it to be a Harpies match. If he didn't like the Harpies, then he was an idiot. But she'd probably forgive him. Maybe he'd even hold her hand during the match. And maybe, she'd squirmed excitedly under her covers at the thought, he'd have such a brilliant time that he'd give her a kiss on the cheek. You can have one, you know, Harry said, breaking her out of the daydream. What? Ginny reeled around to look at him. A chip. I was just kidding, have as many as you like, Harry said, waving his hand over the greasy pile of chips again. Licking the salt off his bottom lip as he said it. Oh, no, Ginny forced out. No, thanks. She tried to swallow, but forgot how to use her throat. Ginny returned to watching the live play. Now positively slamming the omnioculars into her eye sockets. Malfoy's not playing, is he? Harry asked darkly. Nope. She hadn't been back to Myrtle's bathroom since the night Harry met her there. But he had been checking in each morning with a glance, asking if she was okay. She'd smile back. Because it was true, the nightmares had been less since. But now replaced by hours lying awake to replay their whole conversation on repeat. How he'd sat down so close to her, like he had just now. How she could feel his warm, steady gaze on her face. How he'd even complimented her hair. It was getting harder and harder to deny what Dean and Hermione saw. He certainly was acting differently. But Ginny held to her resolution not to go there. Slam the brakes, stop the broken cycle, slam the brakes, stop it, don't do it. Just stop. And fucking focus. Chong and Harper were chasing the snitch again. Chong stretched out her hand, leaning forward, made a dive and the crowd gave a second disappointed sigh. A near miss. That's the second time she's botched it. Good for us, though, Harry said. Probably had another one of her famous hand cramps. Ginny replied sardonically. How'd you ever manage to hold her hand without triggering one? Never got around to much of that, Harry said, flushing slightly and readjusted his glasses. Was more afraid I'd run out of tissues, wasn't I? All she did around me was cry. Ginny watched him, sleeves rolled up, picking at the chips. She reached out and helped herself to a few. What do you expect? Taking someone on a date to Madame Puddifoot's. Hey, that was not my idea, he laughed, bringing the plate closer to her. I'm not too keen on little dressed-up dwarves. Quote, don't I know it? Quote, he snorted and bit down on his lip, failing not to laugh. Ginny felt the familiar heat creep into her face at the mention of her Valentine's poem, but it felt nice to finally joke about it with him. You don't happen to have a copy, do you? Harry asked, eyes shining. I'd like to hear it again. You missed your chance when you ran like Fang after hearing himself bark. The corner of his mouth pulled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. He returned his focus to the match but said, I hope that's not true. Blood rushed in her ears. Surely he didn't just. She felt as though she'd been simultaneously punched in the gut and swallowed a wildfire whiz-bang. Should she ask him what he meant? But the seconds ticked by, and they didn't speak much after that. Only to comment on the match, passing the omnioculars back and forth. Dean showed up eventually with his own plate of cold soggy chips. He sat down beside her, and placed a moist kiss on her cheek. Ginny wiped it off when he wasn't looking. By then, Slytherin was losing badly and Harry's knee started bouncing, making her tense. She resisted the urge to steady it with her hand. Even if Slytherin caught the snitch now, the match would still go to Ravenclaw. Looks like she'd have to flatten Michael for the cup. Hope he's gotten better about losing. Ginny remained quiet throughout the entirety of dinner that evening. She was saved from giving an explanation as The mood at the Gryffindor table was generally somber. Ravenclaw's defeat of Slytherin that day meant that her team would have to win the next match by 300 points to win the cup. But she could deal with that later. What's wrong? Hermione asked as Ginny gripped her by the elbow, pulling her away after dinner. What's happened? Ginny directed her to the pair of armchairs in the far corner of the common room, whispering. I think, and believe me, it pains me to say this, but I think, just maybe, that you were right. About what? They settled into the cushions, Hermione leaning in closer to hear. And suddenly Ginny felt a rush of giddy nervousness. She tried, and failed to fight back a grin. About Harry. That's your Harry grin. What did he say? Shish, Ginny looked arrow. To make sure no one was within earshot. Hermione waved her wand, casting a nonverbal spell. What did you just do? It's so no one can overhear us. Go on, Hermione urged impatiently. Wait, I want to know what. I'll tell you later. Just tell me what Harry said. Pushy you are, Ginny said, still smiling despite herself, and told Hermione what Harry had said at the match, ignoring her gasping reactions. So he didn't say anything, not exactly, she paused after finishing the story, realization popping her bubble of excitement, doubt rushing in to take its place. Oh, Merlin, fucking hell. No, don't do that, Hermione. This is bad. No, 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 this is good. It's been years. I can't go back to doing the same thing. I can't get my hopes up about this again. Ginny couldn't f.a. Tom going back to analyzing his every movement, deconstructing every word he said, only for it to end the same way it always had before. What if she was only seeing what she wanted to see? It's different this time, Hermione insisted. What if it's not? Hermione rolled her eyes exasperatedly. Truthfully, he's rather obvious about it all. He's never had much of a poker face. Poke whose face? I just mean, Hermione said, shaking her head. He fancies you. I know it. But he and I are such good friends now. Very good friends, Hermione said, along with an intentional eyebrow raise and cheeky little pursed lip smile. Ginny dropped her forehead on the arm of the chair. Talking with Harry really was too good to lose. Not only because it was Harry. But he was the only one who treated her like a person when she spoke about the chamber. Not a wounded animal. Not something to fix. Not a porcelain doll. So, what are you going to do? I have a boyfriend, Ginny stated firmly. A perfy. CTLY acceptable boyfriend who is by all reasonable standards fine. Absolutely fine. Hermione flicked her. Actually flicked her. Ow. Listen to yourself, she hissed. God, you're just like Ronald. You don't actually want your reasonably fine boyfriend, do you? What? Ginny said, sitting back momentarily, feeling a rush of irritation. Hermione, you were the one who told me to date other people. Only so you could relax around Harry, Hermione countered. And it worked, didn't it? She sounded smug, as if proving a professor had made a mistake. But how is this any different than that? Date Dean, get over Harry. Right. Because, Hermione said, rolling her eyes and pausing for emphasis. Now you can be with Harry. Be with Harry. Well, don't you want to? I guess I never let myself consider it. Ginny's stomach swooped like when making a sharp dive on her broom. For a moment, unable to control it, she let her thoughts get swept away. If you're wrong about this, Hermione, I mean it, just finish me off. Feed me to the giant squid or something, and I'm taking you down with me because he fancies you. I'm sure of it. Ginny resumed banging her head against the armrest. Well, Easter break should be interesting, Hermione said, sounding obnoxiously amused. The next evening, Ginny found herself stuffed at the far end of the Burrows kitchen table with the wedding planning committee. Every few minutes, throwing begrudging glances at Ron and Harry as they laughed with her older brothers at the other end. Fred and George wore matching birthday party hats that emitted a continuous fountain of flame-safe sparkers. When she thought she could endure table seating deliberations no longer, the conversation shifted briefly to her studies for OWLs, before Fleur cut her off. Going on about how Beauxbatons had much more practical examinations. ZE's tournament was such a genial opportunity to test our skills in Z real world. Oh, yes, Ginny nodded in mock agreement. Perfect practice for when your unconscious sibling ends up at the bottom of a lake because you accidentally handed them over to a pack of merpeople. Ginny avoided her mum's warning look. But her dad chuckled lightly, and yet, that was not the most shocking letter we've received from Professor McGonagall. Fleur seemed to be ignoring them all and was now smiling fondly at the opposite of the table. Oh, but Ron is looking more and more like Bill, no, she said, as Bill was recounting curse breaker stories, arms gesturing animatedly, mimicking an explosion. Fred, George, Ron and Harry hanging on his every word. Yes, well, you can only have one, dear, Ginny's mum said, giving Fleur a forced smile. Fleur responded with a tinkling laugh, not taking her eyes off Bill. How's Quidditch, Ginny? Her dad interjected. Ginny gratefully latched onto the change of topic. Recently in one of her letters home she'd finally gathered the courage to mention trying out for a professional league. If Ginny hadn't deduced her mum's skepticism from a lack of acknowledgement, it was confirmed now by the resigned look on her face. But Ginny felt a rush of appreciation. And her dad suggested they start saving for a new broomstick for her 17th birthday. And your boyfriend, Dean, is on Z team? Fleur asked with a hinting smile. Yes. Will he be attending Z wedding? Oh, I haven't thought to ask, Ginny responded honestly. Perhaps he should come, dear. Your father and I would like to get to know him. Yes, might be. About time I had a chat with the old chap, her dad said, raising his eyebrows meaningfully. Dad, oh, are we talking about Ginny's boyfriend? Fred asked, piquing attention from the other side of the table. We'd just like to know who our children are involved with, is all, dear, her mum said, reading Ginny's reaction. Oh, really? Ginny said, voice dripping with sarcasm. Fine, I'll bring Dean to the wedding. If you can tell me what Ron's girlfriend's name is. Girlfriend? Her mum asked, shooting a look down the table to Ron. This is the first I'm hearing about any girlfriend, she continued forcefully, speaking to the top of Ron's head as he focused on rearranging his peas. Since when, Ronald? Since before Christmas, wasn't it? Fred offered. You two knew. Ginny told us, George said, deflecting the blame back to Ginny. Ginny's mum rounded on her, an incredulous look on her face. I know, I can't believe it's lasted this long either, Ginny said, shaking her head in disbelief. Their mum scanned her children's faces, as if searching for an ally in an audience of traitors. And none of you felt you could tell your father and I about this. I wasn't hiding it, or anything, Mum, Ron mumbled, finally taking his eyes off his plate, ducking his head and shrugging, like a turtle retreating into its shell. I just didn't mention it. Their mum clicked her tongue, shaking her head in a we'll be discussing this later sort of way. Come now, let's not get all upset, said Fred. Honestly, we should be celebrating. Yeah, it's not every day Ron can find a girl willing to stick around this long. Now that you mention it, George, I can only think of one other girl who has, Fred said, meeting Ron's murderous eyes with a mischievous grin. Tell us, Ron, will Hermione be joining us this break? I remember Ron, is trouble speaking with Z women, Fleur said with a delicate giggle. There was an awkward pause where Ron's face turned a deep scarlet. Harry's wide eyes sought Ginny's, then turned away, stifling a laugh. Bill broke the silence. The trick is, Ron, you've got to be able to talk yourself up. The only reason I got a second date with Fleur is because I told the story of narrowly escaping that collapsing tomb in the Pyramid of Giza. Bill and Fleur exchanged sappy looks that made Ginny sick. Wait, you told us that story, Ginny interjected. Wasn't there a small cave-in? And you just didn't want to move on until they'd cleared it. Oh, but he was running out of air. And he only survived because he lowered his art rate with Z power of his mind. It took an hour before he was saved, Fleur said, patting her hand over her heart, gazing at Bill adoringly. When I Zank Zat, East Might Avenue died before we ever met. I was caved in too, Ron said loudly, as if defending himself. Remember, Harry, when we went to the Chamber of Secrets and I had to clear it so you and Ginny could make it back? Oh yeah, but we should learn that heart rate thing, Harry said, hiding his amusement. But only just. Sounds useful. The next day, Ginny woke to the cool morning breeze carrying the soft clucking of chickens through her open window. She took her time selecting her outfit, washing up, and getting ready, eventually giving up on her third attempt at braiding her hair without leaving it crooked. No more secret societies this year, I hope. Har. Wise light laughter drifted up from the kitchen. No, I've got enough to be going on. With Quidditch and all. Ginny froze on the first step off the landing. Her pulse quickened, she held her breath to hear her mum and Harry's conversation in the kitchen below. Ron says you've been doing well in potions, her mum said as she made breakfast, bacon sizzling in the pan, dishes clanging. It wasn't till he said something that I remembered how, in the old order, Lily was always the one people went to when they needed a potion whipped up. Wasn't always easy to access a healer in those days, you know. Fabian said she'd make this sweet-tasting pepper-up potion. No side effects, either. I'd always meant to send for the recipe. Ginny's mum was quiet long enough that Ginny wondered if she'd left the kitchen. I hope you don't mind me saying, dear. No, not at all, Harry said quietly. Ginny would have sat there longer to eavesdrop if Ron's heavy footsteps 3 stories above hadn't forced her down the stairs to join her mum and Harry. There were dark hand-painted rain clouds drifting across the decorative plate above the kitchen sink window, forecasting rain all day. Doubly unfortunate because it wasn't easy to be stuck in a cramped house with the object of one's affections, which were historically unrequited affections, which now might be requited affections but also not the affections of the object she should be requiting them from. In other words, she was highly aware that she still had a boyfriend. But Harry was so distracting. The way his voice carried through the house, why the ground shook when he entered a room, the way she felt every beat of her heart when he looked at her. To occupy herself, Ginny hid away in her parents' room with her mum, helping with the eternal task of clearing out the closets, which mostly turned into long hours sitting on the floor, sorting through forgotten items, discussing repurposing possibilities for said items before returning them to their place in the back of the closet. There was a photo on her mum's nightstand of when her parents first moved into the burrow. Back when it only had 2 stories. Her dad carried her mum in his arms, swaying gently side to side. Her long dress billowing in a gentle breeze. Every 7 seconds, they'd kiss, then look back at the camera smiling. Throughout her life, Ginny had spent hours memorizing the photo. Enough so that whenever she thought about moving away from home, she still imagined it might look something like this. As imaginations do, hers had gotten carried away a few years ago. And it wasn't easy to scrub the face she imagined in her own photo one day. It was dark before the rain finally let up. But eager to stretch their legs out of the confines of the burrow, Ginny, Ryan and Ron carried a bundle of blankets and a thermos of hot cocoa into the orchard. Under the clearing night sky, they laid on blankets in a triangle. Harry told Muggle ghost stories, but why would you be afraid of ghosts? They can't even touch you. They made up astrological divination predictions for each other, throughout which Ginny and Ron honored a pact from last summer to steer clear of war talk, for Harry's sake. What's going on with you and laugh anyways? Ginny dared to ask, making Ron groan and drop his face into his hands. Why don't you just end it already? It's not that easy. And you think avoiding her forever will be easier. She wants to stay together, Ron said miserably. How am I supposed to tell her I don't want to? Hey, Lavender, I think we should break up. Thanks, Harry. Ron replied flatly. He's right, though, Ginny said, even as she felt a strange twinge of sympathy for Ron. You just have to get it out. It'll be worse if you avoid it. Like a howler. And that's what you did with Michael, is it? Well, that was mostly mutual, Ginny replied honestly. Ron raised up his palms to the sky, as this made his argument, and proceeded to pick nervously at the blanket. Ginny looked to Harry, who shrugged, as if to say, we tried. She peered back at Ron, studying him, suddenly reminded of all the times they'd argued. She'd slam her door in his face. Swear to never speak to him again, and later find his favorite stuffed white rabbit at the foot of her door as a peace offering. And as far as screwing up the nerve to break up with someone. Well, she could empathize with that. Look, think of it this way, she'll be better off with someone who actually wants to be with her. Ron nodded vaguely, chewing the inside of his lip. Ginny laughed and continued, that and if Hermione can turn down McLaggen and Victor Crumb to their faces, I'm sure you can handle Lavender Brown. Harry laughed, and don't forget punching Malfoy in the face. I am still furious I wasn't there for that, Ginny grumbled. Maybe she can reenact it one day. Actually, Both Harry and Hermione had a go at him, Ron seemed to realize. So, it's my turn next, isn't it? They spent the next half-hour fantasizing scenarios for exacting 6 years of revenge on Malfoy. And it was well past midnight when on their way back, Ginny dared Ron to apparate to the very edge of the pond's dock. After several practice turns, Ron's attempt resulted in him splashing out of the pond, wringing pond water from his shirt. You will not tell Fred and George about this, Ron shot at Ginny. Or Hermione. Whatever you say, Ginny said cajolingly, but then whispered to Harry, but you will, won't you? I'll pay you my life savings of 3 nuts, a half-eaten sugar quill and some pocket lint. Harry beamed, his teeth bright against the darkness of the night, nodded. I'll take the half-eaten sugar quill, he whispered back, walking close beside her. I've been needing to get something for Dudley's birthday. Only the small kitchen light was still on when the 3 of them crept in the house to the familiar groan of wooden floorboards, shushing each other, giggling as Hay sneaked treats from the snack cabinet. They went about their nightly wash-up routines, whispered, good nights, and shut their doors with soft clunks. Her dad's silencing charm must have worn off on the ceiling that separated her room from Fred and George's, where Harry now slept. Ginny could hear him cross the room above her. Even his footsteps were polite. Although, most probably were compared to Fred and George's. The only upside being that she'd learned to sleep through just about anything. It was the getting to sleep that was the hard part. She crawled into bed, curled onto her side and pulled the pillow over her head. There had been nights after her first year where she'd lay awake just like this, fearing that her small body couldn't contain the vastness of her guilt and embarrassment. During the darkest nights, Ginny's mum would lay under the covers beside her, running a hand through her hair, retelling stories of when she was little. Sometimes they'd even create safe, serene imaginary worlds together. Ginny had always added at least one cute animal that could talk, and her mum, about 20 different types of wildflowers. Ginny had tried doing this with her dad once, but he'd missed the point. Wouldn't it be dangerous to put so many pygmy puffs in a motorized speedboat? What if they hit a wave? When her mum wasn't there, Ginny imagined her own worlds. Ones where she'd go help Charlie take care of the dragons. Or desert adventures with Bill, riding camels, solving mysteries in the sand dunes. All the possibilities where she didn't have to go back to Hogwarts. In some E-worlds Harry would join her in a grassy field of wildflowers. He'd sit down crossed-legged, facing her, she'd be capable of speaking to him and he'd answer all her questions. Or just listen. She had always wished she could think of a more grown-up question, but the one that had echoed most often was, what did he say to you about me? She'd almost asked him directly in the chamber last week. But after all this time, she still didn't know if she could bear to hear the answer. What if the poison in Tom's words had reached Harry's mind too? Making it so that he would never, could never, think of her as anything more than the girl that led him into a trap and befriended the person who killed his parents. Because Tom hadn't been entirely wrong. It was pathetic, wasn't it? To pour her desperatio into a book in return for a sense of belonging in a world away from home. She allowed his words to make her a vessel in his acts of violence. And her words nearly supplied him the power to return to skin and bone. The opening of the Chamber of Secrets might have been Tom's fault. But until she had written in it, Tom's diary had only ever just been an enchanted book. I think you should know that we're on an even playing field now. Ginny said on the 3rd day of break. Patches of storm clouds still gathered overhead, but they'd been out enjoying a few rain-free hours. Harry gave her a look, asking, what do you mean? It's easy to be the fastest on the team with a 500-gallon broom. Harry inspected George's old clean sweep, turning the handle over in his hand. Oh yeah, shall we test it out then? Ginny snorted. What, race? Scared, Weasley? He asked, leaning infinitesimally closer. There was an irresistible challenge in his eyes, the hint of a daring smile on his lips. Ginny's heart began beating faster in anticipation. Just of seeing the look on your face when you hand over the captain's badge. So the route was set. Whoever was first to make it over the small hill, around the far cluster of trees, and pass between the makeshift hoops won. Absolutely no cheating would be tolerated. They started off even, but Ginny pulled ahead as they neared the patch of trees. Laying flat out on the handle of her broomstick, she chanced a glance back at him. He was braking, readjusting for the turn. Ginny pulled up on the handle, braking from top speed, straining to decelerate before the turn. When the broom began to halter violently and suddenly the world spun out of control, filled by disorienting streaks of colors until she lost grip of the handle. Her foot landed first, twisting in a direction it shouldn't. The rest of her body slammed into the ground, tumbling endlessly until she lay on her back, eyes open to a swirling sky. A second later, a blinding pain erupted from her ankle. She tried to sit up, but the world continued to rotate around her. Harry was calling her name, and his face swam into view above her. She saw him pull out his wand and point it at her ankle. "No," she yelled. "It's not worth it." Ginny pulled up the leg of her trousers, her entire foot was starting to swell. She tried to lift it, but winced sharply. Fuckity fuck. "Here, I'll carry you. Just go get Mum." Ginny felt raindrops begin to fall. They both looked up at the gathering storm clouds. "It'll be faster if I carry you," he said quickly, making moves to pick her up. She swatted him away. "No, just leave me here. I'll be fine. I'll get Ron from the pitch, he can mend it." "That's a joke. You must be joking." "Come on, Ginny, don't be stupid," he said, now sounding irritated. "Just let me help you." Her ankle gave a strong, consenting throb. She nodded and he bent down and made to scoop her up under her knees. "No," she practically screamed. The last thing she needed was to add fuel to her new home daydream. She pulled up on his arm instead, standing on one leg and braced her hands on his shoulders. With a single leg hop, she clambered awkwardly onto his back. Entirely unsure of where to put her hands, she felt herself slipping as the rain began picking up, wetting the sloping path back to the house. Every so often the side of her head made contact with his, pushing his glasses slightly askew. His hair smelled the most like Harry. Warm, almost salty from the Quidditch earlier, mixed with something more. She inhaled deeply, trying to identify it. And instead became acutely aware of the feel of his hands gripping the underside of her knees, the throaty rushing of his breath from the effort of carrying her up the hill, the way it felt to press her thighs against his waist, and it all suddenly became too much. "Wait. Stop it. Stop. Put me down." "But we're nearly there. For fuck's sake, Harry Potter. Put me down." She began to fight against him as he tried to gingerly lower her to the ground. "What the, Ginny, are you okay?" Ginny collapsed onto her back, ankle held high above the ground, and closed her eyes as a steady stream of raindrops fell, turning to steam as they hit her face. "Just trying to," she said, covering her face with her elbows, working to steady her breath. "Lower my heart rate. Gin." Why was 6 when she first started breaking into the broom shed and teaching herself to fly. At the time, she'd never thought to be afraid of the dark. So she'd crept silently down the stairs, out the back door. Shortcut through the garden to the old broom shed. She'd placed her hand on the rickety wooden handle and paused. One last glance at her parents' window. There are decisions that a person will remember for the rest of their life. Ones that can be identified as the day that changed everything. And that was one of them. Lights still off. All clear. Her brother's brooms had been propped up along the wall of the shed and she held her hand up towards the smallest one. She'd seen her brothers do it 100 times now. How hard could it be? "Come." The broom had instantly zoomed into her outstretched hand. She realized she'd never held one without her mum yelling a caution at her and her brothers. Maybe that's why it was so exhilarating to hold. When her parents inevitably found out, they were furious. And many years later, Ginny could admit they had a right to be. But the shouting, slammed doors, tears, and grounding had been nothing compared to her first real flight. When she'd lifted off from the ground, air pulling her hair behind her, wind seeping through her jacket and making her eyes water. The first time she'd realized what it was like to be completely free. After that, her parents had tried to gift her a used training broom, one that skimmed pathetically over the ground with a built-in height limit. A safe, stable, risk-free broom. One's babies used. They hadn't understood, and maybe still didn't. Part of the thrill was the height, where she could twist, turn, roll without coming anywhere close to the ground. She loved the rush of peeking down, feeling that momentary stab of fear. Then overcoming it by focusing forward, speeding ahead until all thought of it vanishes. There was never time for thinking. Only reacting. letting her reflexes take over, discovering what she, herself, was capable of. She'd have to land eventually, that was part of it. But for a while, she could pretend the earth below didn't exist. The carrying incident seemed to have crossed that unspoken physical boundary people keep. Because that evening, her ankle healed in an instant despite her most wholesome intentions, Ginny couldn't help feeling herself drawn to Harry. Some new, charged, gravitational pull. It was in the little things. The way they brushed shoulders when passing in the hall, despite plenty of room to avoid it. Sitting near each other in a room full of empty seats. Gentle nudges with a foot or calf when playing games, or in response to Ron saying something stupid, which was quite a lot. All too familiar to be comfortable. At night she old rationalized these touches away as platonic. Just two friends surviving a near-death experience. Again, it'd be too hazardous to hope they were anything more. What if it was still only her that felt it? And oh yeah, she had too, for the Dean of it all. Dean had been a good boyfriend, the best. Safe, stable, risk-free. But by the fourth day of the holiday, Ginny knew she'd need to end things. And no. Not just because one look from Harry did more to her nerves than any kiss she'd shared with Dean. Now that she'd been away from him for several days, she could appreciate the lack of his constant breeze-like touches. Making her feel trapped in a cocoon of gentleness and false safety. She could still vividly remember the way her hand turned to ice at his reaction to the Chamber of Secrets. Their relationship was frozen, suspended in one place. Perhaps it had been for months now. As soon as they got back from holiday, she'd end it. She'd go about this the right way, Dean deserved that. So each night, as she lay awake in bed, she swore to avoid Harry the next day. Easier verbalized than cast, however, because he made no effort to do the same. The back door to the burrow closed, and Ginny earned to see Harry approaching with hands in his pockets. Her head snapped back to the issue of Quidditch times, making the hammock sway lightly. Heart instantly began hammering in her chest, her mind whirred, trying to think of how to avoid him. Hey, where's Ron? He fell asleep listening to the cannons match, Harry said, pointing a thumb back to the house. Ginny nodded. Easily done. His eyes scanned over the open Quidditch times in her hands. He gave her a lopsided smile. Sorry, he said before turning on his heel to go. Wait, stay, Ginny heard herself say. Heard T. Raider's heart continued to beat wildly in her chest. It's normally only big enough for one, but, she curled her legs up beneath her, making space for him to sit. He shoved his hands further into his pockets, and looked determinedly at the ground. Ginny's stomach sank, twisting in its humiliation the longer he took to respond. Okay, he said finally, making eye contact briefly before climbing in, as if giving her an out. And sat sideways across the hammock. Ginny tried to focus on a broomstick maintenance article for the entirety of the time it took the hammock to stop swinging. Her eyes flicked up over the top of the pages. And she caught him looking too. They both looked away, smiling. He shifted more, and entirely of its own accord. No, honestly, her foot slipped and pressed against his side. How's your ankle? Harry asked, laying a palm over the bare skin of her ankle, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Her eyes fluttered closed, she allowed herself to relax into him. Better, she said, not bothering to tell him it had been the other ankle. At that moment, one of the metal clasps of the hammock gave a great, heaving groan. Before she could turn to inspect it, she was in free fall. Ginny fell first, landing with a jolt. Air forced from her lungs. Harry landed hard beside her. Eyes wide in shock, they stared at each other for a moment before bursting into laughter simultaneously. Ginny wondered briefly, as she rubbed her sore lower back, whether she should take falling around Harry as some omen of things to come. She pushed the thought away, figuring it would be worth it to keep seeing him smile like that. The next morning Ginny's parents went on a walk of the garden's perimeter to adjust the protective enchantments in preparation for Hermione and her parents' arrival later that day. How are you doing that? Ginny asked, stifling a yawn. Harry had been making a breakfast of eggs and sausage when she and Ron came down. You see, when there's a heat source, you can, he broke off laughing, having earned a stab in the side with a spatula for his cheek. He shrugged and continued, I used to cook a lot at the Dursleys. It's just the only man I've seen cook without burning something is Charlie. she said, sitting down at the table to take in the full view of him with his chaotic morning hair, wearing her mother's apron, sleeves rolled up to his elbows. Muscles of his arm flexing while shifting the frying pan. "Well, see if you like it first," Harry said, placing a plate in front of her and Ron. "Oh, I like it." The kitchen went still, and apart from the sizzling of the frying pan. Ginny stared at her fork, hoping she was mistaken. Hoping that she'd only said the words in her head. Ginny sat resolutely still, hoping if she didn't move, neither of them would notice her. She'd surely get a sunburn from the heat spreading across her face and neck. Harry sat down across from her at the table and cleared his throat. "Pass me the butter, Gin," he asked. "It's just there, near your elbow." Her eyes shot up like lightning to see Harry staring at her, green eyes sparking. Wearing an honest-to-Merlin smirk, she aimed a sharp kick at his leg under the table. "Ow!" He laughed loudly, and ducked under the table to rub his shin. Across from her, Ron's eyebrows were raised as high as his hairline, wearing a bemused smile, tilting his head in a silent question. Ginny returned Ron's look with a rude hand gesture before shoving the butter dish across the table to Harry. As unpleasant as apparating was, it was preferable to spending hours clutching the wheel of her father's Volvo, shoulders tense, car hanging in silence but for Crookshanks, mules of displeasure. If only the apparition licensing examination had been 2 weeks earlier. This whole situation of driving to the borough might have been avoided. Hermione had hoped for more familial bonding this week. In fact, she'd planned on it. At first things seemed to be going well. The first night home, her father had eagerly shown her the new bulky expanse of off-white plastic that now consumed her treasured mahogany writing desk. He sat her down in front of it, excusing electronic beeping and screeching, so they could send an email to Aunt Lorna in New York City. But then, why did it have to be in her room? Even powered off, she couldn't shake the feeling of the monitor's blank, inscrutable eyeball staring at her while she slept. The pronouncement that her father would conduct daily driving lessons came after her request to spend the final days of break with the Weasleys. Her parents would drive her there, giving them an excuse to take a holiday on the coast. Her father insisted she keep current in the Muggle world. "To give yourself more opportunities for the future," he'd said. So every day after work, he sat her in the driver's seat and lectured her to focus on the horizon, where the road meets the sky, rather than the portion directly in front of the hood. Based on his knee-jerking reactions, frequent reaching for the door handle, and harried sighs, he enjoyed the lessons as much as she had. Ultimately, being encased in heavy machinery with frequent, urgent pronouncements of her inadequacy was not her ideal way of bonding with her father. And now, Hermione focused on the boot of the car in front of her. She currently couldn't see where the road met the sky. Her mother cleared her throat. "Did I tell you that I ran into Susan Pensie's mum in the supermarket the other day?" Her mother asked in the hesitant way people do when calling to see if anyone's home. "It was so lovely to catch up with her. She suggested that the 4 of us get together again. Perhaps we'd arrange an afternoon tea together, something special, go into London. Remember like we did for Susan's 11th birthday." Hermione remembered. Susan Pensie, her best friend before Hogwarts. More accurately, her only friend. But that had been okay. Because they went everywhere together and had everything in common. Living just 2 streets away, they recited study material together on the walk to primary school, then to the ballet studio, and back home every day. They spent so much time together that sometimes Hermione couldn't tell what traits were uniquely hers or which had been influenced by Susan. Without Hermione knowing when it began, an evolving rivalry too led under their facade of friendly collective efforts. The final blow, Susan Pensie being cast as the Sugar Plum Fairy in that year's rendition of the Nutcracker. Hermione quit ballet after that. It had always been a part of the plan. Anyway. Because after Professor McGonagall had come to deliver her Hogwarts letter on her 11th birthday, her parents had decided to pull her out of extracurriculars to focus on her studies and research this new, hidden world that had reached out to accept her. "I remember," Hermione said. "We're actually not friends anymore, Mum. You don't keep up with her." Hermione shook her head. Not since Hogwarts. She could remember Susan's 11th birthday tea. It had been just weeks into the new year. The year that Hermione would go to Hogwarts. Those fine flower arrangements. The well-dressed ladies with purses to match their pastel tea hats, delicate chinking of china, the golden initial on cloth-like disposable hand towels in the women's restroom which Hermione used to wipe away her tears. For Susan's success in the production had estranged them, and sitting down to birthday tea with their mothers had been unbearable. "Right," Hermione's mother said. In the rearview mirror, Hermione saw her look out the window. She mentioned, quite proudly in fact, that the two of them still carry around matching purses, her mother said, leaning closer with her bit of gossip. "Cute, I suppose. When she was younger, but a bit tawdry now. Don't you think?" "Really?" Hermione said, making eye contact with her mother in the backseat. "How strange." Her mother nodded, smiling, and gave a disparaging roll of her eyes. She paused before adding, "You know, Ginny is more than welcome to stay at ours over the summer. Maybe we can even take her to tea instead. Her and her mum." Hermione tried to keep her face neutral, imagining a scene where Mrs. Weasley and Ginny joined them for afternoon tea at the Savoy. For years now, Hermione had led her parents to believe that Ginny was her Hogwarts friend equivalent to Susan. And other than some mention of the rising tensions against Muggles and Muggleborns, they had no awareness of anything strange happening at show. Apart from that group of foreign exchange students during fourth year. Hermione was sure that to go into any further detail would prompt another discussion about pulling her out of Hogwarts. "That'd be lovely. But it's as I've said," Hermione replied, repeating her specious explanation from the other day. "Her parents are extremely protective. Especially of her, seeing as she's the youngest, and their only daughter." She sensed rather than saw her parents exchange a glance with each other. The car submerged, again, into silence. 20 minutes later, the Volvo's wheels crunched along the BU. Ro's uneven driveway and the teetering vertical house came into view. They were greeted by Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and Hermione was glad she'd told her parents to expect security questions upon crossing the boundary of protective enchantments. "Blimey," Ron said as he, Harry and Ginny exited the house. "Harry, look, Hermione drove here, and with permission, I might add, Mrs. Weasley said point-dly at Ron and Harry with a twinkle in her eye. She explained to Hermione's mother how the boys had stolen the Ford Anglia their second year. It was odd, seeing her parents here, putting on personalities in such contrast to the mood from the car ride here. It almost made her wish she could speak to them like this, as if to meet them all over again. "Ron's been rushing about the house the last 2 days, trying to tidy up," Ginny whispered in Hermione's ear when pulling away from their hug. "Why do you suppose that is?" she said with a wicked grin. They peeked around the side of the car, where Ron was shaking hands with Hermione's parents. He'd assumed his full height, his voice dropped several octaves than usual. His hair was shorter, clean-cut, its warm tones shining in the sunlight. The combined effects made her kindle with giddy embarrassment. "How was your drive, Mrs. Granger?" Ron asked her mother. Hermione didn't know he could speak to adults that politely. She clutched Ginny's wrist as they continued to eavesdrop. "Oh, uneventful. Hermione's been tense about it all week, but it ended up perfectly fine in the end." "That's strange. It doesn't sound like her at all," Ron said, making Hermione's mother laugh. Ginny snorted, saying quietly, "It'd be cute if he wasn't so pathetic about it." "Never mind that. How's it been here?" Hermione asked, seeing Harry approach them. "Good. Other than Harry challenging himself to break as many Weasley items as he can in 1 week." Harry stepped around the car to greet Hermione and laughed. "For the record, the hammock was not my fault. I meant my ankle." "Oh," Harry said, grinning down at Ginny. "Also not my fault." Ginny rolled her eyes so they landed on Hermione. She gave her a meaningful look, which Hermione took to mean we'll talk later. They all headed in the direction of the house. Ron came up beside Hermione, took her bag from her hand and shouldered it. The two of them fell into step together, their elbows brushing lightly. He leaned down to her and said, "I'm so glad you're here." His closeness since his birthday still sent a thrill of contentment through her. She'd forgotten about that feeling during all those weeks apart. It was like rediscovering her favorite story through fresh eyes. "My family's been taking the piss out of me this week." "About what?" she asked. "Just the usual," he grumbled, shaking his head, making his feet shuffle more than normal in the freshly cut grass. "They never take me seriously." Despite what he was saying, a warmth spread through her just to hear him confide in her like this again. They reached the perimeter of the Burrows' garden, where his parents were giving hers a tour of the vegetable patch and chicken coop. Ron dropped his voice further to a whisper. "And something funny is going on with those two," he said, nodding several paces away where Ginny was goading Harry to pet a ruffled-looking chicken. "Every time I turn my back, they're running off and getting themselves hurt." Hermione watched Harry and Ginny, hiding her smile from Ron. Clearly, there was a lot to catch up on. She whispered back, remembering what had been on her mind the entire drive there. "Did you ask your parents not to mention anything? You know about the Ministry, or Voldemort?" "Yeah, they agreed," Ron said, shifting his weight, looking concerned. "Mum seemed a bit suspicious, though." "Why? What did you tell her?" "I just said it could really upset them." "Ron, we agreed on what you'd say." "I know, but it's true, isn't it? Besides, I can't lie to Mum. She always knows." When it came to lunch, they all shuffled around to find seats at the table, her parents smiling nervously at the enchanted chaos of the Weasleys' kitchen. Back home, Hermione's parents had a strict orderly dining routine. It ran smoothly and predictably. Hermione answered different versions of their same questions, punctuated by stretches of silence. Dishes were used judiciously as to limit the clean-up process, leftovers boxed, then stacked in the fridge. The whole procedure was usually finished within a half hour. Her parents' eyes roved over the Burrows' cramped kitchen and their body language. Seemed to relax the longer they spent among the Weasleys, whose banter bounced off the walls, filling the space of the warm kitchen. Hermione couldn't help but notice that Harry and Ginny had sat next to each other, intermittently breaking for their own side comments. The two of them were determinedly avoiding her eye contact. "So you write a letter into the box, and someone can read it instantly?" "Across the world, Mr. Weasley?" asked Hermione's father. They two had kept a near continuous stream of conversation since Mr. Weasley had complimented the Volvo's motorized engine. "Essentially. And you can type any word you like. And it instantly searches thousands of sources. You'd never have to go to a library again." Hermione sniffed, resenting this on principle. But Mr. Weasley's eyes grew wide, trying to comprehend. "Fascinating. Diane," Mrs. Weasley said, addressing Hermione's mother. "Tell us about your work. Hermione says you care for people's teeth. Is that an enjoyable experience for them?" Hermione's mother opened and closed her mouth. "Oh," she paused, thinking how to answer the question. "Well, they're certainly happier when they leave, aren't they, Stephen? Perhaps Harry can even tell us. You were raised by Muggles as well, correct?" "Oh, yeah, I was, but, sorry, no," Harry said, giving a resigned smile, then staring down at his plate. "You've never been Harry?" Hermione asked curiously. "Even before Hogwarts. My uncle never really saw the point," Harry shrugged. Hermione's father tilted his head with clinical curiosity, "Never checked for cavities?" "No, oh, it's all right though," Harry said, catching his expression. "I never really had sweets. And I brush my teeth and everything." There were mixed reactions to Harry's statement. Hermione turned to Ron, but he seemed to be trying to catch up with the conversation. Mrs. Weasley suddenly looked stern, but for her soft eyes examining Harry. Ginny had an expression similar to Ron's, but had caught Hermione's father's appraising look of Harry. For a flash of moment, Hermione saw Harry as if for the first time, as her father must be seeing him now. Tiny holes in the seams of his shirt, the slanting "I must not tell" lies across his hand. A break in his uncombed hair displaying edges of the lightning-shaped scar. His eyebrows furrowed and jaw set, giving him a darkened, clouded impression. "An optometrist?" Hermione's father asked. "Once," Harry replied flatly, still studying his plate, pushing food around with his knife. "Well, those must be magical glasses, anyhow," her mother said politely. An attempt to neutralize the line of questioning. "Interestingly, they haven't bothered with them. More trouble than it's worth, some say," Hermione laughed nervously. "Similar to the treatment of most other genetic conditions," she continued, unable to stop herself. She was met with blank stares. Well, remember in Charms earlier this year, Flitwick mentioned it's often dangerous to tinker with genetics because you can't know how the magic may impact generational damage. "We must have been absent that day," Ron directed at Harry, and they both snorted on their laughter. I suppose this is genetic, or else we'd have solved it, Mr. Weasley said, pointing to the balding crown of his head. After a moment, his face lit up. Perhaps we can ask the internet. Thankfully, there'd been no mention of the current climate of the wizarding world whatsoever. But Hermione still couldn't relax, sitting on the edge of her seat, making continuous attempts to control the flow of conversation away from R. Revealing any details that she'd kept hidden from her parents. Are you fully recovered, Arthur? Her mother asked politely. Oh, yes, thank you for asking. Freak incident, Mr. Weasley replied. In some ways. Security is much tighter at work now, of course, particularly with the ambush at the ministry at the end of last year. Ambush? Hermione's father asked. Mr. Weasley blanched. Sorry to mention it. I just meant when the kids had gone to London, of course. A shock went through Hermione. She grit her teeth. Hermione's mother asked, You mean on the train? Mrs. Weasley's eyes narrowed suspiciously, looking from Hermione to her parents. Surely you are aware that the kids flew to the ministry in London. You flew to London, Hermione. Hermione placed her hands in her lap and began wringing them under the table. She pulled in a shuddering breath and tried to think of how to divert her question. Yes, we did. I don't understand, her father directed at Hermione. Why? How? Why didn't you say? Well, Hermione said, heart racing, but her mind had gone blank. To save, she'd never even told them that Sirius Black existed. Hermione looked to Ron for help. We went to save Harry's godfather, Ron said. Stepping in, we flew there on Thestrals. These sort of horse-like things. Let me get this straight. You flew to London on a Pegasus to save Harry's godfather from an ambush. Her dad said incredulously, a protective harshness in his tone. His eyes flicked to Harry, then back to her. Tears began prickling in the corner of Hermione's eyes. She opened her mouth as if to answer, but didn't trust her voice not to break. Perhaps you three should take dessert outside, Mrs. Weasley directed at Ron, Harry and Ginny. None of them moved. Hermione's parents continued to stare at her as if she were under investigation. It was my fault. My plan, Harry said, cutting through the silence. I had this kind of vision. The one like I'd had when Mr. Weasley was being attacked by that snake. I saw that Voldemort had captured my godfather. Hermione's father looked at Harry as if he were appraising a shady-looking stranger he might have just encountered in an alleyway. Tears began to fall and Hermione buried her face in her hands. Voldemort, her father repeated. The one who killed my parents, yeah. But we were under the impression that he'd gone. The air in the room had been sucked out by vacuum. It became hard for Hermione to breathe. She knew her reaction was only making matters worse, but she couldn't stop the onslaught of tears. Old memoir. IEs of the Department of Mysteries picked fresh. Mrs. Weasley then directed others to leave. Their chairs scuffed backwards and seconds later the door closed behind them. At first, Hermione they'd all left, but then she heard Ron say, I'll stay, and she felt his hand on her back. Tears continued to come as Mr. and Mrs. Weasley calmly answered her parents' questions regarding the details of the Department of Mysteries. Burgeoning war efforts, security measures taken on the school, the Order of the Phoenix, and serious life and death. It seemed to go on forever until her parents demanded to know why they were not informed of their daughter's whereabouts, by the school or other parties. Hermione then confessed that she'd put an anti-owl ward on their names sometime during third year. I didn't want you to worry, she explained, and squeezed her eyes shut in anticipation of their anger. About what? That we'd find out you were at the center of some magical war. That you left school grounds for a rescue mission involving some psycho murderer. And you're apparently best friends with the boy he's bent on killing. I was afraid you'd consider pulling me out of Hogwarts, Hermione said, her voice gaining some power. Like you did after I was petrified. And we'd have good reason. Her mother was desperately shaking her head, eyes wandering over the table as if searching for something she'd dropped in the dark. Hermione, this is not what we wanted for you, she said, voice agonizingly soft. Her bottom lip quivered and cut open Hermione's heart. Thank you for the meal, Molly. But I think she didn't finish the sentence. Both Hermione's parents stood from the table, gathering their coats from the rack. Hermione forced herself to follow them to the car, keeping several paces behind. Her father turned to her before getting in the car, his lips were thin as blades as he looked at her with resigned disappointment. "I'm sorry I lied," Hermione choked out. "We'll talk about it on the way home. Make a plan for what to do." "A plan? We're pulling you out of school, or let you finish out exams at Hogwarts. I don't know, Hermione, we'll have to see if you can still qualify to apply for university." Her heart hammered in her chest, panic forcing her several steps backward. "No," she said, shaking her head. "Darling, please, get in the car so we can talk about it," her mother said. Her voice still quiet. "I can't. It's too dangerous," her mother pleaded, trying to make her see reason. "You're 17, and these people are dying. We don't want you involved, that's final." "I have to be involved," Hermione insisted. And saying it out loud brought on a new ream of memories. Lying to Umbridge about the weapon in the forest, spinning the time turner to save Sirius. The Muggles dancing like deranged puppets at the Quidditch World Cup. It had been becoming more clear all the time. It was too late to turn back now, particularly with everything she knew about Harry. Voldemort and the prophecy. Even Dumbledore must have known, she and Ron would be there to help Harry. He needed them, the two of them. It's too important. Her mother shook her head disbelief. Ellie Vingley and looked to her husband for support. Stephen. It was like seeing all his familiar features on someone else's face. His straight and narrow nose, his gel-controlled hair, the gathering wrinkles around his eyes, yet his expression seemed like he barely recognized her, as if she were a stranger to him. "Let's go, Diane," he said despondently, dropping into the driver's seat. Her mother seemed on the threshold of saying more. But the intention seemed to crumble. She got in the car in slow motion and Hermione would never forget the look on her face in the dusty window as they drove away. Ron was there in an instant and he wrapped his heavy arms around her as scaffolding, ushering her to sit on the low stone wall. She sobbed into his shoulder, burying her face in the collar of his shirt for what seemed like hours. He didn't draw away, not even when her gasping tears grew quiet. Hermione sniffed, wiping her eyes. "I can't go back in there." "Sure you can," he said, pushing her hair out of her face. She shook her head. "I can never face your mum and dad again." "You're right, you probably should just sleep out here tonight. I'll bring you a few blankets, if you put some moss on this rock, looks cozy." "Please be serious. We all mess up sometimes, Hermione. Honestly, I wondered when it'd be your turn." "Oh, don't do that." "What? Be nice to me," she spat. "You're making light of it. What do you want me to say?" Ron shot back, pulling away from her. "That you were wrong. How's that going to help? You could at least acknowledge the seriousness of all this. If you'd only stuck to the plan, maybe this wouldn't have." "Really, Hermione, what did you think was going to happen? If you ask me, you should never have lied. I didn't have a choice. I knew they'd want to pull me out of school. Can you blame them? Look how they just found out. They might have understood if you'd explained it, or told them the truth 3 years ago. You don't know my dad, he would've." "You're right, I don't." Ron interrupted her. "And he doesn't know my parents, or me, or Harry." "And whose fault is that, Hermione?" Her bottom lip quivered and fresh tears filled her eyes. "I'm sorry. Come here," he said, his voice soft again, his arm assuming its place around her shoulders. "I'm so sorry, this was a complete disaster." "Oh, I dunno, your mum liked my jokes." Hermione gave a watery laugh and shook her head. "Even she doesn't really get it. Guess who she wants to set up tea with?" "Who?" "Susan Penzie. Bleg. Not the sugar bum fairy," he said. Hermione laughed again and dropped her head to his shoulder. "Maybe you can spike her tea with the puking pastilles that I confiscated from those second years. You were supposed to give those to McGonagall." "Yeah, well, maybe you can omit that piece of information too." She elbowed him in the side and tried to move away, but he pulled her back against him so she was surrounded by him, gently squeezing her with consistent pressure. Eventually they did go back inside, Ron muttering comforts in her ear. She moved through the house carefully, trying not to make a sound, thankful that she didn't encounter anyone else. "Shish." He washed up and changed out her dusty clothes before curling up on the edge of Ginny's bed. Part of her still listened, straining to hear the sound of tires over gravel making their way up the driveway. But Mr. Weasley had likely restored the protective enchantments by now. Even if she hadn't lied, this day might have been inevitable. The ultimatum to turn back or stay in the wizarding world had always been there. particularly after being petrified. Better that it culminated today, now that she was of age and could make her own choice. Among the specters of guilt and humiliation again loomed fear. She considered the possibility that she'd hid it all from her parents to preserve a haven of safety and childhood, a place where magic rarely happened. Hermione jumped at the knock at Ginny's door. Barely waiting for a response, Mrs. Weasley entered the room carrying folded linens. The camp bed hovered in behind her and set itself up with a flick of Mrs. Weasley's wand. "How are you feeling, dear?" she asked, not sounding angry. Exactly, but not exactly sympathetic either. Hermione quickly shot up to help her put linens on the bed. "I'm all right, thank you." The two of them unfolded the sheets. Dressing the bed Hermione was to sleep in silence. "You're a smart girl, so I know you don't need a lecture about lying. I understand what you did, even if I think there were other ways to go about it," Mrs. Weasley said, stuffing a pillow in its case. Mrs. Weasley then turned to face Hermione. Being the subject of her undivided attention was like staring into the sun on a summer day, warm, yet unyielding. No shade under which to hide. She radiated with a type of understanding that couldn't be earned from books. "You'll always have a place here," she said definitively. "However, after this, I do hope you understand the importance of trust among family, both chosen in blood." With no idea on how to respond, Hermione looked down at her hands. After a long pause, Mrs. Weasley squeezed at her arm and left the room without another word. Hermione woke several hours later to the last dwindling hours of daylight. She hadn't meant to nap so long. Upon descending the stairs, Mrs. Weasley told her that Ron, Harry and Ginny had taken a picnic-style supper outside near the apple orchard. She joined them, casting a crackling blue fire in the center of their circle in the fading light. Ry seemed to be avoiding eye contact with all of them, that same hooded expression from last year, not speaking more than a few words. "What's going on?" Hermione mouthed to Ron. He shook his head. "Tell you later." "Is he all right? Will you two cut it out?" Harry asked. "I can always tell when you do that." Hermione looked from Harry to Ginny, who shook her head quickly. "Hey, you four," Fred called ND. They turned to see him and George striding across the grass. "Doesn't quite have the same ring, does it, Fred?" "Hey, you three. Plus Ginny," Fred amended. "Hilarious," Ginny muttered, pushing remnants of a sandwich around her plate. "Sorry to interrupt this joyful gathering," George said, reading the mood of their group. "But we have a new product line we'd like to try on, with you. Introducing our brand new, drumroll, please, blitzed kit," Fred announced, brandishing a prototype packaging with their logo stamped across in large purple letters. "There's Butterbeer Pong, Rolling Cauldron, or Honesty Shots. Games sold separately or in the blitzed kit for 15% off. Ingest responsibly." Ron looked intrigued, but said, "We don't have any alcohol. Unless you count Dad's stash." "Don't bother. It hasn't been alcohol since the summer before Bill's 5th year." George raised up an overlarge bottle, displaying a burgundy red label of Old Ogden's Ale. "If you tell Mom, we'll deny everything." "How does Honesty Shots work?" Ginny asked, holding the packaging up to read in the light of Hermione's blue flames. "You'll say, Honesty Shots for, and whoever it's true for must drink. But the cups are enchanted. They float, indicating to all others that you must drink," explained George. "That's horrible," Hermione exclaimed. "What if you don't want to say what you've done?" "That's the fun, Hermione," said Fred, pulling out 6 narrow, mirror-plated shot glasses. "But Old Ogden's is a lot stronger than Butterbeer. You didn't use a doubling charm on it, did you?" Ginny asked, eyeing the contents of her glass. "Because you know it's not as strong when you do that." "No, we'd never," said George, sounding offended. "Wait, how do you know that?" Class," Ginny said, taking an experimental sip of the ale, recoiling at the taste. Hermione eyed Ginny, knowing full well that the doubling charm on consumables was a NEWT-level charm. "I don't know about this." "Come on Hermione. It's just an innocent little game. We've never drank more than butterbeer," she replied. "It might not be safe." "Safe? You're among friends. What could be more safe?" Hermione considered the glass in front of her. The frothy bubbles, dancing, collecting towards the surface. The creamy foam and toasty aroma were much more inviting compared to when she'd poured. Similar contraband substances down the drain. This is what the other older students did. They thought it was fun. Maybe her parents had even done this when they were her age. The hours since their departure had had an assuaged numbing effect, but now the thought of her parents once again slashed through her. Fleetingly, she wished the secret they'd uncovered was simply this: underage drinking. Innocent enough when stacked up against dangerous covert missions and plans to undermine the genocidal ideations of powerful wizards. She looked across their circle of friends, instinctively seeking comfort from Ron. His deep blue eyes were soft, a mixture of concern and gentle encouragement. He wanted to play. Likely Harry and Ginny too. If she refused, they'd play without her. She'd traveled this far to be with them, after all. Hermione drew a breath in through her nose and said, "All right. There she is." Fred exclaimed in approval. Hermione felt an excited thrill, but hastened to add, "But all Voldemort questions. Prophecy questions, Chosen One questions, Dumbledore lesson questions, or generally any Harry-related questions are off limits. Of course. It's meant to be a good time. We do. Need the details of Harry's depressing life." "Cheers," Harry said flatly, leaning forward to take a sloshing honesty shot glass from George. "But Harry participates, right?" Ginny asked, sitting cross-legged between Ron and Harry. "If it's none of those things." "Obviously." "Go on, then Fred. Show us how it's done." George filled his twin's glass, ensuring everyone had done the same. "You place the glass in front of you. And what you say is something like this: honesty shots for, let's see, for cuddling with the ghoul in the attic." Ron's mirrored glass rose soundlessly and hovered before him. "Mum told you not to try out that sleepwalking potion on me," Ron grumbled, reaching for his glass. "It all looked completely intentional to us," said Fred. "A very tender scene, indeed," said George. "Drink up, Ron, that's the game." Quote. Ron sunk back the contents of his glass and said, "I'm already regretting this." His glass refilled instantly upon setting it down. It was now his turn. His face faintly flushed, making his freckles seem darker. "Blimey, okay, honesty shots for, dropping out of Hogwarts." Fred and George's glasses floated into the air. "Fair enough," they said in unison. "And we did it again," George added. "Ginny, your turn." Honesty shots for supporting the worst Quidditch team in the league." "Oi, stop singling me out. You make it too easy, Ron." Ginny giggled as Ron took his second shot of beer. "Harry, your turn." Harry said, glumly regarding his glass. "Honesty shots for growing up with parents." They all groaned as their shot glasses rose. "Fucking hell, mate. That's bleak. Did you hear us? The game is supposed to be fun." "Lay off him," Ginny said. "He's only playing by your game." Hermione's glass began slowly rotating, reflecting the calming light of her flames. She took hold of the cool glass and sipped on it, allowing the bubbles to pop and fizz in her mouth before swallowing. To her surprise, she liked the taste better than usually tooth-aching sweetness of butterbeer. All eyes were on her. It was her turn. "Oh, all right, honesty shots for being on the Gryffindor Quidditch team." With some satisfaction, she watched every other glass rise but her own. "See, Hermione, isn't this fun?" Fred asked, grinning at her. "Just wait until we put it on the packaging that it's prefect approved." Hermione rolled her eyes, smiling despite herself. "You will not." "Honesty shots for," George said, squinting at Hermione. "Stalking a house elf around the castle. It was for gathering data on their daily living conditions. I thought if I could report it too. We need no explanation. Drink." "Round 2. Fred said, reaching behind his back slowly. "What do you say, Georgie?" Now that we've warmed up a bit, he pulled out GE bottle of Dragon Barrel brandy with a golden waxed cap and bottleneck. "We can't," Hermione cried. "We'll stick to beer," she said, looking to Ron for support, but he was already reaching for the brandy. "Ron, I would have thought you of all people, after what happened on your birthday." "That was mead," Ron shrugged, passing the bottle of brandy to Ginny, entirely different. "It's brandy sans poison," Ginny said, filling her glass. "We hope," said Harry. Concerned, Hermione bit her lip and asked, "Exactly how many rounds are there?" "As many as there needs to be, if you know what I mean," Fred answered. "I don't." They accepted Hermione's choice to remain with Old Ogden's ale and continued the game. Honesty shots for being personally rescued by Harry Potter, said Fred. All but the twins' glasses rose. On the subject, Harry, we're beginning to feel a little left out. Count yourself lucky, Harry said. Wait, why'd mine go up? Oh, you don't think it means when you rescued yourself. Third year, Hermione suggested, grateful that Harry's face had broken out of its darkened mask. He looked curiously between her and his glass. Fred and George's inventions had always been inspired, if not borderline dangerous. But she reached to examine the prototype packaging, wondering at the charms placed on their shot glasses. This is really advanced magic. How did you? A wizard never reveals his secrets, said George. And for the 100th time, Hermione wondered how they had only earned 3 OWLs each. Honesty shots for blaming your pranks on accidental magic. Fred and George clinked their glasses together and drank. Let's make Harry even, Ginny said, narrowed her eyes at him and said, for taking Luna Lovegood to Slughorn's party as more than friends. Harry's glass remained stationary, sitting innocently upon the blanket. Hermione noticed he seemed to smirk. Interesting, Ginny said, sitting up straighter. Honesty shots for blaming your pranks on the twins, Harry said. Ginny's glass rose and she let out a loud-mouthed laugh. You're on to me, she said and her face glowed. For cheating on an examination. Fred and George's glasses rose. We're identical, George explained. One person studies for charms OWL, the other for transfiguration. One takes it twice. No harm done. Honesty shots for having a peep at someone in the Quidditch locker room. Fred, George, Ron, Harry. And Ginny's glass rose together. Oh, ho, ho. Do tell. That's not part of it, Harry said quickly. Well, we all know Ginny's, of course, said Fred. Fuck you. Dean's on the team too. Ginny countered back, but Hermione saw that she pushed her hair to the side and blushed a deep scarlet. Reet, Fred replied, nodding exaggeratedly. She took her S. Hot and looked at Harry out of the corner of her eye. For saying, I love you, to a significant other. No glasses rose. Bunch of heartbreakers, said Fred, swaying to the side. I'm so proud, said George, hand to his heart. Honesty shots for performing a dance in front of an audience, Ron said with a wide, sloppy grin directed at Hermione. Hermione groaned in embarrassment as her glass floated into the air. Thus ensued a round of forceful goading from her friends for a demonstration. She eventually gave in, encouraged by the ale, and got to her feet. Blood rushed to her face and her limbs felt looser. She took a steadying breath, trying not to laugh, and fumbled through a shaky pirouette. When she caught her balance, Ron was on his knees, clapping for her and beaming widely. Their circle erupted in hoots and applause. She hid her face in her hands with giddy pleasure. Honesty shots for fantasizing about your brother's fiancé, Ginny said, and added with an excited shriek, flapping her hands, daydream or otherwise. Fred, George, and Ron's glasses floated up. Fuck you, Ginny, Ron mumbled and took his drink. Ha. Bilius. I knew it, she said, hair swirling as she clambered clumsily to her knees. Pointing at Ron triumphantly. It was before she and Bill. And I was 14. I had no control over anything. Ron bellowed back, waving his hands wildly. That's an outright lie. And you too, that's disgusting. Ginny said, sitting back on her heels and shooting a withering look at Fred and George. George shrugged and replied, Vila magic, sis. A bloke can't help it. They say the same thing about the Imperious Curse, but look at Harry, he threw it off from a Death Eater and you know who. Ginny said, now gesturing toward Harry beside her, who'd suddenly become very interested in the plaid pattern of the blanket. Ginny Weasley, if you think that the righteous boy who lived has kept his thoughts pure about Fleur Delacour, then you're confounded, said Fred. Ron burrs out laughing at the look on Harry's face. Harry? Ginny asked, dropping down into a slumped position and peering at him. Well, it's a bit different, isn't it? Harry said in defense of himself. Old, wandless magic, harder to control. Quote, I wouldn't say wandless, Harry, Fred winked at Harry, earning a snigger from Ron and George. Yeah, well, at least she's not about to be my sister-in-law. There's always Gabrielle. Honesty shots for dating a professional Quidditch player. Hermione gasped when her glass rose. We didn't date, we just. The glasses don't lie, Hermione. Ron's face grew red. screwing it up in response to the question. It reminded Hermione of the time they had to sort through processed dragon dung for herbology. She felt her cheeks flush. And feeling defensive, she retorted without a second thought. Honesty shots for dating someone purely out of spite. She eyed Ron's glass, expecting it to rise. But it remained still. Unsure what it meant, she archived this I.N. formation to assess later when her head was less fuzzy. Honesty shots for stealing my date to the Yule Ball. You had plenty of time to ask her first, Fred said to George, reaching for his raised glass. Seen anyone else here naked? Harry and Ron's glasses rose. Hermione shrieked and covered her mouth, dissolving into giggles. I always knew you two were a little too close, said Fred. Harry began talking fast, nearly yelling. It was an accident. Before the Quidditch Cup, Ron came in from the bathroom and dropped his towel. He didn't remember I'd just arrived from the Dursleys and. Yeah, well you didn't say anything, did you? Cuddle warned me, but just sat there all and. I was asleep. Your eyes were wide open. The group had burst out in raucous laughter. Hermione felt tears of laughter in her hands as she again covered her face. Ginny, red in the face, was clutching her stomach while rolling around on the ground. Fred and George clapped their hands loudly, falling backward, hooting with laughter. You didn't have to stalk me to the showers every night. For retribution, Harry. George, still gasping for air, asked, is that what caused the great Harry-Ron feud in fourth year? Forget Voldemort. I lived my whole fourth year hiding from Ron trying to ambush me. Ron, having had the most to drink in the group, was beginning to slur his speech. Had improper thoughts about a teacher. Hermione's glass rose, and she gasped, how dare you? Just think, my own, that's legal now. She picked up a slice of bread and chucked it at him, but missed. Ginny's turn now. And her eyes were narrowed on Harry. Honesty shots for being so desirable that you caused a traffic jam in the hall outside of Charms the first week of school. Harry sank back his shot. You won't ever let that go, will you? She shook her head wildly from side to side. She then proceeded to twirl her hair in a mock impression of the girls in the hall. Harry, take me to Slughorn's party. Harry, take me for a ride on your firebolt. Harry, sign my chest. She pulled down on the collar of her jumper, puffing out her chest and leaned toward him. His eyes lingered on her exposed collarbone and down. Steady on, Potter. George warned. Harry blinked rapidly, rubbing his neck so his elbow blocked his view of Ginny. Ron was now clutching his stomach. I don't feel so good. Honest s. Hots for. Harry was interrupted by a loud, sustained belch from Ron. Ron, are you okay? Hermione asked. His face had now gone pale and sweaty, eyelids drooping, shoulders rocking side to side. They'd clearly taken the game too far. We should stop there. She looked back at Harry to see his eyes darting between herself and Ron, face slipping into a soppy grin. She anticipated his question, and feeling a jolt of panic. She threatened Harry by hissing his name before he said, having romantic feelings for someone you. Ron shot up, staggering sideways towards the orchard's tree line. Foe. Ta mountain troll within the girls' bathroom first year. Ron caught himself on the trunk of an apple tree and seconds later they heard an awful retching sound. Ginny was overcome by a shock of giggles. She leaned into Harry, hand cupped around her mouth and said in a whisper loud enough for them all to hear, good one, Harry. Her head dropped clumsily to his shoulder, hand slid down his chest, and sighed. You've always smelled so nice. All right, that's enough, George cried. Getting too touchy-feely for us. He and Fred got to their feet. Fred shouldered Ron back to the house while George pulled an unwilling Ginny off Harry. It all seemed to be happening far away from her as Hermione sat frozen in place, registering the two floating glasses floating in front of her reflecting silver traces of starlight. Hermione woke up the next morning to a full assault of sun streaming through the window of Ginny's room. The twisted blankets around her felt confining, so she pushed them down, trying to cool off. She rubbed the sleep from her puffy eyelids. All of her felt sensitive, like someone had scrubbed her skin and eyes with sandpaper. She briefly wondered if it was the alcohol that made her heart feel so heavy. She stared at the ceiling, listening to hear if anyone was awake. Her stomach churned, a bloated mixture of beer and compunction. She wondered if her parents had taken their holiday, and debated whether or not to write them. Would they expect her to? Would they respond? She squeezed her eyes shut tightly, blocking it out. Realizing her throat was parched, she looked round for her glass of water from the previous night and noticed Ginny's bed was empty. Before her suspicions got ahead of her, the door opened and Ginny entered, whispering morning greetings. "Where were you?" Hermione asked, trying to keep her voice neutral. "I woke up a few hours ago, nearly puked my guts out, then went downstairs. Fred and George just left," she said before collapsing on her bed. Instead of going home to the flat above the shop, Fred and George had stayed at the Burrow the night before to take turns checking on Ron. By her count, they'd had nearly as much to drink as Ron. But still chose not to inebriate and apparate. They were offering hangover cures for 5 sickles and 3 nuts, if you're interested, Ginny said, rolling her eyes, and dissipating Hermione's momentary admiration for the twins. The events of last night slipped into place once again, along with traces of the relief and anticipation she'd felt last night. She'd lain awake for nearly an hour, laying the moment her and Ron's glasses rose together, a veritable sign of his feelings for her. "How's Ron?" "They said he'll be fine. He ate something early this morning," Ginny replied, and turned on her side to face Hermione. Her face bright, inquisitive. So what? Don't play dumb, you know what," Ginny said, grinning slyly. "Shame he didn't see it though. Are you going to say anything?" "No, and you'd better not either," Hermione said forcefully. "Harry really shouldn't have asked that. Well, you and Ron should have fessed up ages ago. He was doing you a favor. And what about you and Harry? What about us?" Ginny said, blush rising to her cheeks. "You are going to break up with Dean, aren't you?" Ginny's eyebrows drew together. "Yeah, planning on it." "Why?" "Because the why that you and Harry were behaving yesterday came dangerously close to, well, I don't think Dean would be too happy." "And what about when Ron had himself wrapped around you yesterday?" Ginny shot back, a fire igniting behind her eyes. "How do you think Lavender would take that?" "That's different. He was just," but Hermione's mind stalled. Given how last night had ended, she couldn't why say that he was merely comforting a friend? Ginny continued to glower down on Hermione from her bed. "And I must be losing my mind, because not 5 days ago I could have sworn it was you who told me to go for it with Harry." "Ginny, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to accuse you, or anything," Hermione said, sitting up and coming eye to eye with her, attempting to control the panic in her voice. "I'm happy for you and Harry. Truly. I really am, I'm only trying to look out for you." "From here, it looks like you're judging me," Ginny said, crossing her arms, looking down at her in contempt. "And besides, after lunch yesterday. I'm not sure it's me who needs looking after." Hermione blinked rapidly. The lingering wound of her parents' departure under the pressure of Ginny's hardened stare brought forth a rush of new tears. Hermione looked down at her hands, laying limply on her knees. A few moments later, she heard Ginny sigh and quietly tiptoe over to join her on the camp bed. "I'm sorry, I know you're right. It's just that I've been trying really hard all week not to let it get like this. I haven't really been sleeping. And I think what you did yesterday was really brave." Her voice was soft now. Hermione barely heard over her poorly controlled sniffles. Ginny leaned closer and rubbed small circles on Hermione's back. "What do you want me to do, Hermione? Break up with Dean over Owl?" Hermione breathed out a weak laugh and wiped her eyes on the sleeve of her jumper. "Can you send one to Lavender too? Ron's handwriting shouldn't be too difficult to forge." Ginny laughed softly, pulled Hermione into a hug, and said, "Gladly, I'll just write with my right hand." And she spent the next hour recounting details of her holiday so far, the dilemmas and signs of reassurance. Regarding Harry's reciprocated feelings. Hermione couldn't help but think, as much as they'd deny it, how similar Ginny and Ron really were sometimes. It was infuriating, watching Ron scamper off to spend months in her arms. And she couldn't believe this was her reasoning, the honesty shots didn't lie. For goodness sake, he'd even said it the other day, a flippant comment that had echoed through her mind on repeat. "I love you, Hermione." So he'd really meant what he'd said. The knowledge gave her a wholesome security, a sense of rightness. Particularly in light of yesterday's emotional turbulence. The severing of her tightrope of lies. He was her place of comfort and strength, holding her despite the damage she caused. And now here was Ginny, spurred towards breaking it off with Dia. And all because Harry finally came to his senses and made it achingly obvious to her how he felt. So perhaps there was a lesson to be learned from all this, an insight into the inner workings of the Weasleys' minds. Hermione had screwed up her courage once before to ask Ron to Slughorn's party over Snargaluff stumps. How things might have been different, if they'd actually gone. The end. Thanks for watching, also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.